I woke up to 20 missed calls from my boss. I looked at the clock and saw that I should have woken up 3 hours ago, and now I was risking being late for my flight. I opened my boss's text. If you missed the flight to the work meeting in New York, then you're fired. I'm sick of you being so flaky. This is your last chance. My flight was going to leave in 1 hour. When I got to the airport, I was panicking because I needed to find my gate number immediately. I was running around looking for it when an older man stopped me. "Excuse me, can you help me? I can't find my gate and I need help because I'm lost." I didn't know what to do, because I knew that if I said yes, I could miss my flight and lose my job forever. But the old man looked really sad, and I knew he was vulnerable, so I decided to help him anyway. "I'll help you find it. Let me see your ticket." He handed me his ticket and thanked me. His gate was on the other side of the terminal, and I had to guide him all the way there. With every step I took, I knew I was getting closer and closer to losing my job. And when I saw that I had 5 minutes until my plane started boarding, I had to abandon him. "I'm sorry, I need to go. I hope this was helpful." I immediately turned around and sprinted towards my gate. I was 50 feet away when I saw the gate agent close the boarding doors. I tried to get her to hold them for me for 5 more seconds so I could make the flight. "Wait, I need to get on the plane." The agent shook her head. "I'm sorry, sir. Doors are closed." I sat down in defeat and watched my plane pull away from the gate. I felt my phone buzz, a text from my boss. "Did you make the flight?" I didn't know how to tell him that I wasn't going to make it. I put my head in my hands, thinking that everything was doomed. But 30 minutes later, everyone started screaming. I looked up. People were running to the windows crying. Others were covering their mouths, gasping loudly. Every TV screen in the terminal switched to breaking news. I saw the headline and couldn't move. It was showing the plane I was supposed to be on had crashed after takeoff with no survivors. The realization hit me. If I hadn't stopped to help the old man find his gate, I would have made the flight and I'd be dead. Then my boss called me. I answered. He yelled, "Did you make it on the flight?" My voice cracked. "No, thank God." He sighed in relief. "I don't even care about the meeting anymore. I'm just glad you're alive." While I was at the zoo, someone yelled, "Oh my God, he's gonna fall in." I turned around. "What? Who?" I realized my son Tommy wasn't next to me, and that's when I saw where she was pointing. He was climbing over the top of an enclosure. "Tommy, what the hell are you doing?" He looked over at me. "Look, Dad, I'm gonna feed them." Someone shouted, "They're gonna pull you inside. Get down from there." And that's when I saw the banana. I looked over and saw the sign, "Silverback Gorillas." I started pushing through the crowd, but everyone was just filming instead of helping. "Tommy, get down from there. Look, Dad, it's Donkey Kong." The huge gorillas were walking over to him now, wanting the banana. I finally pushed my way up to the glass, but Tommy was too high on top of the wall. The gorillas beat their chests, screaming for the banana. "Tommy, put the banana down and get off the fence." But he wasn't listening. He thought they were friendly. He started waving the banana around. The gorilla started jumping for it. My heart was racing. I had to do something. I started banging on the glass, trying to scare them away. "Hey, back off! Get away from him!" But banging on the glass only made things worse. The gorillas got more agitated. "Tommy, get the hell down right now! I'm gonna give them a snack, Dad." "Tommy, no!" He leaned forward, stretching his arm out as far as it could go, and the gorilla reached up. It didn't just grab the banana, it grabbed Tommy's entire arm. Tommy fell completely into the gorilla den. "Ah, Tommy, oh my God!" Everyone watched and recorded as both gorillas went absolutely insane. The zookeepers finally ran in, but just as I thought they were gonna save my boy's life, one of the zookeepers yelled, "Hey, stop, drop the banana." They completely ignored my son, and just as the gorilla held the banana above his mouth, they screamed, "Stop!" Tommy started crawling toward the zookeepers, reaching out for help, but they literally stepped around him, like he wasn't even there. "What are you doing? Save my son!" The gorilla almost took a bite, but the zookeepers fired tranquilizers. It immediately fell over and hit the ground, and Tommy ran outside crying. I turned to the head zookeeper. "What the hell was that? Why didn't you save my son?" The zookeeper had the audacity to look annoyed. "Sir, a regular banana can contaminate these gorillas. Do you know how expensive they are?" I couldn't hold back. I swung at the zookeeper's face, blood going everywhere. I didn't think that would be enough to put him into a coma, but he deserved it, because Tommy can't even look at a banana anymore without having a panic attack. Connor shoved me into the lockers, same as every morning, and my books hit the floor. I picked them up and started walking. "Pathetic," he called out behind me, but I put my head down and continued walking to first period. Nobody knew I could have put him in a hospital anytime I wanted. I was halfway through first period when my phone buzzed under my desk. A text from my best friend. "That voice message you sent me last night leaked. They're playing it in the cafeteria. Run." By the time I got there, half the school was already inside. Circled up, phones out. Then I heard my own voice coming through the speaker. speakers, the message I'd sent at 2 in the morning. "I'm tired, bro. I'm so tired of pretending this doesn't hurt." The crowd erupted. Someone spotted me at the door and yelled, "There's the punching bag." Connor walked to the front with his arms crossed. "Don't touch that speaker. I want everyone to hear this." My voice kept going. "Connor pushes me every single day and I don't do anything. Everyone thinks I'm weak." Connor took a bow. Then my voice changed. "What nobody knows is I've been boxing since I was 6. My brother was a Golden Gloves champion. He trained me every single day. I could end Connor anytime I want." The laughter died and Connor's arms dropped, but the message kept playing. "But I won't, because Connor's dad is the drunk driver who killed my brother 2 years ago." The cafeteria went dead silent. I sat at his grave and promised him I'd never let what happened turn me into someone he wouldn't recognize. The speaker crackled and the message ended. Someone pulled up the article and read my brother's name out loud. "Darnell." Connor stepped backward. I didn't know. I swear I didn't know. But the crowd was already closing in. They circled him the same way they'd circled up to laugh at me. Someone started chanting, "Fight, fight, fight." The whole cafeteria picked it up and every phone came up as the crowd split and I walked straight toward him. Connor's hands came up. He thought this was it. I stopped in front of him, held out my hand, and the chanting died. He stared at it, and then so did everyone else. He took it, and I pulled him in and held tight. "You're not your father." I felt him break, his whole body shaking against mine. The toughest kid in school crying into the shoulder of the kid he'd been shoving into lockers for 2 years. I let go, turned, and walked out. The crowd split to let me through, and nobody said a word. I kept my promise. I brought my dad's war medal to a pawn shop, and the owner tased me. My dad passed away 2 months ago, and I needed rent money. I set the medal on the counter and asked what it was worth. In a thick Russian accent, he asked where my dad got it. I told him a Russian oligarch gave it to him years ago. He asked where my dad was born. I cut him off. "Indiana, just tell me what it's worth." He said, "Let me check," and walked into the back. I could hear him on the phone, same accent but faster. He came back holding something behind his back. An electrical current ripped through my body and I hit the floor. He grabbed the medal off the counter and bolted out the back. I chased him into the alley. He was old and I was faster. He made it to his car, locked the doors, and cranked the engine. I put my elbow through the driver's window, grabbed his collar, and reached for the keys. He floored it and dragged me half a block with my feet scraping the asphalt. I bit his cheek, ripped out the keys, and the car spun into a curb. I punched him, took the medal back, and walked home bleeding from both arms. 2 men in suits were standing at my front door. The first one held up a badge. "CIA, we just want to talk." I blocked the doorway. "That medal was my dad's. I don't have to show you anything." The lead agent stepped closer. "If it's stolen property, you do." I pulled out my dad's birth certificate and held it up. "It's not stolen. He was born in Gary, Indiana. A Russian oligarch gave it to him." The agent took one look, tore it in half, and held up the pieces. "This is the exact paper they used to forge documents during the Cold War." I looked at the 2 halves of my dad's name sitting in a stranger's hands and nodded. I sat in a cold room for 6 hours. The lead agent finally walked in, set the medal on the table, and opened a file. "Your father's real name was Dmitry Kespov, Russian spy turned international thief, wanted in 17 countries." He closed the file and slid the medal across the table. I brought it in to make rent. Turns out it was worth 17 countries. I was fishing across the river when I noticed a little boy at the edge of the water with his iPad and nobody watching him. His mom was sitting 5 feet behind him on a blanket, earbuds in, scrolling on TikTok. The kid looked about 3. 20 feet past them was a bridge where the water got fast and deep. I cupped my hands around my mouth and yelled, "Hey!" across the river, but she didn't even look up. Then the boy leaned forward and the iPad slipped right out of his hands into the water. I set my rod down on the bank. I knew this wasn't going to end well. The boy jumped in after it. I yelled, "Ma'am, your son is in the water," as loud as I could, but she didn't move. She just sat there scrolling. The boy's head popped up 10 feet from where he fell, crying and splashing, his arms slapping the water. He went under again and came back up further down. I ran into the river. The cold hit my chest and knocked the air out of my lungs. I pushed off the bottom and started swimming. His head dipped under a third time and stayed under longer. I kicked harder. When he came back up, I was close enough to see his face. His eyes were starting to close. I reached out and missed him by a few inches, the water pulling him just past my fingers. The bridge was right behind his head now. I took one more stroke and got a hand on the back of his shirt. The river tried to take us both, and for a second I thought it would. I kicked off the bottom and dragged us sideways out of the current, coughing up water, the boy crying into my shoulder. I carried him to the shore and walked up to her. She finally looked up, saw a soaking stranger holding her son, and started screaming, "My baby! My baby! He's trying to take my baby!" She hadn't heard me scream across the river, but suddenly she found her voice. I called 911. The cops showed up and she was still screaming when they put the cuffs on her. A CPS worker showed up a few minutes later and lifted the boy out of my arms. As they walked the mom to the cruiser, her phone still in her hand, I lifted my middle finger and yelled, "You can take pick on this. Me and my grandma were watching a gaming compilation on YouTube when she looked at me and said, I used to love games as a child. I'm gonna become the best gamer in the whole retirement home. I laughed, but she smirked. Watch me. The next weekend, she bought a gaming PC. But instead of getting a regular pre-built like I recommended, she spent the afternoon researching what she called the meta. Better RAM for faster load times, a 240 Hz monitor, and a gaming chair that she said every pro in the world uses. By that afternoon, she was grinding aim training games with a sticky note on her desk of target accuracy percentages. That evening, after 36 games, she got her first kill. By the end of the week, she got her first victory royale and rewarded herself by ordering a mic so she could talk to other players. Saturday afternoon, she watched me and my friend playing squads and asked to jump in. I laughed, but then she dropped 10 kills in the first match. She taught Tom which snipers are best for which distances and rewrote my controller layout so I could build faster. During one game, it was down to 2 players. The kid on the other side pulled up his mic. Yo, Grandma, you're way too old for this. I'm gonna send you to the retirement home. But then Grandma dropped him with a single headshot. I heard the kid start tearing up, and Grandma held the button on her mic. Cry harder. Me and my friend died laughing. That's when a local tournament popped up. Grandma asked if we wanted to sign up. Tom and I said yes, and Grandma carried us to 3rd place. She walked out of the room smiling with her headset still on. That night, I walked into her room while she was gaming, and while talking to her, accidentally knocked her $200 gaming mouse off the desk. Her hand shot out and she caught it an inch from the floor. I asked her how she just did that. She smiled and said all the gaming had made her reaction times faster than they'd been in 40 years. I realized the gaming had actually made real improvements to her life. I laughed and said I was still better than her. She replied, "No, you're not," then pulled up her stats and showed me her battle royale wins. The number was twice as big as mine. Then she laughed. Also, you might want to start practicing. Joe from the retirement home is catching up to you. The doctor set a 30-minute timer next to my mom's hospital bed and told me if she didn't move by 0, they were letting the family go through with it. Your grandparents signed the papers this morning. I'm giving you 30 minutes alone with her before I honor them. He pulled the curtain shut and left us alone. She'd been here 11 years. I was 10 when she went under, and now I was 21, sitting in the same chair I sat in the first day. I pulled it close and took her hand. Before all this, she used to tuck me in every night and sing me a lullaby she made up about never leaving me. She told me it was a promise. The timer on the tray ticked to 29 as I leaned in close. Mom, it's me. I need you to come back. 28 minutes. I told her about the day she taught me to ride my bike, her hand on the back of the seat down the driveway. She let go, and I made it 10 feet before crashing into the Petersons' mailbox. She ran over laughing and brushed gravel off my elbow. I'm right here, baby. I'm right by your side. 22 minutes, and the line on her monitor never twitched. So I told her about the night I wet the bed when I was 7, and she snuck me into the bathroom and washed the sheets in the tub at 3 in the morning so Dad would never find out. Our secret baby, she whispered into my ear. 15 minutes, and the monitor still didn't move. So I told her she had a granddaughter with eyes just like hers, who pointed at her picture every night before bed. 8 minutes, and her line was still flat. I grabbed her hand. Mom, you promised you'd always be by my side. You sang it to me every night for 10 years. But the line on her monitor never moved an inch. At 2 minutes, I just sat there with no idea what else to give her. I climbed up onto the bed and laid down next to her, the way she used to lay down next to me when I was little. I sang her lullaby quiet into her ear, the one she said was a promise. Through the rain and through the night, I'll always be by your side. Her hand twitched, and the monitor jumped behind me. Her eyes opened for the first time in 11 years and found mine. She kept her promise. I surprised my girlfriend with flowers at work, and she threw them into the trash. Are you serious? In front of my coworkers? This is so embarrassing. I wasn't expecting her to react like this. But I got tulips, your favorite flowers. I thought you'd like them. She rolled her eyes. I hate how romantic you are. You're so clingy and cringe. It's suffocating. My heart sank. I don't want flowers or romance. Treat me like you treat your boys. No more special treatment. Can you do that? I looked at the flowers in the trash. This was going to be interesting. Yeah, I can do that. The next day at work, she found me during lunch and looked extremely angry. Why didn't you get me anything? It's Valentine's Day. Yo, chill, bro. Don't be weird. You're the homie. That's all. She froze because she didn't expect me to actually listen to her and be less romantic. Wait, you're joking, right? Did you at least make dinner reservations for us? I laughed. I'm going to the sports bar with the boys. You can come if you want. You didn't plan anything just for us? I don't make reservations for my boys. I'd rather just go with the flow. When we got to the bar, she showed up in a red dress and heels. She looked around disgusted. Is this really where you want to spend Valentine's Day with me? There's only men here. Before I could respond, my friend walked over. Dude, bringing your girlfriend here is crazy work. I shook my head. That's not my girlfriend. We're just friends. She thinks relationships are too clingy and suffocating. My friend looked confused. So like friends with benefits? I nodded with a smile on her face while her fists clenched in anger. She stood up. Her voice was shaking. "I need to talk to you outside." She dragged me out the door. "I can't believe you're treating me like this. You're such a jerk." She was crying, but I didn't care anymore. I was tired of being unappreciated. "You were the one who threw my flowers in the trash. You were the one who said my romance was cringe. This is what you wanted, bro." She went quiet. Tears were streaming down her face. "I want to be your girlfriend again. I want the romance, the flowers." She was waiting for my response, expecting me to comfort her like I always did. But things were different now. I wanted a girlfriend who actually wanted me back. "No, you were right. Giving you no special treatment is better. I like you as my bro." She started crying. I patted her on the back. A street magician stepped onto the subway and told me to stand up for a magic trick. I walked over, and he asked me to pick a card and place it in his hand. He made a fist, squishing the card, then said it's the ace of spades. He opened his fist, and I saw the ace of spades. I was impressed and gave $1, but when I sat down and went to put my wallet away, I noticed my real credit card had been swapped with a plastic dummy. I immediately looked up. The street magician was heading to the next carriage, and I saw my real credit card in his inside jacket pocket. I ran over and yelled, "Wait!" and he turned around with a nervous look. I told him, "That was so good. I'm an aspiring magician too. Can I show you a trick?" He shook his head and said he has no time, but I promised him it would be quick. He reluctantly agreed, and I asked to use his cards because I'd lost my own deck. He took them out, and I told him to pick a card and place it in my hand. I made a fist and squished it just like he had done, then said, "Now lean in and look closer." He leaned in, and I immediately swung my fist and hit him with an uppercut. He dropped to the ground, and 5 real credit cards fell from his pocket. I knelt down and said, "That trick is called the 'you look pretty stupid now, don't you?'" He mumbled something back, but his jaw was broken. I picked up my credit card, then put his playing cards in my pocket because I actually needed a new deck. When I woke up to an eviction notice on my front door, I knew I had to do something. So I walked into my boss's office, determined to get a raise. "Sir, I need a raise. I can't afford rent, and I'm about to be homeless." He leaned back and laughed. "I don't think so, buddy. Remember the company slogan?" I sighed. "What slogan?" "The slogan is that we are family in this office. Family makes sacrifices." We both knew he just wanted to keep underpaying me, but I still smirked back, because that's when I decided that if he wanted to be a family, then I would make him regret it by treating him like my dad. I walked out of the office, and during lunch, I told everyone what happened. They were furious. Then I told them my idea, and they all nodded their heads and agreed to join in. The next morning, when my boss walked into the office, the plan began, and everyone jumped up. "Morning, Dad. Can you sign this, Dad?" "Dad, the printer's broken." His face got red with anger. "What are you guys talking about? I'm not your dad." I smiled because I knew my plan was starting to work. "What do you mean? You said we're family in this office. You're our papa." He couldn't think of a response, and instead he got so angry that his forehead vein almost popped out. I knew he was close to losing it. Later that day, he had a board meeting with investors. I walked into the meeting. "Hey, Papa, want me to present the numbers for you?" The investors looked confused. The investor looked at my boss. "Did he just call you Papa?" Before my boss could say anything, I responded, "Yeah, my boss likes to have a family work environment. He's my dada." My boss sat there gripping the table, trying to keep his cool, because he couldn't explode in front of them. He mumbled, "I can't do this anymore. Meeting tomorrow morning. Bring the whole office." The next morning, we all walked into the conference room nervous to see what would happen. Someone whispered, "Do you think we did too much? What if we get fired?" That's when my boss walked in and looked at us. Before we could say anything, he burst into tears. "I'm sorry. You deserve that raise. You all do." We were all so shocked that we stayed silent. He continued, "I grew up in 7 different foster homes, and I'd never had anyone call me family before. Hearing it for the first time from all of you made me realize that deep down, that's all I wanted. The only reason why I'm so greedy with money is because I feel so alone. But maybe it doesn't have to be that way anymore." Someone in the back raised their hand. "So, does this mean we get an extra allowance?" He laughed. "Absolutely. You're all getting a raise." He pointed at me. "Or in your case, a new apartment." I congratulated my brother for scoring the game-winning touchdown, and he spit in my face. He and his teammates cracked up laughing as I wiped my eyes. "Why the hell did you do that?" "Just a reminder that you never forget who's better than you at everything. Now go get me a towel, Willy Waterboy." I walked over to the towel rack and shook my head, remembering how nice my big brother used to be before he became the starting running back, and everyone at school started treating him like a god. I handed him the towel, then he rolled it up and started whipping me. All I could do was cover up. "Stop, please." He gave me over 30 bleeding welts, forcing me to go to the emergency room. A week later, after another game-winning touchdown, he cornered me in the showers, along with his 2 huge linebacker friends. "Please, leave me alone. You used to be so cool." That was before I realized what a little beach you are. He got a hold of the back of my underwear and wedgied me so hard I started bleeding. I'll spare you the details, but I ended up back in the hospital. I realized that I had to take action on my own if I was going to change anything, so I started training 5 days a week in jiu-jitsu. I got choked out and armbarred constantly at first and learned a lot. Nobody cared that I was a nerdy water boy. I was just one of the guys. Over the next 2 years, while Austin was away at college, I trained 6 days a week, earned my brown belt, and kept it a secret. His 21st birthday party arrived and his college football buddies were partying hard. He only invited me because he was planning to embarrass me. He didn't realize that I was about to get some serious payback. He got everyone's attention. "Who wants to see Willie the Wanker down a beer upside down without his pants?" The crowd chanted, "Make the dweeb drink, make the dweeb drink." I pointed at my brother. "I'll bet you $1,000 that I can make you tap within 10 seconds. My brother smiled. "Make me tap? I'll take that bet." The football players made bets with each other, circled us, and started filming. Austin quickly grabbed my shirt, and I gripped onto his wrist, bent it backwards, spun him down to the ground, and got on top of him. "It's time for you to learn a little lesson in karma." I spun him over to his stomach, slapped on a chokehold, and put him to sleep in under 10 seconds. I held onto the choke, making sure his body fully released itself. It did. The shocked silence on every player's face as the yellow pool of liquid spread towards their feet said it all. A couple minutes later, I slapped him awake and held him face down in his own piss. He started crying. "What are you doing? Let me go. I'll let you up on one condition. Go and get me a beer, and then zell me $1,000. You're about to become my personal water boy." My best friend raised his hand in economics class. "I bet that I can get an A on the midterm exam without studying." The teacher laughed. "Your ass hasn't shown up for class in weeks. You've never even studied. How are you going to do that?" Jax laughed and put his feet on the table. "You'll see. Okay, if you get an A, I will give everyone else an A too. But if you fail, then you have to repeat senior year. I bet." After class, I pulled him aside. "How are you going to win the bet?" He didn't say anything. He just pulled out a hand-carved number 6 domino. "This is my lucky charm." I looked at him like he was crazy. A few weeks later, midterms came, and it was the second time Jax actually showed up to class. He walked in completely confident that he would ace the exam. The teacher, Mr. Marsh, handed out the tests before returning to his desk. "Begin." We had an hour to finish the exams. Whenever I looked over at Jax during the exam, he wasn't even writing anything. He was just looking at the clock waiting for time to pass. It wasn't until there was 15 minutes left that he actually picked up the pen and started writing. He wrote continuously until the very last second. Mr. Marsh stood up and began collecting the exams. "Time's up, and I'm going to be grading Jax's exam right now. If you want to know if you won a free A because of a lazy boy, you can stay." Jax just rolled his eyes. As Mr. Marsh graded the exam, he looked angrier and angrier. Suddenly, he slammed his fist down on the table. "These are all correct, so I know you cheated. The whole classroom saw you cheat." He was lying because he never expected to lose the bet. I stood up. "He didn't cheat, sir." Mr. Marsh didn't even look at me. "There was no way you knew the last question. How did you know it was a trick question?" Jax picked up his lucky domino and placed it on the desk. "I was just lucky enough to pass the midterm, Mr. Marsh." Mr. Marsh could barely move as he nodded just once and sighed. "I bet. A's for everyone." Every day for 5 years, a woman gave me a sandwich, but I never saw her face. I was homeless, living behind a strip mall, when I saw an uneaten, wrapped sandwich on the dumpster. I looked around, then snuck over and savored my first meal in 3 days. My stomach stopped rumbling and I went to sleep not hungry for the first time in months. The next evening, a woman with her back turned was leaving another sandwich on the dumpster, and this time there was a note beside it. "What's your favorite?" I wrote it down, and the next evening, another sandwich was there just like I said. That night I found a crumpled leaf and left her my own note. "Thank you, mystery sandwich woman." The next day she left a sandwich with extra protein and veggies, and soon I stopped losing weight because of her sandwiches. She started leaving me little notes often, stuff like she'll try Sneak 2 tomorrow, and that I help her just as much as she helps me. I began looking forward to these notes just as much as her sandwiches, because I truly felt like we were friends, and that's something I've never experienced as a homeless person. On Christmas I used all my money to buy a frame, and put a photo of one of her sandwiches in it. I left it on the dumpster as a gift, and the next day found a wrapped box with warm gloves and socks inside. I'd still never seen her, so I put on my gloves and went in to figure out who it was. But my face was still dirty, and none of the employees even looked at me. I was crushed and walked out, but the sandwiches still kept coming, and for 5 years I stayed alive because of the mystery sandwich woman's kindness. But then one evening there was no sandwich and no note. I was disappointed, and then I saw the "for sale" sign on the window. The shop had closed down. I started crying because I thought I lost her. But the next morning, a man came up to me at the dumpster with my favorite sandwich and an envelope. He explained that his daughter was the one giving me sandwiches. She died of cancer 3 months ago, but before she died, she'd asked her co-workers to keep leaving me the sandwich every night, so I wouldn't know anything changed. She made her dad promise that when the shop closed for good, he'd come give me the final sandwich. I teared up and took the sandwich, and when I opened the envelope, a check for all her savings fell out. There was also a note: I never showed you my face because I knew I was dying. I didn't want us to get close, only for you to feel the pain when I was gone. Please enjoy my last sandwich. Thank you for everything, Mystery Sandwich Woman. I turned over the note, and it was a picture of her making a sandwich for me. I finally saw her face. I unwrapped her last sandwich and cried as I took my first bite. I reminded my brother that his son stopped breathing because of him. We were having family dinner at my brother's house when my 4-year-old daughter, Kara, just stopped talking mid-sentence. Her eyes rolled back and she fell off her chair onto the floor. Her whole body went stiff and then started jerking. I dropped to my knees next to her. Someone call 911 right now. My brother Gerald ran over. Oh my God, what's happening? Kara's arms and legs were twitching and her jaw was clenched tight. She's having a seizure. I need to time it. I pulled out my phone and started the timer. Gerald knelt down. We need to stop it. Hold her down. No, don't touch her. He reached for Kara's shoulders. She's going to hurt herself. I pushed his hands away hard. You can't restrain someone during a seizure. I turned Kara onto her side so she wouldn't choke if she threw up. What are you doing? She needs to be flat. No, she needs to be in the recovery position to keep her airway clear. Gerald grabbed Kara's arm and tried to flip her onto her back. I shoved him so hard he fell backwards. Don't touch her. He got back up and pulled his wallet out. Move out of the way. He tried to force the leather wallet between Kara's teeth. I grabbed his wrist and twisted it until he dropped the wallet. Are you insane? You can't put anything in her mouth. She's going to swallow her tongue. That's a myth. Putting something in her mouth can break her teeth or block her airway. Gerald tried to reach for Kara's face again, and I had to physically tackle him away from her. Stop it. You're going to kill her. Kara's jerking was starting to slow down. Gerald pulled out his phone and started filming me. I'm documenting this. You're neglecting her, and I'm calling CPS. The seizure stopped after about 90 seconds. Kara's body went limp, and her eyes were half open but unfocused. Kara, baby, can you hear me? She didn't respond. The ambulance pulled up, and paramedics rushed in. What happened? It was her first seizure. It lasted about 90 seconds. I positioned her on her side and kept the area clear. The paramedic checked her vitals. Good job. You did everything right. Gerald stepped forward with his phone still recording. He didn't try to stop the seizure. He just let it happen. Sir, you can't stop a seizure. You protect the person and let it run its course. But I learned you put something in their mouth so they don't choke. That's outdated and dangerous information. You can cause serious injuries by doing that. They loaded Kara onto a stretcher. At the hospital, the doctor said, she's doing well. You handled the seizure perfectly. Gerald walked into the room. Thank God she's okay despite you doing absolutely nothing. I stared at him. The doctor just said I did everything perfectly. The doctor has to say that for legal reasons. He crossed his arms. Honestly, I think this is why Kara's mom left you. You can't do anything right. You should let her mom take her since you are obviously not good enough to be a single father. I finally lost it. You know what, Gerald? At least I didn't pin my daughter down until she stopped breathing. Gerald's face drained of all color. Don't you dare bring up Liam. Why not? You've spent 2 hours telling me I'm a crappy father when I saved my daughter's life. Liam died from his seizure disorder. Liam died because you held him down so hard during a seizure that you restricted his breathing and he suffocated. You tried to do to Kara exactly what killed Liam. You learned absolutely nothing from watching him die. Gerald grabbed his jacket and walked out. I haven't spoken to him since. The girls from my class screamed because a famous singer was coming to visit our high school. He was supposed to get here any minute, but when I saw our teacher, Mr. Brown, in the hallway, he looked nervous. He ran down the hallway, and I thought, how cool can this celebrity be? But when we finally walked into the gym, as soon as we got inside, they slammed the doors behind us. Police officers were waiting inside, telling us to sit down. We were all really confused, but when police dogs started searching us, I knew something was wrong. Then, our principal yelled, everyone with a gray shirt, come down immediately. They all walked down, and the cops took them outside. Now we were scared. We had to sit there for hours, not even getting to eat lunch, and people were furious. One guy tried to fight one of the cops, but they slammed him on the ground and put him in handcuffs, telling everyone to stay calm. People were crying, calling their parents saying they were scared, but they couldn't even get to us. Police were completely surrounding the building. Just tell us what's happening. The principal finally grabbed the microphone. He was sweating, and we could tell he was scared. Students, there is currently an active bomb threat in the bathrooms. Mr. Brown confirmed it. Nobody is allowed to leave. Everyone went completely silent and started freaking out. They started flooding towards the exits. Let us out, but the police were tackling them. They were fighting the cops. Parents started trying to break down the doors, and everyone was panicking. But when one guy stood up, Mr. Brown saw his gray shirt under his hoodie. There he is! They grabbed him and rushed him out, yelling at him to admit he did it. He yelled that didn't know what they were talking about. They were furious. But just as the officer was about to swing, the door burst open. A detective yelled, "Wait! Stop!" Everyone froze. She ran in holding an iPad and showed us the footage footage, and that's when we found out what happened. Turns out, Mr. Brown completely misunderstood when he overheard that student telling another boy in the hallway, "I'm so gonna blow up the bathroom later today." I put $5,000 in an envelope, then put the envelope in my mother's mailbox and waited for her to get home. She'd been struggling to pay her chemo bills, and I wanted to surprise her. When she came home, I told her to check the mailbox and watched with excitement as she opened it. But the envelope wasn't in there. She said, "There's nothing here," and I quickly panicked and replied, "Oh, I thought there was." She walked inside and I searched all around the mailbox, but the money was gone. Someone must have took it. I thought about who, and remembered the only people who knew about the $5,000 were my 3 best friends I'd texted earlier. I needed to know who it was, so I texted in our group chat, "The neighbor's kid stole the money. Police won't help. I'm putting my last $1,000 in the envelope and trying again. My mom deserves this surprise." Everyone replied with anger and showed their support. 2 nights later, I went outside and put another envelope in the mailbox, then sent it into the group chat. But then I didn't go asleep, and instead stayed awake, watching through my window. At 2 a.m., I saw someone walking up to our door. I looked closer and realized it was my best friend. He opened the mailbox and reached for the envelope. What he didn't know was that this time the envelope had a thin sheet of metal inside. This made the envelope heavy enough to press down the pressure plate underneath it, which was connected to a bear claw mounted to the roof of the mailbox. My friend took the envelope and the pressure plates released, and the bear claw slammed shut on his hand. He instantly screamed in pain, and I walked outside and smiled at him while he was on the brink of passing out from loss of blood. I called the police, and because he was the one who tried to steal the money, he was arrested. Police found the $5,000 under his mattress, and this time, I put it in the envelope and my mom got the surprise for real. I woke up at a sleepover and realized I had 2 hours to save my entire reputation before anyone else woke up. I reached down and touched the fabric and realized I had wet the bed. I lay there completely still, listening to 4 other guys breathing around me in the dark. It was 5 a.m. If anyone woke up before I fixed this, I would have to switch schools. My backpack was next to the couch. I got to it on my hands and knees, moving so slow my arms started shaking, and unzipped it 1 inch at a time. I pulled out my backup pajamas, and then Brandon sat straight up, not rolled over, sat up. I froze with the backpack pressed to my chest. He swung his legs off the couch, stood up, and walked right past me. His foot landed maybe 4 inches from my hand. I didn't breathe. He kept walking, opened the bathroom door, and I heard him pee for what felt like a year. I finally heard his footsteps coming back. I stared at the carpet and prayed he wouldn't look down. He didn't. He flopped back onto the couch, and within 30 seconds he was snoring again. I sat there shaking for a full minute before I could move. I tiptoed to the bathroom, changed into my backup pajamas, and stuffed the wet clothes into a plastic grocery bag from under the sink. Back in the living room, I grabbed the sleeping bag from the bottom and started dragging it toward the hallway. It made a soft shushing sound across the carpet, and I stopped every 2 seconds, certain someone had heard. Halfway across the room, Josh's phone lit up right next to his head, making his whole face blue. I froze again. He muttered something, rolled over, and the screen went dark. I waited a full minute before I moved another inch. I got the sleeping bag into the laundry room, stuffed it into the machine with the grocery bag of wet clothes, and turned the dial as slow as I could. The click sounded like a door slamming. I turned it 1 more notch and the machine started filling with water, and I exhaled for what felt like the first time in an hour. Then the hallway light came on. Josh's mom was standing at the other end of the hall in a robe, arms crossed, looking right at me. I opened my mouth. I spilled milk on my sleeping bag and didn't want it to sit overnight and smell. She didn't say anything for a long second. She just looked at me. Then she walked past me into the laundry room, opened the cabinet above the machine, pulled down a bottle of detergent I hadn't seen, and set it on top of the dryer. "Use this one," she said. "It works better on accidents." Then she pointed at a closet behind me and said there was an extra blanket in there, turned off the light, and went back to her room. I poured the detergent in. I got the blanket, went back to the living room, and laid down. Brandon was on his back snoring. Josh hadn't moved. Only one person knew, and she wasn't going to say a word. My best friend and I both lunged for the last bag of Doritos at the same time. Neither of us let go. He yanked it toward him, and I yanked it right back so hard the bag almost tore. It was the last bag of nacho cheese left in the house, and we'd been eyeing it all afternoon. I slammed the bag down on the kitchen table and pointed at the living room. "I challenge you to a best of 3. Loser doesn't even get to smell them." We walked over and prepared. Round 1 was water bottle flip. He flipped his bottle, stuck 4 landings in a row, and his 5th skidded off the coffee table. I grabbed mine and stuck the first flip, then watched my second bounce off the lamp. He pumped his fist in my face. 1-0, baby. Round 2 was dice. He cupped them, rattled them, and rolled a 3. He slumped back into the couch. I scooped the dice up, blew on them, and rolled a 6. 1-1, tiebreaker. He grabbed the dice and chucked them across the room. "Screw it, let's settle this with rock, paper, scissors. 1 throw, winner takes the bag." We stood across the coffee table and pumped our fists 3 times. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. He threw scissors and I threw rock. The whole room went silent. silent for half a second before I started screaming. "In your face, loser. 12 years of friendship and you still lost to rock." I shoved past him and we both marched into the kitchen for my prize. I grabbed the bag off the table and it was light. Crunch behind us. We turned around and my little brother was standing right there, the last nacho cheese halfway to his mouth. He popped it in, gave us a thumbs up, and grinned. These were really good. We spent 20 minutes earning a bag he ate in 5. My son finally beat the old man at a one-on-one basketball game, and he'll never forget the lesson he learned. My son walked onto the court in fresh Jordans, spinning his Wilson ball on one finger. The old man was already there shooting alone, and my son tossed him the ball. Game to 7. The old man caught it and tossed it back with a grin. "You first, kid." My son drove straight at the rim and screamed "Bam!" on the layup. The old man met him at the rim and swatted it down. He grabbed it and walked back to the top of the key. Your generation runs around screaming "Bam" just because Bam Adebayo dropped 83. Back in my day, we yelled Kobe. We weren't scared of nothing. We'd eat elbows and shoot through it. That's what Kobe means. It's having that killer mentality. He spun on my son, faded back and screamed, "Kobe!" Swish, crossover pull-up, drive and finish through the bump, step back jumper. My son screamed "Bam" on every shot he took and missed every one. By the time the old man scored his 6th straight basket, my son was 1 point from losing and hadn't scored once. The old man drove the lane one more time to put the game away. This time my son stood his ground. The old man's shoulder slammed into his chest and the shot clanged off the rim. My son hit the ground hard and stayed down for a second. The old man stood over him. "Get up." Kobe didn't get scared of contact. "Get up." My son got up without saying a word. He picked up the loose ball, drove straight at the old man this time, took the bump and finished through it. His first point. He did it again on the next possession. And again. Every time the old man got the ball, he pulled up short of the contact and missed. He couldn't take the hits he'd been giving. My son scored 6 straight, just like the old man had. They were tied at 6 with the next basket winning, and my son had the ball. He drove from the wing, took a forearm from the old man on purpose, hit the floor, got up, dribbled to the elbow, and faded back. The ball was halfway through the air when he yelled it for the first time. "Kobe!" Swish. The old man stood there for a long second, then nodded at my son once. Mamba mentality, kid. My son walked off that court taller than I'd ever seen him. He never screamed "Bam" again. My bully's fist caught me right in the jaw, and I hit the floor. From across the alley, a shaky voice called out, "Kid, you're dropping your hands when you flinch." Brett spit on the ground next to me and walked off laughing with his friends. I pushed myself up and saw an old man sitting on a milk crate at the back of the alley. When someone throws a punch, you gotta keep your hands up and be ready to swing back. Nobody had ever talked about Brett like he was something I could fix. I walked over to him. "He's been beating on me since 7th grade. He's too strong. I don't think it's ever gonna stop." The old man nodded once. "I can make it stop. Come back tomorrow." Next to him was a shopping cart, and a faded boxing belt was sticking out the top. This guy was the real deal. Summer had just started, and I had nothing to lose, so I showed up the next morning at 6. He had me throw my first punch and grabbed my wrist before it landed. "Hands up. You drop them. You die." After that, I came back every single day. He'd made punching bags out of garbage bags filled with sand and tied them to the chain link fence. He had me run laps around the empty lot until I threw up in the bushes, then sent me back out for more. A month in, he started throwing punches back at me, and I learned to duck and block them instead of taking them in the face. I started waking up before my alarm just to get to the alley. By August, he was holding up his own slippers and telling me to hit them as hard as I could, and the cracks were so loud people walking by flinched. The day before school started, he wiped his forehead and nodded. "You're ready, kid." First day back, Brett walked past me in the hallway and slapped the books out of my hands. The whole hall stopped to watch. I wasn't gonna fight him over a stack of books, so I picked them up and kept walking. But a girl from my biology class stepped between us and called Brett pathetic. He spun on her, raised his fist, and pulled back to swing. I heard the old man in my head, "Hands up." My hand shot up before I told it to and caught Brett's fist in my palm. His eyes went huge. He swung again with his other hand, and I ducked under it. I buried my fist in his gut, and as he folded over, I threw the overhand right the old man had drilled into me 100 times. Brett hit the lockers and slid all the way down to the floor. The whole hallway went silent. The girl just stared at me with her mouth open. "Where'd you learn that?" I looked down at my hands, still up. An old man taught me some tricks. My back hit the canvas in round 1 of my first pro fight, and from the corner I heard the old man yell, "Get up!" I dragged myself to my knees as the old man banged on the canvas with both fists. "You got expelled for dropping that school bully. If you hadn't dropped your hands, you wouldn't have gotten knocked down. Now get up." I spit blood and looked across the ring. The kid was twice my weight and 4 years older, rolling his shoulders waiting for me to stand. I forced myself up, and he caught me again before the bell saved me. I lost the fight in front of 50 people. That night I walked back to the alley with a black eye. The old man man was waiting on his crate. I dropped down next to him. I quit. I'm done. He didn't look up. Now you know what it feels like. You let me sign that fight knowing I'd lose. Every fighter loses, kid. The good ones get up. The great ones never stop getting up. I stared at the ground. Then I got up and asked him when training started in the morning. I trained twice as hard. I ran road work at 4 a.m. with my breath fogging out in the cold. I sparred at 6 with anyone who'd take a round with me. I hit the heavy bag until my knuckles bled through the wraps and the sun went down. A year later, I won my first fight by knockout, then 10 more after that. The old man held the slippers up for me every morning until he couldn't. After that, he sat on his crate and watched me hit the bags. His cough got worse every month. Then one morning, I showed up to the alley and his cart was there, but he wasn't. I found him in the back of the gas station, on the floor where my bully had once laid me out. He was gone. I sat down next to him on the floor and didn't move until the sun came up. I'm gonna come back a champion. I trained alone for a year. They called my name for a title shot. Round 1, I caught him with a jab, and he came back with one that swelled my eye shut. Round 4, I caught him with a hook, but he came back with a body shot that cracked something. Round 8, a cut had opened over my eye, and the ref kept looking at the doctor. I had the champ on the ropes anyway. Round 11, the champ caught me with a left hook, and my back hit the canvas. I heard the old man in my head, "Get up." I got up. He came at me with a hook, and I slipped under it. I buried my fist in his gut, and as he folded over, I threw the overhand. Right the old man had drilled into me 100 times. They put the belt around my waist, and I held it up to the lights to show the old man who was watching me from heaven. Then I grabbed the mic. The only reason I'm here is because an old man taught me how to get up. I heard a kid hit the pavement right outside my gym, walked out, and found 3 older boys laughing over him. The kid was curled up holding his ribs as I crossed the parking lot. The biggest one turned and the color drained out of his face. "Yo, that's the champ." He grabbed his friends. "We're out." They took off. I helped the kid to his feet. "You okay?" He nodded but kept his eyes down. I patted him on the back. "You gotta keep your hands up." He looked up at me. "Can you teach me?" I thought about the old man and how he'd taught me when I got bullied. I tipped my head toward the door. "Come inside." He showed up the next morning before we opened, and he came back every afternoon for 2 weeks. He flinched the first time I threw a punch at him. I used to do the same thing. I taught him to plant his feet, throw a jab, keep his guard up. He stopped flinching, and his jab started snapping back to his face. One afternoon, he was leaving the gym when the same 3 boys jumped him in the parking lot. I started toward the door, but he caught the first punch and threw a jab back that connected. The biggest one swung wide. He slipped under it and dropped him with a body shot. The other 2 backed up and ran. He came back inside, breathing hard, knuckles bleeding. "I want to be a world champ, just like you." I shook my head and smiled. "Then you got a lot of work to do, kid." His eyes drifted past me. He pointed at the back wall. 2 belts hung side by side, my championship belt and an old faded one next to it. "Whose is that one?" he asked. I lowered my mitts and looked at the faded belt for a long moment. "Belonged to an old man I once knew." The kid kept staring. I swung the mitt and caught him on the side of the face. He hit the mat. "Hands up, kid. You drop them, you die." He looked up at me. I tapped the mitt against my palm. "Get up." He pushed himself off the mat and raised his guard. My teacher screamed at the disabled kid because he was humming in class. Bobby's hands flew over his ears and he rocked with tears streaming. She loomed over his desk, finger in his face. "Hum one more time and I will end your year." Bobby curled in tighter. I'd watched her break him for 9 months. Today I was standing up for him. I started humming and Mrs. Howard's head snapped up. "Who is making that noise? Whoever is doing it has detention." I tapped my pencil to add a melody and the class laughed. She marched over and got in my face. "Stand up." I stood up and hummed straight into her face. Her face went red and she slammed my desk. "Stop. Stop right now." I tapped my pencil louder and the class howled. She grabbed my pencil and snapped it in half. I just kept humming. Phones came out from under desks one by one. A kid up front finally said it. "Ma'am, you do that to Bobby every day." Mrs. Howard pointed at Bobby with wild eyes. "He hums because there's something wrong with him." "There's nothing wrong with you. You will not make fun of me in my classroom." Bobby's hands slid down from his ears. He pushed back from his desk and stood up. For the first time all year, he looked her right in the eye. "There's nothing wrong with me. You pick on me for no reason." The whole room went silent. Mrs. Howard opened her mouth but nothing came out. She snatched her phone off the desk with shaking hands. "Get security to room 12. 2 guards walked in and led me out by my shoulders. Bobby was still standing as I passed him. I sat on the bench outside the principal's office while half the school emailed him the video. His door slammed open. He stormed past me down the hall and came back with Mrs. Howard trailing behind him, her face drained. He didn't even even glance at me. "You, out!" I stood up and started walking. I made it 10 feet before I heard him through the door. "You are done. Pack your things. I never want you in this building again." I had to bite my smile down. Next period, we had a substitute when a kid yelled, "Look outside." We all rushed to the window. Mrs. Howard was crossing the lot carrying a cardboard box of binders and a sad little plant. She made it 10 steps before her heel caught a rock. The box flew straight up. It came down right on top of her head. Bobby was already humming. He started clapping along, grinning like I'd never seen. She deserves that. A police officer pulled up next to me while I was on a walk in my brand new gated neighborhood. He asked me if I lived here, and when I said yes and pointed to the house across the street, he stepped out of his car. I sighed, because after 30 years in the force, I knew how these things worked. The officer asked, "How can someone like you afford a house like that?" I told him I worked for it, but he clearly didn't like my answer, as he asked me to raise my hands to pat me down. I did it, but when the officer found nothing, he demanded to see my ID. I said, "I don't need to show my ID for walking down the street. I know the law," but he pointed at his handcuffs and asked if I wanted to get arrested. I decided not to push and simply gave him my wallet. He went through it and pulled out my retired detective badge. His face lit up as he put it in his pocket. Impersonating a detective is a crime. I told him, "That's mine, I'm retired," and reached out my hand to take it back, but he instantly grabbed my arm and pulled out his radio, requesting backup immediately. Aggressive black male assaulting an officer. He slammed me against the hood of his cruiser, and I felt something in my jaw crack. He put cuffs on me, and I laid there in disbelief this was actually happening. Another police car pulled up, and I saw someone step out. The officer laughed. "You'll want to see this, Sarge. Got one of these pretending to be a detective. Can you believe that?" The sergeant walked over, and immediately his face shifted. "Detective Briggs?" he blurted out. "What the hell?" The officer's face went pale. He showed the sergeant my fake badge, but the sergeant got in his face. "That badge is real. This man was my superior for 10 years. Uncuff him now." The officer's legs trembled as he uncuffed me, and the sergeant shook my hand and apologized. He turned to the officer. "Badge, gun, now." The officer gave over his belongings, and the sergeant placed them in my hand. "You can do whatever you want with these. He won't be needing them anymore." I took his badge just like he took mine. The difference was, he wasn't getting his back. I walked back into school for the first time in a year, and Shane was already waiting at my locker. His 2 minions stood on either side of him as Shane grinned. "Look who came back. A whole year in China, and you're still toddler size. What did your grandparents teach you over there? How to fold dumplings? My grandfather taught me one thing. Anger is fire. You can let it burn you, or you can forge steel with it." The bell rang for first period gym. Coach paired us up for wrestling, and Shane volunteered before I could open my mouth. He flashed a thumbs up. One of his minions grabbed an ice bucket from the bleachers and set it at the edge of the mat. Shane stretched his arms. "I've been saving up a whole year for this." He drove an elbow into my ribs. "Oops." Coach stepped away to help another student. Shane nodded, and the bucket dumped over my head. Water poured down my clothes and pooled across the mat onto the gym floor. "You looked thirsty." The other minion pulled out his phone and started recording. Shane got in my face, but I didn't move. His eyes scanned the gym and landed on my best friend Jace. He walked over and grabbed Jace by the shirt collar. "Your little boyfriend thinks he's tough now." Jace's feet kicked off the floor. I crossed the gym, twisted Shane's wrist until his fingers opened, and stepped left when his fist swung at my face. His punch cut through air and spun him into nothing. Shane caught his balance and shouted at his minions, "Get this little freak." The first minion charged. His shoe hit the puddle and his legs flew out from under him. The other rushed me from behind. I stepped aside and he tripped over the first one. His phone went flying. Shane screamed and threw wild punches. Every swing spun him further off balance until he tripped and dropped to one knee in front of me. 3 of them on the floor. I hadn't thrown a single punch. Jace stared at me. "What did they teach you over there?" I let out a loud sneeze, and Mr. Hampton shot out of his chair screaming, "How dare you scream a racial slur in my classroom?" I froze, telling him I sneezed, but he grabbed the classroom phone and told the front office a white student was screaming slurs for fun. "I'm going to make sure you get in trouble for this," he told me. 2 minutes later, the assistant principal was in the doorway, and he walked me to the principal's office. Hampton followed behind us, shouting that I clearly thought he was an idiot, but he knew the difference between a bodily function and hate speech. They called my mom, and when she walked in, she whispered, "Please tell me you didn't say a slur." That hurt more than anything Hampton had said all day. Then the principal said my options were expulsion or a public apology read in front of the entire school. Hampton got right in my face and asked if I understood the pain behind that word. He was shaking with rage as he told my mom she failed me. The assistant principal even said they were considering whether this qualified as a hate crime. My mom looked at me with tears streaming down her face, asking how I could do this. I finally had enough and asked them to play the security footage from the classroom. Hampton scoffed and told the principal to play it, saying this was only going to prove his point. The principal pulled up the footage, which showed me hunched over my homework, my face scrunching up, and a loud achoo ripping through the speakers. "Play it again," Hampton said, leaning into the laptop. The principal turned the volume all the way up and played it again. My mom mom turned to Hampton with her eyebrows raised. "That's a sneeze." The principal looked uncomfortable and asked Hampton if he remembered to put his hearing aids on. Hampton's hand flew to his ear and his face went pale. "They're in my desk drawer." I rolled my eyes, grabbed my backpack and walked to the door. Right before I left, I turned back to Mr. Hampton and sneezed loudly, making him jump. I opened the garage to reveal my daughter's birthday present, a vintage car with a bow on it, and she looked at it with disgust. "Ew, what the freak is that? All my friends have new Teslas. You could have at least gotten me a second-hand Lambo. I don't want this junk." I crossed my arms. "If you don't want it, you're not getting anything else. I don't care. I'll take the school bus over that. At least the bus has my hallway crush on it." I felt extremely disappointed in myself for raising such a spoiled daughter. That car took me a year of weekends and late nights to build with my bare hands, and her ass couldn't even say thank you. I knew I had to do something that would teach her how to be grateful for things the hard way. I grabbed the keys, got in, and drove off. I drove to a mechanic shop to sell the parts. When I pulled in, a girl my daughter's age was sitting on the curb, bawling her eyes out with Kleenex. I thought she was just another spoiled girl. But inside, I heard her mom was inside talking to the mechanic. He said, "I can fix your family car, but it's going to cost you $5,000. The mom cried in her palms. "We can't afford that." She walked outside and knelt down next to her daughter. "I'm sorry, baby. We can't afford to fix it. We'll figure out the bus for now." I realized that this girl was probably even more grateful than my daughter. I looked at the keys in my hand and knew that this was the perfect opportunity to teach my daughter gratitude. "Excuse me, baby girl, but I have a car that nobody wants. It's yours if you need it." The mom shook her head. "I appreciate it, sir, but we'll be okay." I knew she was just lying to be nice. She took her daughter's hand and started walking toward the road. But the girl looked back and saw the car for the first time. She froze. She let go of her mom's hand and walked toward it. "Mom, this is a '69 Mustang." Her voice cracked. "The '69 is my dream." I looked at them. "I'll sell it if you don't want it, but if you do, the car's yours." The mom wiped her eyes and nodded. I gave her daughter the keys. "Follow me to my house. I need to get the title." They followed me home. My daughter heard the cars pull up and came outside. The girl ran up to her. "Your dad is the GOAT. He told me he built this car himself. This is my dream car. Did he build you a car too?" I smirked because I knew my plan was working. My daughter's face went red. She looked like she wanted to explode. "No, she's not into this stuff. She prefers Teslas." The girl looked at her like she was judging her. Okay, lol. An ice cream van pulled up to our neighborhood and gave ice cream to every kid. But when my son walked up, the man laughed and said, "No ice cream for black kids." He drove off, and my son came into the house crying and asked me if something was wrong with his skin. I hugged him and said, "That man is the problem, not you. And when he comes back, I'll prove it." My son smiled, and next week the ice cream van again rolled into the neighborhood. After everyone got their ice cream, my son stepped up and gave the man $1, but he threw the dollar back at him and rolled his eyes. "I told you, no ice cream for black kids." But while that was happening, I snuck behind his ice cream van and used my job as a clamper to lock a yellow clamp onto his back wheel. He could no longer move. That's when my son pulled out his phone and took a picture of the man and his van and sent it to his class group chat saying, "This man won't sell me ice cream because I'm black." The man noticed the phone and panicked and instantly jumped into the driver's seat to take off. But when he pressed the accelerator, nothing happened. His face shifted in confusion as he tried and tried again, but he just couldn't move. That's when he noticed he had been clamped and saw me smirking at him with my clamping equipment. He got out of his van, red in the face, and stormed over to me and demanded I remove the clamp. But then the kids from my son's group chat came running down the street. They were carrying eggs, pies, and spray paint. They yelled, "So you're being racist to our friend?" Before he could even react, they started throwing eggs at his van and spray painting "racist" on the side. The man's face fell and he ran over to stop them, but then my son's best friend threw a pie in his face and knocked him down. While he was on the ground, my son ran into his van and took all of his ice cream. He split it with all his friends and they ran off. The man got up and got back in the van with his pie-covered face. But when he turned the key, he punched his steering wheel in anger as he realized he was still clamped. His car alarm started blaring, and now the whole neighborhood was coming out to see what the noise was. I lost the game of beer pong and got dared to prank the girl I liked in the most extreme way I could. This was back in 2016 when those killer clown videos were going around, and my friends decided this was the perfect method. We got the scariest looking clown costume, then completed it with a plastic machete that looked totally real. I threw on the Pennywise mask and headed out. Samantha was alone at the bus stop, and I started mentally preparing to forever traumatize the girl I liked. But then suddenly, a man I'd never seen walked up to her. He sat beside her, and when she moved away, he moved with her. Soon, he was grabbing her hand, and I could tell the situation wasn't good. I looked in his back pocket and saw a knife, and knew I had to act. I emerged from the bushes and walked over in my killer clown costume, dragging the tip of my fake machete along the ground. The man saw me first, and his eyes went wide. He instantly removed his hands from her thighs and stood up and ran away. Samantha exhaled in relief, but when she turned around, she screamed in fear. I thought about continuing the prank, but decided enough was enough and took off my mask. When she saw it was me, her jaw dropped. I told her I was going to prank her, and what happened was just a happy accident. So she took my fake sword and smacked my head with it. I sat with her until her bus came. Me and my brother Jack were 16 when we watched a kidnapping documentary and decided we needed a way to protect ourselves. We secretly drilled a hole in the hallway wall behind Dad's painting and hid a loaded gun in there. We also made up secret code words to signal if we were ever in danger. Then one day, while walking by Jack's bedroom, he stuck his head out and said, "Hey, can you go help Dad with the scrambled eggs?" He closed the door, and I froze because that was code for, "There's someone in my room and I'm in danger." My legs were shaking, but I calmly walked downstairs and lifted the painting off the wall. I reached in and grabbed the gun, and that's when Dad rounded the corner. His face went red, and he loudly said, "What the hell are you doing? Why do you have a gun?" I freaked out and instantly pressed my finger to my lips, whispering, "There's an intruder holding Jack hostage upstairs." But my dad yelled back, "An intruder upstairs? Don't be crazy, I would have heard something. Put that gun down right now." My heart jumped in fear, because I was sure the intruder heard my dad say that, and now knew I had a gun. Then suddenly Jack shouted from upstairs, "I'm just going to have a bath. I'll be done in an hour." I almost dropped to the floor, because that was our word for "I'm being kidnapped." Dad shouted back, "Okay Jack, I'll see you soon." And I gripped my gun tighter and frantically whispered, "Please Dad, just trust me. I'll explain everything later." I started walking upstairs quietly, my fingers shaking around the trigger, but Dad suddenly pulled me back. "Okay, that's it. I'm checking this out for myself." He began marching up and yelled, "Jack, your brother is acting very strange." I looked around panicked and knew I had to do something. The intruder had definitely heard everything, so being stealthy was no longer an option. I grit my teeth and sprinted up with my gun as fast as I could. I shoved Dad out of the way and flung open Jack's bedroom door. A man in a ski mask was climbing out the window holding Jack with one arm. He was almost out. Dad saw it too and ran toward Jack, but he didn't have enough time. I raised my gun and aimed just as the man stepped on the windowsill, then exhaled and pressed the trigger. The bullet flew from the barrel and hit his knee, and he collapsed to the floor, screaming in pain and dangling halfway out the window. I sighed in relief as Jack landed on the floor and ran towards me. I dropped the gun and we hugged, holding each other super tight. My dad looked at us while trembling and asked with a shaky voice, "How did you know?" I replied, "We have our code words." I watched my roommate get strapped to a giant wheel for Hell Week. I looked around the lawn. Pledges were puking into buckets, drinking out of red cups, and crawling through the dirt. The Kappa letters were lit up over the front porch, and frat guys were screaming over each other at every station. I walked up to the wheel and grabbed my roommate's arm. "Pledging is stupid. I drove here to take you home." He looked at me like he didn't recognize me. He shook his arm free and looked past me at the pledge master. "Spin me." They cranked the handle until his head was a blur. They cut him loose and he stumbled 4 steps and threw up into a bucket. He wiped his mouth on his sleeve and grinned at me. "I'm getting in." The pledge master walked him to the next station. They handed him a 5th of vodka and a tray of hot dogs and told him to finish both before he could move on. He drank until his eyes watered and chewed until he couldn't close his mouth. He looked at me with mustard on his chin. Almost there. 2 of them backed a pickup truck onto the lawn and tied a rope from the bumper to his belt. The pledge master told him he had to keep up at a jog or get dragged. He kept up for 30 yards. Then he didn't. The whole lawn cheered as he was dragged across the grass on his stomach. They cut him loose and he stood up with grass stains on his teeth. One more. They walked him to the obstacle course at the edge of the lawn. The first section was a long bed of dog bones laid across the grass. They told him he had to walk across it barefoot. He took his shoes off and went across without stopping. The next section was a bed of Legos. He stepped onto the first one and made a sound I've never heard a person make. He kept walking. He came out the other side, leaving red footprints in the grass, and laughed at the sky. The pledge master pointed at the last station, a row of stones laid out across the fire pit, flames already coming up between them. He told my roommate that was the final challenge. Walk across barefoot, and he was in. My roommate took 1 step toward it, then another. I crossed the lawn at a sprint. I grabbed his arm before his foot left the ground, and I yanked him backward into the grass. He went down and stayed down. He looked up at me with eyes I didn't recognize. "Bro, I'm almost in." The pledge master walked over. "He's got 1 stage left. Let him finish." I didn't look at the pledge master. I picked my roommate up under both arms, and I walked him off the lawn the way you walk a drunk friend out of a bar. He didn't fight me. By the time we reached the sidewalk, his legs were giving out, and he was leaning his whole weight on me. He looked at the house over his shoulder. Did I get in? I didn't answer. I was swimming in a lake when I caught a rotting smell pooling around me. It was so strong it made me gag, so I decided to just get out. But while swimming towards shore, I felt something brush against my leg. I figured it was just weeds and kept going. But then 5 human-like fingers wrapped around my ankle and squeezed hard. I went pale and kicked as hard as I could. The fingers kept holding on and dragged my whole body under. I kept thrashing and thankfully freed my leg. I came up choking and swam to shore faster than ever. I called police, who sounded skeptical but still sent divers. I was at home wondering if I was just crazy when I got a call telling me to come to the station. The officer told me they found out what grabbed me. Directly below where I was swimming, the divers found a car. Inside, it was a dead woman still buckled into the driver's seat. She'd been down there for 3 weeks. I shook my head and told the cop there was no way it was her. Whatever grabbed me had wrapped its fingers and squeezed, and dead people can't do that. The cop shook his head and said that's what makes this so disturbing. When the divers found her, her window was down and her arm was floating out of it, drifting upward in the water. An underwater current had formed beside her as I was swimming, and the pressure of the moving water closed her fingers around my ankle. Apparently, the current was also getting stronger, and had I not felt her fingers and decided to swim away, I would have been pulled under for good. I walked to the casket at my grandmother's funeral and immediately realized the woman in the casket wasn't Grandma. But when I told my aunt who'd organized the funeral, she said, "Yes, it is. Look again." So I did, and saw that her nose, her jaw, and her eyebrows were completely different. This couldn't be Grandma. I found the funeral director and told him the wrong body was in the casket. But when he checked his clipboard, he told me it was the right body, and that denial was common during grief. I felt like I was going crazy, so the next time I walked by the casket, I pulled out my phone to compare pictures of Grandma with the woman in front of me. It was completely different. I showed my aunt the pictures, but she took one look and said, "Close enough, sit down." I couldn't believe it and ran back to the funeral director, and when he saw the photo, his face immediately changed. He said, "Wait here while I make some calls." He came back 5 minutes later and told me to go get my aunt, because she'd organized the funeral and needed to hear this. I called her over, and the director told us that the body in the casket wasn't Grandma. Grandma had actually been cremated 3 days ago, and the body we're seeing belonged to a woman in the same nursing home. I was shocked and turned to my aunt. "Why did you do this?" My aunt immediately said she had no idea, but the funeral director cut her off, and from his clipboard pulled out a cremation certificate dated 3 days ago and signed by my aunt. I realized my aunt had known all along, and when I again asked her why, she finally broke. She admitted she just wanted the aesthetic of an open casket funeral. I was appalled and sprinted to the podium and immediately announced what happened. Everyone was shocked and stared at my aunt in disgust, whispering between themselves. Suddenly, the front doors of the church opened and a family in all black walked in. "We were told our mother's body is here." My aunt had to walk over to them and explain that she stole their grandmother's body for aesthetic purposes. My dad handed me a stack of blank postcards on my 8th birthday with one rule. "Every time you get mad about something, write it down on one of these and drop it in the mailbox. I'll handle the rest." I asked where they were going, and he just smiled. "You'll see." That summer, I wrote 14 of them. Tommy didn't invite me to his pool party. Mom made me eat broccoli, and Coach made me sit out for being late. I stamped each one, dropped them in the mailbox, and felt better every time. By middle school, I was writing 2 a week. Ashley laughed at my haircut. I got a C on a science project I worked hard on, and my best friend started hanging out with the kid who used to push me into lockers. When I asked again where they were going, he didn't even look up from his paper. Don't worry about it. By high school, I'd written hundreds. I'd write one, drop it in the mailbox, and forget about it by dinner. On my 18th birthday, my dad slid a cardboard box across the kitchen table. Inside was every postcard I'd ever written, stamped and mailed back to me. I started reading them. Uncle Greg made me sit at the kids' table at Thanksgiving. Mr. Henley gave me detention for chewing gum. Becca didn't text me back for 3 days. I couldn't even remember writing most of them. I shook my head. "Dad, I don't know who half these people are anymore." He nodded once. "Most of what hurts today won't hurt tomorrow, son. Save your stamps for what lasts." I put my hand on my holster and scanned the crowd, looking for threats while the mayor spoke into the microphone. I was his bodyguard, and I just caught a figure in a dark blue hoodie and shorts at the edge of the crowd. My eyes narrowed as I noticed the pistol-shaped outline in their pocket, and I instantly radioed the other guards as I realized what this meant. But the figure saw me and immediately disappeared into the crowd. My focus dropped down to the front row, where my wife was smiling at me. But I frowned because next to her, my daughter's seat was empty. She'd screamed she hated my job and hated the mayor this morning, slamming the door in my face before I left. And I thought about how awful it would be if something happened today, and that was our last interaction. Suddenly, my radio crackled again. "We can't find the figure with the hoodie in the crowd." I felt extremely uneasy and decided it was too dangerous. I walked across the stage and leaned into the mayor's ear while he was speaking. "We've identified a perceived threat. You need to leave for your safety immediately." I could see his skin go white in fear, and he immediately nodded. The crowd gasped. "What's happening?" But I said nothing and began escorting the mayor off stage. I looked at my wife and nodded, but then while scanning scanning the crowd one last time, my eyes caught movement. The same hooded figure was pushing through the crowd with the kind of urgency that only meant one thing. I tried to stay calm, but then I caught a glint of metal in their pocket. The other guards were too far away to tackle them, and they pulled out a gun and raised it at the mayor. My brain went on autopilot as I dived in front of the mayor. Time slowed down, and while in the air, I looked at my wife. I thought about how she was going to have to see her husband die in front of her. I thought about my daughter and how the last thing we did was slam a door in each other's faces. I heard the sound of the bullet flying and suddenly felt the impact. The shot hit my knee. I fell hard, bleeding from my leg and groaning in pain, but the mayor was okay. Other guards swarmed him, and I saw my wife crying and screaming, trying to get to me while security held her back. But then I looked past the crowd and saw the shooter running away, and my body froze in shock and tears began rolling down my cheeks. The shooter had a scar on their calf, the same scar my daughter has. My daughter was the shooter. She would rather shoot her father than let him do his job. My son's principal called. "We found something in your son's backpack. You need to come in immediately." I immediately ran to my car and drove to the school at 100 miles per hour while my heart pounded with adrenaline. When I got there, my son was staring at the floor looking extremely guilty, and I was already assuming the worst. "What's wrong? Did someone get hurt?" The principal pointed at a stack of papers across the desk. "We found these in your son's backpack during a locker check." I looked down and started going through it. College applications, SAT prep notes. I laughed because it seemed like a joke. Is that all this is about? These aren't even my son's. He's 12 years old. That's what we thought. But a teacher confirmed the handwriting is his. We believe he's committing academic fraud, meaning we think he's getting paid doing someone else's homework for them. I looked at my son confused. "Why do you have college applications in your backpack?" He didn't look up. "They're Jada's. Your older sister Jada. Why do you have her college applications?" I could tell my questions were making him nervous. "Because I wrote them for her. I write everything for her. Every homework assignment, every essay, for 2 years straight." My jaw dropped with a mixture of fear and shock. "My 12-year-old son does my 18-year-old daughter's work." "Son, why didn't you tell me?" "She told me if I told anyone she'd ruin my life, so I did every assignment she gave me." The principal picked up his phone. "I'm calling her down right now. This is unacceptable." My son jumped out of his chair. "No, please don't call her down." When the principal called her down anyway, he started wrestling him. "Stop!" And when it took almost all my strength to peel him off. Never seen him this emotional. "Son, what is going on? I've never seen you act like this before." His lip quivered with fear, and before he could say anything, the door slammed open. Jada walked in and crossed her arms. "Why was I pulled out of class?" The principal pointed at the papers. "Your brother told us everything." She looked at her brother and sighed like this was an inconvenience. "I knew you would tell on me, but whatever. I don't care if it was wrong. He got me accepted to Harvard." I felt extremely disappointed in my daughter, and when I turned to see my son's reaction to all of this, I expected him to be sad. Instead, he was laughing. Jada looked worried. "What's so funny?" I said. "Yeah, why are you laughing?" He kept laughing. "You didn't get accepted to Harvard." I did. The room went silent. I wrote the truth in the application essay. I told them that me, a 12-year-old, wrote every single word of it. I told them I've been doing AP classes for 2 years. I put my phone number on the application. I didn't put your name anywhere. Jada's face got red. He looked at me. "They called yesterday. Harvard accepted me." My daughter thought she was finessing him, but he was finessing her the whole time. My phone buzzed, and I saw a bank notification that my wife just took out $3,000. I immediately felt my fists clench and saw her getting ready to take our kids to school. "Why did you do that? You can't keep spending all our money on clothes." But she didn't say anything, just walked out. I knew something weird was going on, but a few minutes later, another notification. iPhone tracking deactivated. Oh no, I knew something was definitely wrong. Why would she turn her location off? But just before I could call her, someone knocked at the door. I opened it, and 2 cops had their hats off. "Sir, is your wife named Maria?" "Yeah, why? Did something happen?" He looked like he was about to cry. "Sir, there was an accident. Your wife's van had collided with a semi-truck. It exploded. There were 3 victims." My heart was racing. I knew he had to be lying. "No, she was just here. Stop." I grabbed my phone to call her, but saw another notification. Receipts for plane tickets. That's what she spent the money on. She was trying to surprise me, and I got mad at her. He grabbed my shoulder. "Sir, we have to go identify the bodies. You have to come with us right now." "No, you're lying. Let me call her." I pressed call, but it didn't even start ringing. It just went straight to voicemail. "No, please answer. Please tell me this is a joke." "Sir, her phone was in the crash. It's unlikely it still works." I stared at the notification from earlier. Location disabled. I realized why that popped up. I started crying and fell onto the ground. The last thing I did was yell at her. I just wanted to say sorry, but they helped me up. "We have to go." But just as we opened the door, my phone started ringing. Unknown number. I was about to press decline, but the officer stopped me. "Sir, you should answer that just in case. You don't know who it could be." I was in no mood to talk, but I wiped my tears away. I pressed answer, but as soon as I did, I heard her voice. "Hey, I left my phone in the van. I think someone stole it. Can you come pick us up?" I couldn't breathe. I said, "Honey, are you okay?" okay? Yeah? Why are you crying, you baby? I immediately burst out in tears, telling her I was so sorry for yelling at her earlier. She had no idea what just happened. My family was putting my dog down on Monday, so I took him somewhere he could be free. Duke had been in a cage in our laundry room since I was 8. He barked all day because nobody let him out. Mom said the barking was the problem, but I knew the cage was. Friday after dinner, my dad called the vet. That dog goes Monday. My mom didn't even look up from her plate. I wasn't going to let that happen, so I thought of Grandpa. He lived 3 hours away on a farm. The one time he visited, he slipped Duke bacon under the table and said, "This dog needs a yard." If anyone could give Duke what he needed, it was him. So that Saturday night, I waited for my parents to fall asleep. At 2 in the morning, I crept past their bedroom into the laundry room. I lifted the latch on the cage, and Duke didn't make a sound, like he knew. I clipped on his leash, and we walked 2 miles to the train station in the dark. The clerk behind the glass asked where my parents were. I pointed at the bathroom and told him my dad sent me to buy the ticket while he was inside. I slid all my piggy bank money under the glass. He paused for a long second, then pushed a ticket back through. On the train, I took the back row, and Duke curled up under my seat. My phone started buzzing, and I pulled it out of my pocket. It was Mom, then Dad, then Mom again. I turned it off and shoved it deep in my bag. A woman across the aisle saw Duke poking out from under the seat and smiled. "He's a sweet boy." Duke licked her hand, and she didn't say another word. Duke fell asleep with his head on my leg. I held the leash and stayed wide awake the whole way. I got off at the last stop and walked 3 miles up the dirt road to Grandpa's porch. He was already on it, holding the screen door open. "Get in here, both of you." The next morning, Grandpa walked Duke out to the field, bent down, and unclipped the leash. Duke didn't run at first. He turned and looked back at me. I nodded. He took off across the field, barking like he'd been holding it in his whole life. I sat down in the grass next to Grandpa, and we watched Duke chase butterflies until the sky got dark, like he was finally allowed to be free. While gaming with my new online friend, I heard my sister screaming and shutting her laptop closed. She ran around the house, closing blinds and making sure the doors were locked. I paused the game and asked what's wrong, but she just pointed to her laptop. I opened it and saw a Reddit post she'd made, sharing her experience being stalked by someone named Dave. Her inbox had a new DM. "Your post made finding you too easy. Can't wait to try you soon," followed by a picture of our house. My stomach dropped. My new online friend I'd been gaming with was named Dave. We were supposed to meet up for the first time in a couple of hours. I told my sister and she broke down, saying Dave had tried to unalive her before, and if I went to meet him, he'd probably do something to me in order to get to her. We called the police and set a trap. That evening, Dave pulled up, texting me he's outside ready to meet his gaming buddy. My sister looked out, and while shaking, confirmed that was his car. I stepped outside, my heart beating through my chest. He looked at me with a smile and asked me to give him a tour of my house, but a dozen officers swarmed him instantly. They tackled him to the ground and pulled out his ID. But when we looked at it, we saw his name wasn't registered as Dave, it was Wayne's, yet his picture matched perfectly. So if the man on the ground in front of me wasn't Dave, where was the real Dave? That's when my phone started ringing. My sister. I answered, and a man's voice came through. "Congratulations, you just fell for my bait." I heard my sister scream, and the line went dead. A man walked into my hardware store with 3 minutes until closing time, and walked up to the counter with a thick rope. He wouldn't make eye contact, and his hands were shaking. I realized what the rope was for immediately, and told him, "Sir, I have a ladder in the back you might want as well. That rope won't hold what I think you want it to hold, unless it's anchored correctly." The man looked at me with these sad, lifeless eyes, and I could tell he knew that I understood. He nodded, and quietly said he'll take the ladder, so I went into the back and browsed through every ladder, picking out the strongest one I could. I brought it back and sat it down on the floor, then added it to the total. The man thanked me, but just as I was about to ring him up, 8 p.m. hit, and the screen with his items shut off. The register auto locked. The system had timed out for the night, and I could no longer take any payment. I told him I was sorry, but I couldn't sell him the rope and ladder. He looked up for the first time. "Did you do that on purpose?" I didn't answer, and just pointed at the coffee shop across the street. "That stays open till 10. Will you have a cup with me?" He nodded, and as we walked out together, I realized that sometimes the kindest things people do for you are the things you never see. My grandfather hunted every weekend for 40 years and never came home with a single bird. The night after his funeral, the lawyer read out his will at the lodge while we passed plates of stew around the table. Whoever bagged a pheasant on Grandpa's land by sundown tomorrow inherited $8 million. 6 of my siblings stopped chewing. My eldest brother looked across the table at me and laughed. "You can sit this one out, sniper boy. Save the army stuff for somebody else's 8 million. I clicked the bolt back into my rifle without looking up. Dawn. The 8 of us spread out into Grandpa's woods. I had a clean line on a pheasant within 10 minutes. I let it walk. My eldest brother fired 3 rounds at what he was sure was a duck and turned out to be a low branch. bench. He spent the next 20 minutes searching the brush for the body. My sister waded into a creek up to her hip and screamed about her boots. Two of my brothers crossed paths in a clearing, and one of them dove behind a stump yelling, "Friendly, friendly," while the other tried to figure out if his safety was on. The TikTok one tried to film a slow-motion running shot, tripped over a root, and sent his shotgun 10 feet into a bush. I kept walking. I wasn't tracking pheasants. I was looking for something else. 3 hours in, I found it. Grandpa's old hunting hideout, still standing in the trees right where we left it. He'd built it the year I turned 10, and we'd sat in it together every November after that. The warped board he'd carved my initials into was still there. Tucked into the brush behind it was a pheasant nest with 3 eggs. Same one as when I was a kid. I sat down on the bench and waited. The mother pheasant came back within 20 minutes and walked right past my boot. I didn't raise the rifle. I picked something up off the floor and put it in my pocket. By 4, the others were back at the lodge with empty bags. I walked up last. The lawyer asked if anyone had bagged a pheasant. Nobody answered. I opened my hand. 1 feather. Grandpa's blind. The pheasant behind it has been nesting there since I was 8. He never shot it. 40 years, he never shot anything. The lawyer reached into his coat and pulled out a second envelope. Your grandfather wasn't testing for the best shot. He was testing for the one of you who'd remember he was never a hunter. I went to leave the store after paying for my things, but suddenly the security alarm beeped rapidly. The security guard who'd been following me the entire time immediately grabbed my arm and demanded I put back what I stole. I was confused because I hadn't stolen anything, but he blocked the door and announced loudly, "Nobody's leaving until this criminal admits to what he stole." Nobody thought he was serious, but when a woman tried to walk through, he physically shoved her back. I said nobody's leaving. I was in disbelief and pulled out my receipt to show him I'd paid, but he crossed his arms and said, "I know a thief when I see one. You just hid it somewhere." All customers started yelling as a huge crowd formed behind me. My mom is waiting in the car. I'm getting snacks for my brother in the hospital. I have a bus to catch. Let me out or I swear this won't end well for you. But the guard just smirked and said they can leave once I confess. A few people turned to me, and a man I didn't know even tried going through my pockets, looking for what I stole. Suddenly, a store employee who'd heard everything walked over and gave the security guard a tablet with CCTV footage. It showed me coming in, grabbing my things, paying, and going to leave. But the guard took one look at it and said, "I know how these people work." He angled himself away while putting in his pants. The crowd got angrier, and I was so furious I dropped my jeans and screamed at him, "There, you see, nothing." But he just shook his head and said, "Then it's probably in your hoodie." But then I saw a fist fight starting outside behind him. I shouted, "Fight!" and instantly everybody rushed out the door to see it. The guard's eyes went wide, and he threw his arms in the air to block them, but the customers simply trampled through him. He fell to the ground as dozens of feet stomped on him. His bones cracked, his teeth fell, and even the employee from earlier stepped on his shoulder to get through and see the fight. He was on the ground groaning in pain when suddenly the security alarm started blaring again. I looked down and saw a packaged pair of headphones fall out of his pocket. I realized he was the one who'd stolen something in the first place, and he tried to pin me because I was black. I quickly called police, and this time he was the one who couldn't leave until he answered their questions, and because of all the injuries, his face was darker than mine. Dave grabbed my tongs and shouldered me off my own grill. "Step aside, amateur. Let a pro handle this. Knock yourself out." I stepped back. Every summer, my wife's brother took over my grill, and every summer, I quietly fixed whatever he set on fire before the guests noticed. My wife called it keeping the peace, but this year she was watching from the patio, and I'd already decided I was done saving him. He picked up my rub bottle, sniffed it, and tossed it on the table. "Store-bought. Explains a lot." My wife's smile flickered. Dave pulled the grill open and glanced at the grease tray. Bit full. Whatever. He slammed it shut. This was a disaster waiting to happen, so I offered him one last way out. "You sure you don't want me to take over?" He glanced at my wife. Then he laughed loud enough for her to hear. "Relax, champ. I've been doing this since before you had a driver's license." Then he raised his beard to the patio. Wife sent the boy out to grill, but a man's gotta eat. A few guests laughed politely. My wife uncrossed her arms. He cranked all 4 burners to high and dropped a second layer of ribs on top of the first. One slipped off the tongs and hit the deck. He kicked it under the grill before glancing up at the patio. Dave raised the tongs over his head and winked at my wife. She rolled her eyes, then forced a smile when he turned back to the grill. "Watch how a grill master does it." Then he slammed the lid shut. Seconds later, flames roared out from under the lid, taller than Dave, and climbed into the paper lanterns I'd strung that morning. The whole string went up like a fuse. The rib Dave had kicked under the grill caught too, black smoke pouring across the deck. Guests scattered, screaming. A lantern fell into the potato salad and set the bowl on fire. Dave was slapping at his sleeve, yelling for someone to get a hose, his beer still in his other hand. Turns out an overflowing grease tray on 4 maxed out burners was exactly what he'd dismissed. My wife picked up the tongs from the grass, handed them to me, and turned to her brother. "Amateur." I leaned in. "It's okay, Dave. Now let a real man handle this." I shut off the burners and picked my rub back up off the table. Mrs. Clemens handed me me a hamster cage in front of the entire class. "You're in charge of Pickles for spring break. This is a huge responsibility." I held that cage like a baby the entire walk home, and the second I got to my room, I put it on the top shelf by the window so Pickles could get sunlight and my little brother couldn't get his hands on him. Saturday morning, I woke up to a chair scraping across my bedroom floor and squeezed my pillow tighter, trying to hold on to the dream I was having. When I finally opened my eyes, the cage was gone and the chair was shoved up against the window shelf. I sprinted to the backyard and found my 3-year-old brother in the grass, holding the empty cage upside down. "Beef wee lickle ham star." He grinned and pointed at the bushes where Pickles had just disappeared. "He wooved a guas." I tore through every bush in the yard for 3 hours with a flashlight and a trail of lettuce. Nothing. Sunday morning, I emptied my birthday savings at Petco on the closest hamster I could find. And even though Pickles was tan with pink ears, and this one was gray with gray ears, I figured it was close enough, and I'd just have to wing it and pray nobody noticed. Monday morning, Mrs. Clemens was at my desk before the bell even rang. "Did Pickles get bigger?" "Spring break growth spurt." The class crowded around me, squinting. "Why is he gray?" "He's molting." A kid in the front row whispered, "That's not Pickles." I shrugged and said, "You might want to get your eyes checked." Half the class giggled. The bell rang and everyone scattered to their seats like nothing happened. I thought I was in the clear and started walking back to my desk when I felt a hand grab my shoulder. She crouched down to my eye level and gave the cage a long look. "That's not Pickles." I cracked and told her about the chair, about my brother in the grass, about beef wee lickle hamstar, and me trying to make it right. I just stood there defeated and tired, waiting to get expelled or sued or whatever happens to third graders who lie. However, she didn't get mad. She pulled a chair over, sat down across from me, and looked at the cage for a long second. "Sweetheart, I've lost Pickles 3 times. She told me about the summer she took her home, and the dog got into the room. The field trip to the duck pond when she escaped behind the snack table. And last year, her niece left the cage open while she was babysitting. She's from Petco too. So was the one before her. So was the one before that. She made me swear on my life I'd never tell. From then on, every time a new kid had to take Pickles home for break, Mrs. Clemens would shoot me a knowing look across the room, because the class still thought Pickles was the original, and none of them knew there's been 5. I lied about my age and got caught, and it was the best thing to ever happen to me. My mom couldn't afford to pay rent, so I said I was 19 and got a job at a construction site to stop us from losing our home. But on my first day, I was too weak to even lift a cinder block, and the foreman immediately noticed I wasn't the age I said I was. I kept trying because I knew I had to save our home, but he walked over and dragged me into his office. "Go home. I can't have a kid on site." He pointed me to the door. I cried and explained my situation, but he just crossed his arms. "I could lose my license because of you. Now leave." I was devastated and walked off, and when I came home I saw Mom crying at the kitchen table, holding an eviction warning that just came in. We were 7 days from losing our home. I didn't know what to do, and next day skipped school to instead look for work. But when I walked past the construction site, the foreman ran over to me. He said nothing and simply handed me an envelope. I opened it and saw 2 months worth of rent inside. I teared up and hugged him, and he told me, "I was just like you once, working and lying about my age so my family could afford food. You deserve it." I was about to cry when suddenly he handed me a piece of paper with an address. He explained this was his cousin's corner shop. "He'll hire you cash under the table." I already called him. "Stay in school, kid." I couldn't believe it. And when I told Mom everything, she cried tears of joy. I watched the next day as she paid our rent and had the biggest smile on my face. My cousin ripped open all of my presents at my 8th birthday party. I was extremely angry, but right before I could confront her, my dad pulled me aside. "Breathe, son. Don't act on your anger. Instead, open this gift I got you." Inside the box was a small jar filled with water, and beside it was an ink pen. "Dad, what is this?" He smiled warmly. "From now on, every time you get angry at something, I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to pour a drop of ink from the pen into the cup of water." I stared at him, and I was extremely confused. But before I could say anything, his face turned serious. "Just do it." That night, I was so angry I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about how my cousin opened the Pokemon cards I'd been waiting months for, and I almost dripped all the ink from the pen into the water like my dad told me to. The next morning at school, I saw her giving out my cards to the cool kids at school, and everyone loved them. I felt angry because I knew that should have been me instead of her, and I dripped more ink into the water. In the cafeteria, my best friend chose to sit with her instead of me. I filled the jar with ink until it was full, and as soon as I got home, I handed the jar to my dad. Dad, your weird ink jar water method isn't working. I'm even more angry now than I was on my birthday. I expected him to apologize or to agree that his method was dumb, but instead, he handed the jar back to me. Drink it. I had no idea what was going on or what he was talking about. What are you talking about, Dad? That jar of ink water represents every angry thought that you've had over the last 48 hours. Drink it. I looked down at the black liquid and felt disgusted. No, Dad, that would poison me and make me sick. Son, that's what holding on to anger does. It's like drinking poison and expecting the other person to get hurt or die. Lesson learned. Our principal lined up the entire school in the hallway on prom morning to give everyone a breathalyzer test. He marched down the line in his blazer, holding the device above his head like a trophy. I heard someone in this school thinks they're drinking at prom tonight. I will find that punk before lunch. He pointed the breathalyzer at us one at a time as he walked. If you confess now, you're getting suspended. If I find out from this machine, you're getting expelled. He stopped at the first kid in line and told him to blow. Beep, 0. Same with the next kid. Then it was my turn. I blew into it. Beep, 0. The principal's face went red. Somebody in this hallway is lying to me. The next kid up was a freshman girl. She took the breathalyzer with both hands like she was holding a baby bird. She put her mouth on it and sucked. The machine made a wet wheezing sound. The principal lost it. What are you doing? Her eyes filled up. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I've never used one before. He snatched it out of her hand. This is how you do it. He held it up in front of his face so the whole hallway could see and blew into it as hard as he could. The hallway went silent. The machine beeped. The display lit up. Then it kept lighting up. 3 lights, 4 lights, a red light at the end. The principal stared at it. His mouth opened a little. He blew into it again. Same result. Worse, actually. A junior in the back let out one short laugh. Then the whole hallway erupted. The vice principal walked over, slid the breathalyzer out of his hand, and told him to head to the office. The principal turned to leave, took one step, and swayed to the side like a sailboat. He caught himself on a locker. The vice principal had to grab his elbow and walk him out. The next morning, he showed up to school for round 2, and a cop was waiting at the front doors, holding a breathalyzer of his own. My brother-in-law spit my brisket out onto his plate at the family cookout. This tastes like trash. He pushed back and waved at the grill. That's why I'm always on the grill, because nobody comes close. I squeezed my beer can until it dented. If you've got so much to say, let your cooking back up your words. Barbecue off this weekend. My backyard. Let the family judge. He stood up and pointed at me. You're on. Winner cooks every family event all year. The loser shows up empty-handed. I stood up and we shook hands. Done. Saturday morning, he towed a $4,000 Yoder pellet smoker into my driveway and tapped the Wi-Fi probe. This thing texts me when my brisket hits 203. I rolled my dad's 20-year-old offset smoker out and lit the firebox with hickory I'd split the night before. He sealed his brisket in a bag and dropped it into hot water for sous vide. Meanwhile, my pork had been on the offset for 6 hours. He walked the family through his precision temperature curve, pulled the brisket at 135, and seared it on the Yoder. He plated pencil-thin slices on a slate board with microgreens and bone marrow butter, then gestured at me. Your turn, champ. I pulled the shoulder off the offset, let it rest, and shredded it onto butcher paper with my hands. No plates, just pork with bark so dark it looked burned. His wife went first, took a bite of his brisket, and nodded politely. Then she pulled a piece off my pile, and her eyes closed. She squeezed his shoulder. Sweetheart, I'm so sorry. The family voted 5 for me, 0 for him. He dropped onto the cooler, head down. Now every Saturday he shows up empty-handed, and I hand him a plate. I was in gym class doing push-ups when I felt like my bladder was about to explode. I remembered I drank 3 cartons of milk at lunch and really needed to tinkle. I raised my hand. Can I use the bathroom? The teacher looked at his watch. Okay, but you know the rule. You only get 2 minutes in the bathroom, or else detention. I was scared it would take more and asked for more time. I give myself 2 minutes. That's all anyone needs. He started the timer on his watch. I ran to the bathroom, but when I got there was a line of kids ahead of me. The seconds were ticking. I felt like I was going to piss my pants any second, and I was doing the I need the bathroom dance like a champ. Then it was finally my turn, but before I could get in the stall, the teacher grabbed my arm. Time's up, let's go. But I haven't gone yet. 2 minutes. Those are the rules. He walked me back to the gym floor, but I couldn't hold it anymore. It ran down my leg in front of everyone. The whole class started laughing. The teacher watched, leaned against the wall, sipping his water bottle. Then my best friend Samuel ran over and pulled me to the locker room. He opened his locker and handed me his extra gym shorts. While I changed, he looked at me. He's messed up. You need to get him back. He reached into his bag and pulled out a small bottle. Laxatives. I get constipated sometimes, but you should put it in his water bottle. I could hear the teacher laughing with the class and grabbed the bottle, not knowing how crazy things were about to get. When we got back to the gym, the teacher was distracted, timing another student's bathroom break. I saw his water bottle sitting on the bleachers and smirked. I untwisted the top, poured the whole thing of laxatives in, and sat down. I didn't even try to hide the smile on my face. Minutes later, the teacher grabbed his water bottle and chugged it. I smiled because I knew my plan was working. Then, we were doing jumping jacks when he stopped mid-count. count. His hand went to his stomach. I think I need to use the restroom. I pulled out my phone. You want me to start the timer for you? 2 minutes is all you need, right? His eyes went wide. Then he started running across the gym holding his butt with one hand. Fart noises echoed through the gymnasium. Samuel yelled, "He's pooping his pants!" The class joined in laughing and started counting down. He was in the bathroom for 3 periods and never timed anyone ever again. "I need you to pee on me, now!" An old man begged me at the beach. I took a step back as he started loosening the string on his swimming trunks. "Bro, what? Get away from me!" But he took a step closer. "Please, there's no time. I need it!" He clutched his thigh, eyes wide with panic. My eyes darted around the beach for help, and that's when a lifeguard sprinted over. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he would tell the creep to back off, but instead he put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Son, I saw everything that happened. You need to pee on this man right now, quickly. I can't do it because I just went to the bathroom." I genuinely didn't even know what to say. "Absolutely not. Y'all are crazy." The lifeguard was angry. "Fine, then we have to call for backup instead." I had no idea what he was talking about, and that's when 2 paramedics sprinted towards us. They ran to the old man with thick gloves and a medical kit. The older one looked at him. "Did you ask anyone to pee on it?" He sighed like he was sad. "Yeah, this boy over here refused." They shook their heads in disgust. Kids these days have no respect for the elderly. "What is going on?" I screamed. The paramedic looked at me. "This man was stung by a jellyfish. Urine helps cancel it out." The flight attendant slipped me a napkin that said, "The pilot isn't who he says he is. Meet me in the back to talk." I knew she chose to tell me because of the military dog tags around my neck. I folded the napkin and slid it into my pocket, and that's when the captain's voice came over the intercom. "Good morning, folks. This is Captain Hopkins, expecting smooth skies to Chicago." But something was wrong. I could feel it in my bones. I waited 2 minutes and casually walked to the back, not knowing what to expect. The flight attendant was there with a man holding up a police badge. The man whispered, "I'm glad you're here. I'm an undercover cop." I knew something was wrong straight away. The flight attendant whispered, "I've flown with Captain Hopkins for 6 years. I don't exactly know what's wrong, but I know that's not Hopkins, and we're flying the wrong way." She showed me the flight map of where we were heading. The plane is heading toward an abandoned airport. I leaned over the map. My body was pumping with adrenaline because it was the perfect place to crash a plane. There's an empty space above the pilot's room. I can climb up and listen to what the pilot and co-pilot are planning through the ceiling. "Take my number. If you can tell there's something fishy going on, text me one word, now." That's the signal to move. And to distract everyone while I climbed above the ceiling, the flight attendant made an announcement on the speakers to tell everyone to keep their seatbelts on. Through the cracks, I could hear 2 men in the pilot's room talking. 15 years ago today, our brother died because of Captain Hopkins. Now we get to crash his plane with him tied up on it while we impersonate him. I texted the undercover cop. Now, the cart slammed into the pilot's room door, and the cop kicked it open. I dropped through the ceiling and tackled the fake pilot out of his seat. The cop pinned the co-pilot to the floor. The flight attendant grabbed the radio. "Mayday, our pilot is gone. We need help landing right now." She looked at me. "Find Hopkins, the actual pilot. He has to be on this plane somewhere." I sprinted to the back of the plane, checking every door. I yanked open the closet next to the bathrooms, and Captain Hopkins was inside with his hands tied and tape across his mouth. I ripped the tape off. "Get me to the controls." He ran to the front and dropped into the pilot's chair. He grabbed the wheel. "Tower, this is the real Captain Hopkins. I'm landing this plane." When we finally landed, the cops dragged the brothers off in handcuffs. The flight attendant came up to me in the aisle. I pulled the napkin out of my pocket and held it up. "You saved 200 lives with this." She smiled and took it back. Our teacher asked us, "Boys, raise your hands if looks matter to you in a partner." All of the guys' hands shot up. Mine stretched so high I was halfway out of my seat. She smiled like she had just won something, but none of us knew what. Then she turned to the girls and asked the same question. Not a single hand moved. She nodded triumphantly. "This right here proves why girls are better than guys. Girls just don't care about looks the way boys do." I shout out of my seat, saying all of them did care about looks, and were just too scared to say it. The teacher frowned, and all the girls immediately started calling me a misogynist. So I took one look at the back of the class, spotted exactly who I needed to prove they were lying, and smirked. "I can prove that they're lying." The teacher crossed her arms. "How?" I turned to Jessica. "Jessica, you see Roger over there?" I pointed at Roger in the back row. He had an underbite that pushed his jaw out past his nose and had acne covering both cheeks. We all agreed he was ugly. Jessica nodded and looked worried. "If Roger made you laugh every single day and treated you like a princess, would you date him?" Jessica opened her mouth and closed it again. She looked down at her desk and slowly shook her head. The teacher gasped and stepped forward. "All right, that's enough. Roger, do you want me to stop?" I asked him. "No, I also think they're lying and want to know the truth." I smiled and walked to Veronica instead. "Veronica, would you date Roger?" Veronica started stammering. "I mean, I don't even know him like that." "Pretend you do know him. He's sweet. He's funny. He's obsessed with you. Would you date him?" Veronica took one look at him and shook her head. The teacher yelled, "Stop this. This is pointless. We already know that women aren't shallow like men." again. How about you, Chelsea? I asked another girl. She also said no, so the teacher said, girls, you have to say yes. You can't prove him right. But when I asked Crystal, she made a disgusted face and yelled, hell no! The teacher gasped loudly, then tried to make me look bad instead of Crystal by saying, of course you'd pull something like this. Boys like you can't stand the idea that women might actually be better than you. I ignored her and kept going until every girl in the class had rejected Roger, and with each rejection, the teacher looked more furious. And even though Roger looked hurt, he was also happy he got his answer. So I looked at the teacher and smirked. So what did we learn today? She started sputtering. This is nonsense. The girls just have preferences. That's different. So when boys want someone attractive, it's shallow. But when girls do it, it's a preference. How is that fair? I asked. When she couldn't answer, I turned to the class and said, everyone in this room cares about looks. The boys raised their hands because we were honest. The girls kept theirs down because admitting it makes them look bad. That's not girls being better than boys. That's girls being better at lying. The teachers said, that is not. You can't just. But even she knew that I had proven her wrong, and there was nothing left to say. I pressed the trigger on my controller and got the headshot kill. Victory Royale flashed on my screen and I started celebrating when suddenly my microphone crackled. You're trash. You got lucky. It was the player I just eliminated. I replied, shut up, nerd. But then he said, my dad works for Microsoft. I'm getting you banned. I just laughed, whatever buddy, and loaded up another game. But right as I was about to open my first chest, a "you've been kicked" notice appeared on my screen. I just shrugged and thought it was a glitch. But when I tried to start a new match, my screen flashed, this account is banned. I got slightly worried, and when I backed out, my whole Xbox account was locked. I couldn't play anything. My heart dropped, and suddenly I heard my mom shouting from her office, what is going on? I ran in and saw her frantically typing her work password for the 100th time. She was crying. I'm closing the deal in 20 minutes. This is the biggest payday of my career, and for some reason my account is banned. I went pale, as I remembered my whole family used the same Microsoft account. If the kid's dad banned me, he banned my whole family. Mom asked if I knew what was happening, but I gulped and just shook my head no, my hands shaking. I slipped out into the hallway, and that's when I remembered my history assignment worth 40% of my grade, due at midnight. It was already done, I just needed to submit it. I pulled out my phone and opened the Gmail app to send the assignment, but a giant red "account suspended" tag stared me in the face. My face dropped as I slid down the wall, and my eyes filled with tears when I heard the front door slam open. My dad came home, his face white and eyes red. He said, my Microsoft business account is banned. I can't pay my employees, and I can't pay my distributor. He threw an invoice on the table. If I don't pay my distributor within 3 hours, I'm getting sued for 60 grand. He started rocking back and forth, clutching his chest. I started crying because mom's life-changing payday, dad's business, and my own grade were all ruined because I told some kid on Fortnite to shut up. I bolted upstairs and turned on my Xbox, my hands shaking. The ban notice popped up, but I saw my recent players widget was loaded in the corner, and the kid's gamertag was still there. I wiped my tears and opened Instagram, searching the gamertag. He came up instantly, his Fortnite character as his profile picture. I typed the most desperate apology I'd ever written. You're the GOAT. I'm so sorry for calling you a nerd. Please tell your dad to unban me. My family is going to lose everything. I hit send, fully regretting my life choices. The principal announced, Code Red, this is not a drill, 4 times. Code Red meant there was a shooter, and we needed to lock the door, turn off the lights, and hide. But our substitute Mr. Pell was standing next to the open door with the lights still on, and said, I'm only allowed to follow your teacher's lesson plan, and it just says to do your worksheet, so you're going to keep doing the worksheet. Every other classroom had already locked their door and turned off the lights. A kid in the back stood up. Mr. Pell, we need to hide or we're going to die. If your teacher sees the worksheet isn't done, I'm going to get fired. A girl screamed down the hallway, and then we heard 2 loud popping sounds. Mr. Pell, that was a weapon. Please close the door. Mr. Pell laughed. That was a chair falling over. Sit down. Then a girl said, the news says there's a shooting here. Please close the door. You need to listen to the lesson plan, not the news. Now be quiet and do your work. That's when I had enough. I ran to the door and pushed it shut. I locked it and flipped the lights off. Mr. Pell gasped, how dare you disobey the lesson plan? I hope you get fired. Everyone hide, I said. Everyone hid in the back of the classroom. Mr. Pell still tried to unlock the door, but I blocked him. I'm not dying because of you. Mr. Pell gritted his teeth, and that's when we heard footsteps walking down the hallway. And then our door handle rattled, but the door was locked. But Mr. Pell was reaching to unlock it, so I punched him so hard, he knocked out. And then the footsteps walked away. Nobody said a word for 40 minutes, until the SWAT team knocked in a special way and said the shooters had been arrested. Then the principal came to our room and told Mr. Pell, you left the door open during a school shooting. You're fired. Mr. Pell stormed up to me. You got me fired. All you had to do was follow the lesson plan. I balled my fist like I was going to hit him again. He screamed like a little girl and hid behind the principal. I pulled the dust cover off my dad's '69 Camaro and blew off 2 years of dust. I climbed into the driver's seat and just sat there. He used to take me out in this thing when I was a kid, and I'd dangle my legs because they couldn't reach the floor. He'd grin and tell me, "Windows down, son. That's the only way to drive a Camaro." We spent 5 years rebuilding it every Saturday for the May drag race. 2 years ago, he had a heart attack 6 weeks before race day and died holding my hand. The car sat rotting in the garage ever since, and May was 3 weeks away. I put my hands on the wheel and shut my eyes. "I'm finishing it, Dad. We're winning the race for both of us." I worked every night that month. I bolted the engine in, ran the new wiring, dropped the radiator, and torqued every bolt the way he taught me. 3 weeks in, I turned the key for the first time, and it fired on the second crank. The engine sounded exactly like I remembered. Race morning, I drove to the strip with my hands shaking on the wheel. I rolled up to the line. The seat next to me was empty, but I could feel Dad grinning in it. The flag dropped and I jumped on the throttle. The car launched and pinned me to the seat. I hit second, third, fourth, and the line came up faster than I could think. I crossed it first. I sat in the staging lane and rolled the windows all the way down. He used to drive me around in this car when I was a kid. Tonight I drove him. I drove home with the windows down, just like he used to. I was standing in court when my neighbor Barb held up her bandaged hand and told the judge she had been traumatized by my vicious dog. The judge looked at me. "Where's the defendant?" I reached into my bag and pulled out Peanut, my 9-pound senior chihuahua wearing tiny sunglasses because I was worried the courtroom lights would hurt his eyes, and the judge stared at him. "Is this a joke?" I shook my head. "This is Peanut. He has arthritis in 3 legs, and his favorite hobby is sleeping." Peanut yawned, and you could see his one remaining tooth, which made the judge put his head in his hands. I could not wait to see how this ended. Barb launched into her testimony. "That beast stalked me for weeks. Every day I walked past, and there he was, watching me, waiting, planning." The judge looked at Peanut, who had already passed out in my arms with drool running down my sleeve. "That dog?" Barb pointed at Peanut. "Yes, he's not as innocent as he looks." I couldn't stay quiet. "Your Honor, Peanut can't see past 5 feet because of his cataracts." Barb kept going, holding up her bandaged thumb. "I was minding my own business when that hellhound lunged at me and attacked my hand. He needs to be put down." The judge squinted at her thumb. "Did you need medical attention?" Barb gasped, putting her hand against her chest dramatically. "No, but it drew blood, Your Honor. I had to fight for my life." "And how exactly did you fight a 9-pound dog?" I asked. Barb scoffed. "I made a defensive leg motion." The judge raised an eyebrow. "You kicked the dog." Barb threw up her hands. "I had to, or that rabid little rat could have killed me." The judge looked at me. "Do you have anything to add?" I nodded. "My doorbell camera got everything." The bailiff pulled up the footage, and we watched Barb walk up and reach toward Peanut while he was sleeping on the porch. When Peanut ignored her, she kicked him, launching him back. Peanut had to scramble backwards, and you could hear him making sounds like a dying, squeaky toy. Then Barb looked in both directions before yanking her hand back directly into the thorns on my rose bush. The judge's face went completely flat. "So you reached for a sleeping dog on someone else's property, kicked him, and then scratched yourself on a bush, and now you want him put down?" Barb turned red and stomped her foot. "The video doesn't show how vicious he was." The judge shook his head and sighed. "Case dismissed. Go get some help." I walked up to the judge. "Your Honor, I want to press charges for animal cruelty since she traumatized my vicious dog." Me and my dad were waiting in the line at a theme park when a teenager aggressively pushed past us and skipped to the front. I turned to my dad, but he was just humming like he didn't care. "Dad, aren't you gonna do something?" The teenager heard me and instantly turned around and got in my dad's face. "Yeah, aren't you gonna do something, old man?" But my dad kept humming and simply replied, "The world will do more to you than I ever could, young man." The teenager scoffed. "That's the most stupid thing I've ever heard." He turned around and we all got on the ride. I asked Dad why he didn't do something, and he smiled. The world has a way of teaching people. The teenager again heard and laughed, "Stupid old man," under his breath. But then during the ride, the teenager threw his arms up and his phone slipped from his pocket and flew through the air. It landed on my dad's lap and I just stared at it. "Are you going to give it back?" Dad slipped it into his pocket and smirked. "We'll see." We got off the ride, and when the teenager realized his phone was missing, he instantly went pale. He screamed at the ride attendant that the ride needs to be shut down to find his phone. She said she couldn't do that, but he grabbed her radio and called her supervisor. I looked over and my dad was laughing. The teenager sobbed, looking around the ride for his phone and calling the employees incompetent for losing it. I asked my dad if he should just give the phone back, but he smiled. "Not yet. The kid needs to learn." 10 staff members were now helping him look. He yelled at the park manager that he was going to sue for negligence. The entire park had stopped because of his meltdown, but then my dad took a step forward. He tapped the teenager's shoulder and suggested he check his pockets. The teenager screamed, "I already checked them," and slapped his pockets to show his phone wasn't there. But then he suddenly felt something. He reached in his pocket and pulled out his phone, the one he'd been looking for. My dad smirked, and I instantly realized my dad had quietly snuck the phone back into the teenager's pocket without him realizing. The park manager asked the teenager, "So, the phone was in your pocket the whole time?" And he went red with embarrassment while the whole park stared. He screamed, "But how is that possible?" My dad smiled at him. "I I told you the world will teach you more than I ever could. Next time, don't be such an asshole." He walked away, and the teenager stood there shaking. Because in his eyes, his phone was in his pocket the whole time. The world had actually just taught him a lesson. My twin brother revved his new go-kart and yelled, "Loser does all the chores for the rest of the week." I revved mine right back at Vince. "Bet." I pointed at the corner store. There and back. Mom stood on the driveway holding her coffee. "Be careful, boys." As she turned to head back inside, we hit the gas before her hand even left the door. 3 blocks in, Vince hit a banana peel and his cart spun sideways into Mrs. Henley's trash cans. Garbage spilled all over the sidewalk and a trash can landed on top of Vince. "Who leaves a banana peel in the road?" I sped past him, laughing so hard I could barely steer. I turned around to laugh harder and didn't see the hay bale sitting in Mr. Kornecki's driveway. I hit it right in the middle and went flying over his lawn. Why was there a hay bale in June? Vince blew past me before I could get going again, so I cut through the Wilsons' yard to catch up and tore up their sprinklers. Water shot up behind me like a fountain. Vince tore through the Murphy's flower bed right next to me with mulch flying off his tires. We hit our driveway at the same exact moment, and Mom timed us on her phone. I beat him by half a second. I threw my fists in the air. Vince spiked his helmet so hard it bounced into the street. By 2, I was floating in the pool with a Capri Sun watching Vince push the lawnmower in the heat. Halfway through my second Capri Sun, the doorbell rang and the phone started ringing. Mom came out holding a notepad 3 pages long. "Mrs. Henley wants her trash picked up. Mr. Kornecki wants his hay bale back. The Wilsons want new sprinklers. The Murphys want their flower bed replanted. And both of you are grounded until the end of the year." I won the race. We did every chore on that list together. Then we watched Dad's pickup pull out of the driveway with both our go-karts in the bed. I saw my brother on his hands and knees wiping food off the cafeteria floor with his bare hands when I went to pick him up after school. 3 grown men were standing over him, and one of them had a phone 2 inches from his face. My brother looked up at them and said, "I helping clean up." The one with the camera turned to his friends and goes, "I told you he'd do it. He'll do anything you tell him." I clenched my fists. My brother has Down syndrome, so he didn't understand what was happening. But I did, and they were about to find out what happens when you touch my family. I came through the door, and none of them noticed. The one with the phone patted my brother on the head like a dog. "Good job, buddy. Keep going." My brother kept wiping because he thought he was doing something good. The guy leaned down and flicked his ear, missed a spot. The other 2 doubled over, and the guy with the phone crouched down and zoomed the camera right into my brother's face. "Smile for the camera." My brother smiled. He always smiles. I tapped the guy on the shoulder, and he turned around still laughing. Punch. His whole body folded backward, and he hit the floor. I reached down, helped my brother up, and stood in front of him. The other 2 stepped forward like they were going to do something, then looked up at me and stopped. I'm 6'7". One of them put his hands up and goes, "You're huge, bro. We don't want problems." "Then get on your knees." All 3 of them dropped. The one I'd punched started running his mouth from the floor. "You just assaulted me. I'm calling the cops. You're done." I picked up his phone and held it in front of his face. The video of my brother was still on screen. What happens when this gets out? 3 grown men making a kid with Down syndrome crawl on the floor for content? He went quiet. I hit record and pointed the camera at all 3 of them. "Now lick it up." Nobody moved. "Lick it up." The one I punched went first, then the other 2. All 3 of them on their hands and knees licking food off a cafeteria floor while I recorded every second of it. My brother peeked out from behind me and his face lit up. "Look, they good doggies." He walked over and started patting them on their heads one by one, same way they'd patted his. "Job good, buddy. Keep going." My daughter almost died on Christmas Eve because I told her the elf on the shelf was real. We rented a cabin up in Montana so our 5-year-old could see real snow on Christmas for the first time. We strung up lights and hung stockings on the fireplace, and the last thing I set up was the elf on a shelf right above the fireplace. I knelt down next to her and pointed up at it. If the elf ever falls off, he has to walk all the way back to Santa through the snow, and he won't come back until next Christmas. She didn't just believe me. I walked past the shelf one morning and caught her on a step stool whispering to it with her eyes closed. She set a cup of tea next to it every night before bed. She wouldn't even breathe near the shelf. For 3 days, that cabin felt like the most perfect Christmas we'd ever had. 2 nights before Christmas, I woke up at 5 a.m. to a freezing breeze coming from downstairs. My wife and I rushed down, and the sliding door was wide open with snow blowing across the floor. I ran to her room, empty. Her coat was still hanging by the front door. Back in the living room, the elf was lying on the floor, and a cup of cold tea was sitting on the shelf where it used to be. My wife found a crumpled napkin by the door. In messy crayon, it said, "I'll be back soon, Mommy and Daddy. I have to help the elf walk back to Santa so he can come back for Christmas. She was out there in the snow at 5 years old doing exactly what I told her would happen. I ran barefoot trying to get a signal on my phone, and after what felt like forever, one bar popped up and I called 911. They came fast. A firefighter found her in the woods curled up with no coat, and her lips were already turning blue. They rushed her inside and she made it. But ever since that night, she hasn't been able to hold on to long-term memories. Every Christmas, I put the elf away before she can see it. Last year, she found the box, pulled it out, and held it up to me. "Daddy, what is this?" A little girl with no hair walked onto the field at halftime and got ready to take her penalties. For every goal she scored, the club would donate $100 to cancer charity. She was a huge fan, and I saw her at every game, so we were excited to give her this moment. But I remembered before the game, our goalkeeper told me he wasn't going to let her score because it would be embarrassing for him. I thought he was joking until she took her first penalty, and when the ball rolled towards the goal, he stopped it at the line. The smile on the girl's face dropped immediately as the crowd started booing the goalkeeper. The girl looked around, scared of everyone making loud noises, and tried her best to take another penalty. But again, the goalkeeper saved it, smirking the whole time and clapping right at her. I was shocked because his pride was too big to let a girl with cancer score goals for her charity. The crowd booed louder, and when he saved her third penalty, the girl started tearing up. Our goalkeeper pumped his fists in the air, celebrating saving all of her shots. "Not embarrassing me today, little girl." The crowd was now throwing stuff at him, and the girl started crying because her only happy moment in months had just been ruined. That's when I had enough. My own daughter had died of cancer, and I jogged out because I wasn't going to let this jerk ruin her moment. The goalkeeper mouthed, "What are you doing?" But I just smirked at him and gently asked the girl to pass me the ball. Then I kicked it from 15 feet out as hard as I could. The keeper dived, but it hit his face just like I aimed it. He immediately dropped to the floor and put his hands over his nose, groaning in pain, and that's when I passed the ball back to the girl. She quickly took a shot, and the ball flew into the net. The whole stadium erupted, and I put the girl on my shoulders while she laughed and pointed at the goalkeeper, rolling around with a broken nose. He was now way more embarrassed than he would have been had he just let her score, especially when the announcer yelled "goal" over and over. My stepson showed me his recent messages with his dad and said, "My real dad is back and I choose him. You were just a placeholder." 10 years of teaching him to ride a bike, throw a baseball, and tie a tie flashed through my head, but his cold eyes set me straight. "Okay, I respect your choice," I said calmly. His younger brother Charlie watched the whole thing and ran over to hug me. "It's okay, Dad." Charlie glared at Joshua. "He left once, and he'll do it again. You know that, right?" Rick showed up Saturday in a rented BMW, and Joshua ran out with a packed bag. While Joshua loaded the car, Rick promised him a car for his birthday and college money. "You okay, Dad?" Charlie asked. He made his choice. "Want to build that bookshelf we've been planning?" Charlie and I spent the day in the garage while Rick bought Joshua an iPhone 15 and designer clothes. "He's the best dad I could ever ask for," Joshua told me when he was back. But 2 weeks later on his birthday, Rick texted, "Sorry buddy, can't make dinner. Work emergency." Joshua celebrated by himself at McDonald's. Rick promised Christmas in Aspen but texted, "Sorry kid, girlfriend doesn't want kids along." Charlie and I spent New Year's cooking mom's recipes while Joshua sat alone in his room after Rick canceled New Year's in Times Square. Then Joshua's graduation day arrived in May, and I didn't know if I could go until Charlie handed me his tie. I want to see my brother graduate. We sat in the auditorium watching Joshua's head snap toward the door every time it opened, hoping Rick showed up. But he texted, "Something came up. Congrats though. Send pics." Joshua walked across the stage, face pale and tears in his eyes. After the ceremony, he found us in the parking lot. "You actually came?" "Charlie wanted to see you graduate," I said coldly. Charlie glared at Joshua. "You had a dad who loved you, and you threw him away for someone who doesn't even show up." I thought my student was mute. Turns out he'd been speaking the entire time. Kai was a new boy in my art class who was pale and way too skinny for an 8-year-old. When I welcomed him, he flinched backwards, but his mom explained he was just shy because he was mute and chronically ill. As soon as she left, Kai sat down and got to work. Within minutes, I looked over and he was already done. It was a gray house, but the grass was purple. I laughed and showed him the green, but his face stayed completely serious. Every class after that, Kai painted that gray house, but with colors that made zero sense. Orange sky one day, then an indigo dog. After 3 weeks of classes, I noticed he looked thinner, which didn't make sense for such a short time. He could barely hold the paintbrush steady anymore. By the 4th week, the kid could barely sit up straight in his chair. I asked his mother about it when she picked him up. She explained, "The doctors say it's normal progression for his condition." The paintings kept getting stranger with pink grass and lavender skies and emerald suns, while Kai kept looking worse with these dark circles under his eyes that looked almost black. After he painted one with burgundy clouds and ultraviolet rain, he didn't show up for an entire week. When he finally came back, His mother was basically holding him up as they walked in. I got suspicious, so after school, I spread out his paintings all out on my desk and started looking at every single wrong color because it seemed like a pattern. Purple appeared 8 times, orange 6 times, always on specific objects and never on the house itself. I wrote down just the first letters of each wrong color, and suddenly everything clicked when I saw it spelled poison. I reached for the next painting and saw please. I could barely focus as I decoded the next few: help, then hurt, then the one that made me panic: tomorrow gone. I was crying and dialing 911 at the same time, screaming into the phone, "A child is being systematically poisoned by his parents." He spelled it out in paintings. The dispatcher heard how hysterical I was and sent everyone immediately. The detective looked at the paintings and the color code I'd figured out, and his whole expression changed. They raced to Kai's house and found him unconscious in his bedroom. After sending him to the hospital and running tests, they found that his parents were poisoning him, which made him mute because they wanted to control his life. My mother walked into the kitchen holding a calendar with a date circled in red. "You have 1 month until you no longer exist." After she left my little brother, Theo looked at me and said, "What does that mean?" I choked on my own voice trying to explain. "Mom and Dad have this rule. Sometimes they pick someone in the family and that person has to go away. They burn all your photos and throw out all your stuff and nobody's allowed to say your name ever again." Theo's face crumpled. "Like Uncle Jack?" "Yeah, buddy, like Uncle Jack." My father started that night. He took a photo off the mantle of me and Theo at the beach and burned it in the kitchen sink while Theo watched. Then he threw out a bag of my clothes, then my books, then my shoes. Theo started crying and ran to the closet. I followed him and found him holding a photo of the 2 of us he'd stolen from the burn pile. "I don't want to forget you," he whispered. That's when I knew I needed to find a way to fight this for Theo's sake. While my parents were busy burning my schoolwork, I snuck into my father's office and started digging. I didn't know if I was going to find something, but in the back of a drawer, I found Uncle Jack's email and begged him to help me. Then I heard a noise behind me and my mother appeared in the doorway. "Rule breaker! Rule breaker!" Dad stormed in and said, "Now your removal happens tonight." They dragged me toward the back door while I screamed and thrashed. But then suddenly we saw red and blue lights, and my parents looked afraid, so I knew they weren't the ones who called them. The front door suddenly opened, and Uncle Jack walked in. My mother screamed, "You're not real anymore!" Uncle Jack said, "I'm real, but you're about to wish I wasn't." That's when the police walked in behind them. My father tried to run away, but an officer tackled him to the ground and cuffed him. My mother was cuffed seconds later, still screaming that Jack didn't exist. I ran to Uncle Jack's side and hid behind him. "How did you get here so quickly?" I asked. "I hid the email address in the drawer 6 years ago, on the night they erased me. I've been living in one town over ever since, checking that inbox every morning, waiting for one of you to find it." I was substituting a class when suddenly every kid put on sunglasses at once. I thought it was weird but continued prepping them for their presentations, until I noticed the one kid without them. Claxton was at his desk suddenly shaking, whispering to himself, and he kept reaching into his backpack to touch something inside, but never pulling it out. I stood up and walked over to check his bag, but a girl in sunglasses shot up and blocked my way. "Don't go near him, you'll only make it worse." I wondered what she meant and tried to walk around her, but then I saw Claxton's bag. It was open, and I saw something metallic and black inside. He saw me looking and quickly zipped it, almost hyperventilating. I wanted to call the principal, but if I got on my phone, Claxton would realize and do something. Then I looked up and saw Claxton with his bag standing up. He was walking to the front and his legs trembled the whole way. He put his bag down. I placed my hand on the security button under the desk. Claxton unzipped the bag and slowly reached in, and I could see the shine coming off the metal. Dear God, no. I was sweating, getting ready to pounce the second he pulled the gun. But then, Claxton took out a metallic model of a human nervous system and some flashcards. My presentation is on social anxiety disorder and how it affects my life," he stuttered, pale in the face. His eyes were darting around, scared of someone judging him. That's when I realized it. He couldn't see their eyes. All he saw was sunglasses, and slowly, he gained confidence. His voice got steadier, and his face became a normal color for the first time since I walked in. I realized Claxton wasn't a school shooter, and these kids had figured out how to make him pass his presentation. Someone then threw me a pair, and I quickly put them on, watching Claxton flawlessly talk about the hardest challenge in his life. I was doing a lab experiment in chemistry class when I passed out and hit the floor. When I opened my eyes, my lab partner stood over me and said, "Dude, you just collapsed." I looked around confused because I had no idea what happened. The whole class was staring. My chemistry teacher, Mrs. Brewer, marched over with her fists tight. "Get up, you're disrupting my class with your attention-seeking behavior." But I passed out. I didn't do it on purpose. She didn't care, and that's when I knew she was hiding something. She slammed her notebook on the desk. "Principal's office, now!" I stood up dizzy and walked out. Why did I pass out in her class? The next day, Mrs. Brewer set up another lab experiment, but halfway through, a kid 2 tables over dropped. Then his partner fainted. Then the girl next to me passed out on the lab table and knocked over a beaker. I knew something was very, very wrong. Suddenly, I felt extremely dizzy, and I knew if I didn't leave, I would collapse again. so I ran out of the classroom without even asking for permission. From a distance, I could see through the classroom window. 3 more kids had passed out. Mrs. Brewer stood at her desk, arms crossed, not moving or doing anything to help them. I saw the principal walking past me and ran to him. I pointed at the lab. "Kids are collapsing in Mrs. Brewer's class right now. You need to help them." He walked back with me, looked through the window, and rolled his eyes like I was being annoying. "This is that new TikTok trend. You're not gonna trick me. It's not a trend. This is serious." He put his hand up. "Stop fooling around and get back to class." He walked away and didn't even try to investigate what was going on. The next day, I walked into class wearing a face mask that covered my mouth and nose because I wanted to do everything I could to make sure I didn't pass out again. Mrs. Brewer was standing at the board writing when her body went limp, and this time she was the one to collapse and hit the floor. The class panicked. Someone called 911. Medics rushed in and carried her out. Finally, the principal ran into the classroom to investigate. He looked at her desk and saw a chemical bottle tipped over with liquid dripping onto the floor. He saw her notebook opened next to it. None of us knew what was going on, but when he read the pages of the notebook, he finally explained. She was poisoning the lab experiments to see what effect it would have on you guys. Every time one of you passed out, she logged it. Names, dates, dosages. The bottle that spilled on her desk was the same poison she'd been putting in our experiments. We weren't her students. We were her lab rats. But why would she do that? I asked. The principal shrugged. "I think she just hates her job." My daughter was 10 months old when she said her first words, but instead of mama or dada, she said Mike. My name was Ben, and I didn't even know a Mike, so I cautiously asked my wife if she knew anyone named Mike. She shook her head. "I don't, but babies are weird. Don't think about it." But 2 days later, my daughter was in the kitchen, and I was preparing her food when I heard Mike again. I dropped the spoon of mashed apples, because where could she have learned Mike? My wife kept assuring me it was fine, but the sinking feeling in my gut wouldn't leave. That night, I went through my wife's social media, but there was nobody named Mike. I even looked up her family tree and saw no Mike. I figured maybe I was just stressed and overreacting, but then my daughter began saying Mike more often. She'd say Mike at breakfast and during bath time, even pointing at me while doing it, and never said anything else. I was losing my mind and decided to drive to my wife's work. I asked the receptionist, "Is there a Mike who works here?" "Yeah, he's in accounting." "Why?" "Oh, no reason." I walked out with a terrible feeling in my stomach. I drove home with my hands shaking on the steering wheel and ordered a small security camera online. I felt like one of those crazy people you see in stories online, but then my daughter pointed at me and said Mike one more time. I installed the camera while my wife wasn't looking and connected it to my phone. The next day I left for work, and during lunch my phone buzzed rapidly. I opened the security camera app, and there I saw it. My wife coming home with our daughter in her hands, and behind her a man I'd never seen. Our daughter was pointing at him and repeating Mike over and over. My stomach sank as I realized my wife was having an affair with her coworker. My 10-month-old daughter was the one who'd exposed her. My daughter's teacher called me at work and said, "Your daughter threw a rock at a classmate's head. Come here right now." I felt sick driving over, but the second I walked into the principal's office, my daughter Kayla ran up to me crying and said, "Daddy, I didn't throw the rock. I was at the art club, I swear." Her teacher, Mrs. Lane, instantly shook her head and told me girls Kayla's age are good at manipulating their parents and that they have footage of Kayla throwing the rock. I replied, "Let me see the footage," but Mrs. Lane suddenly stammered and said she couldn't pull it up right now. I looked back at my daughter, who'd never lied to me in her life, and told them I believed her. Mrs. Lane's face tightened, and she suspended Kayla anyway and put Kayla on expulsion review. That night at home, Kayla barely touched her dinner, and while crying showed me her phone filled with texts from classmates calling her psycho, and group chats with her photo edited with the word monster written across her face. I was furious and walked into school next morning and asked the school counselor for the art club sign-in sheet from yesterday. I looked through it and saw Kayla had signed in during the time of the rock incident. She couldn't have thrown the rock. The counselor said she'd look into it, but on my way out, Mrs. Lane ran up to me and pulled me aside. She said, "Kayla is a hormonal teenager trying to avoid consequences. Are you seriously going to believe her?" I replied, "I'm going to believe my daughter before I believe a stranger," and walked out. 2 days later, a meeting was set up, and I walked in with Kayla. The kid who got hit, Ben, was sitting with a bandage around his forehead, just out of the hospital. Mrs. Lane immediately pointed at Kayla and said, "She threw the rock," but Ben looked around and said, "Kayla never threw anything." "Mrs. Lane, you know who did. Why are you lying?" Mrs. Lane went pale instantly, and that's when the footage was actually pulled up. The kid who threw the rock was Mrs. Lane's nephew. When she found out, she tried to pin it on the quietest girl in class, thinking nobody would believe her. That girl was my daughter. Mrs. Lane was fired, and on her way out, Kayla gave Mrs. Lane a drawing of a rock being thrown at her. I picked my daughter up from school and heard her stomach growling so loud that it scared me. "Why are you so hungry? Did you use the lunch money I gave you?" She shook her head no and started crying. Our whole class has been saving our lunch money for our teacher to buy a new house because she's getting evicted. She always tells us, if you can help someone, you always should. good, so we're helping her. My heart broke. My daughter was starving herself to save her 4th grade teacher because the principal wasn't paying her enough. Can you help us save her, Dad? I said yes, because I'd do anything for my daughter. So the next day after school, I helped the kids set up tables in the parking lot. We put up a banner that said, "Help save our teacher." The kids laid out everything they had to sell: Pokemon cards, old game consoles, toys they'd brought from home. The kids were smiling, making sales, counting every dollar from the glass jar, until the principal walked out of the school. He looked at the tables, looked at the banner, and ripped it down, crumbled it into a ball, and threw it at one of the kids. "This is school property. You can't do this here." One of the kids held the jar with all their earnings in his hands. The principal saw the jar and snatched it away from him. "Any funds raised on school grounds belong to the school. The teacher gets paid enough. This is mine now." He laughed while the kids cried and walked away with the jar. My daughter ran to me and held my leg. "Dad, if the teacher doesn't get enough money to buy a new home, she has to quit. I don't want her to. She's the reason I love school." She started crying. I needed to do something to help. I pulled out my phone and wrote a post online about what happened, hoping someone out there would care. No one replied, and the next morning, I took my daughter to say goodbye to the teacher. The kids were surrounding the teacher, crying, hugging her. Suddenly, a black SUV pulled into the parking lot. A man in a black suit stepped out. The teacher gasped, like she knew him. He walked straight to the teacher. "I saw the post last night. You probably don't remember me, but I was the hungry kid in your class 15 years ago. You brought me extra food every day." He held up a check of $100,000. "You always told me, if you can help someone, you always should. You help everyone. It's time someone helps you." The teacher collapsed into tears. The man looked at the principal in the doorway and handed him a $1 note. "You said the teacher gets paid enough, so I think this is enough for you too." The whole parking lot laughed at him. In the middle of a training session, I saw a man's eye peeking out from inside the landing mat, watching the underage girls. Now I was coaching the freshman high jump team, and I knew if I exposed him right now, I'd forever scare them away from coming back. So instead, I decided to make him pay. I started sprinting and jumped over the bar, hitting the mat as hard as possible. The man groaned in pain, and I saw the zip on the mat moving. He was trying to get out. I told the girls to line up, and right as the gap in the mat was getting bigger, one of them jumped and crashed onto him. Again, he violently groaned and coughed. The girl looked down with a worried face. "Ugh, what was that?" I panicked because I knew I couldn't tell her, so I quickly grunted, saying it was just my stomach problems. I had every girl do the drill 5 times each, crash landing on him again and again. I stayed by the mat for every jump, and every time I saw him try to open it, I zipped it closed. He stopped grunting after 20 or so hits, and after training was done, I carried the mat out to the dumpster and called police. A teenager walked up to my food truck and ordered a hot dog, and while I was turned around making it for him, he reached his hand into my tip jar and took out some money. He started telling me about his new PlayStation and how excited he was to play it, just trying to seem normal, and when I turned back around, he told me he needs to run to his car to get cash for the hot dog. He walked off with my $30, and by the time I noticed, he was already gone. I was mad but couldn't do anything about it, until a few days later, a woman walked up to my truck. She asked me, "Did a young man steal from your tip jar a few days ago?" And when I told her yes, she looked over her shoulder and said, "Miles, come out here right now." The same teenager who took my tip money stepped out with his head low. The woman said, "I'm his mother. My son wasn't raised like that. He's sorry." The kid apologized, and the woman said, "And to show you he's sorry, he's going to give you some money." The teenager started crying as he opened his wallet and pulled out $400, saying, "I sold my PlayStation to pay you back, sir." I told him he didn't have to pay me back, but his mom just put the $400 in my tip jar and said, "My son needs to know if he takes things from people, things will be taken from him." A woman walked into my pawn shop with a violin and asked if I could give her $50 for it. But when I looked at it, I realized it was a 1743 vintage violin worth millions. I asked where she got it, and she said, "My mother just left it for me. Please, is it worth anything? I need grocery money." Her kids were in the car outside, skinny and with torn clothes. I looked at the violin again. If I took it, I'd never have to work again. But as I watched her filling out the sale form, I simply couldn't do it. I went to tell her what it's worth, but then my boss Gerald came up and yanked the violin from her. "We'll take it." He was smiling wide, and I immediately realized he knew. He gave her the $50, and she said, "Thank you so much," and walked out before I could stop her. Gerald started laughing, screaming he was rich, calling the woman an idiot, and walked to the back with the violin. I watched her drive away, and when I looked over, Gerald was already taking pictures of the violin, planning to sell it. I couldn't believe it, and waited until he went to the bathroom. I quickly snuck in his office and grabbed the violin. I then took the woman's sale form she'd put her address down, and immediately ran out. I drove to her house while Gerald called screaming the whole way. I knocked on her door and saw her kids behind her, trying to cut up cardboard boxes into clothes. I explained to her that her violin was worth millions. Her jaw immediately dropped. She took the violin and started crying. I was happy, but then I saw a text from Gerald saying I was fired. I didn't care at first because I'd done the right thing. Until 4 weeks passed. I hadn't found a job and was short on rent. I swallowed my pride and went back to beg for my job. Gerald smirked. "You can have your job back, but only if you go and get the violin off the woman." I didn't want to do it, but my rent was due tomorrow. I was deciding what to do when I heard the doors open. The woman walked in, but she was holding an envelope. She gave it to me, and when I opened it, I saw a check for 25% of $4 million. I sold the violin. This is my way of saying thank you. I looked and saw her kids in her car, now smiling and wearing new clothes. Gerald saw the check and instantly freaked out. "Where's my cut?" The woman told him, "You paid $50 for something worth millions from a woman who needed grocery money. You don't get a cent." She walked out, and that's when one of the kids looked at Gerald and started playing an imaginary violin for him. I sat on my roof at 9 p.m. with my dad's old paintball gun across my lap and waited for them to show up. Every Friday for 2 months, they'd come up our street with a carton of eggs and unload on our front door. My mom scrubbed yolk off the wood every Saturday morning on her hands and knees. Last week, she sat down on the porch and just cried. The cops told us boys will be boys, so I spent every dollar of my allowance at Home Depot, raided the garage, and built the trap myself. I heard them before I saw them, loud, laughing, the ringleader's voice carrying up the block. "Tonight we're going for the windows." They turned into our yard with a fresh carton of eggs, and the motion lights snapped on. They froze in the floodlights mid-throw. The ringleader recovered first. "Big deal, it's a light. Throw the eggs." His foot hit the second tripwire. Sprinklers fired full pressure from every angle and soaked them. The eggs in their hands turned to slime. 2 of the smaller boys started backing toward the street. "Don't you dare leave!" The third tripwire fired the paint sprayer at chest height and lit them up red. The smaller boys screamed and bolted. The ringleader was alone in my yard, dripping, painted, holding a carton of mush. He spun, looking for me. Then he looked up. I leveled the paintball gun at him. He started slowly stepping back toward the street. "Please, bro, it was just a joke, please." I climbed down silent as ever and walked toward him with the gun raised and emptied it into his egg carton until it exploded yolk and paint all over his face and chest. He dropped to his knees in our yard. My mom opened the front door. She'd been watching from the kitchen window the whole time. I looked at her. "Nobody makes you scrub anything ever again." He scrambled up and bolted down the street. I raised the gun and fired one more shot. He yelped in the distance and kept running. My dad and I were out fishing in the middle of the ocean when he cut the engine and told me to dump the bait. I lifted the cooler lid expecting fish guts and instead found white bricks taped up and stacked all the way to the top. Dad clapped my shoulder, grinning ear to ear. "I've been running coke for the cartel for 20 years, mijo. And now that you're done with school, it's time you joined the family business." 2 days later, he handed me a backpack with a brick inside and pointed at a house across town. "All you gotta do is knock once, hand it over, and walk straight back to the car." He waited in the driver's seat while I walked up to the porch. The door swung open, and a little kid in dinosaur pajamas was standing there holding a juice box. "Are you the doctor my mom called?" Behind him, his mom was face down on the carpet with a glass pipe an inch from her hand. The kid stepped aside to let me in, and I just stood there frozen on the welcome mat with a brick of coke in my backpack. Dad honked from the driveway, so I set the package on a table by the door and walked back to the car without saying anything. I watched the house shrink in the side mirror until we turned the corner and the kid disappeared from view. Dad clapped my shoulder again, grinning ear to ear. "That's my boy Mijo." He was still humming when we pulled into the driveway. That night, I sat alone in my car staring at Dad's boat hitched to the truck. I kept seeing that kid in the doorway holding his juice box, and all I could think about was how Mom raised me better than this. I pulled out my phone and called the DEA tip line. I gave them the marina, the boat, and the time. At sunrise, Dad whistled the whole way down the dock, fired up the engine, and pointed us toward open water. He grinned at me from behind the wheel. "Today, mijo, you're gonna do the dump yourself." I lifted the cooler lid, and that's when the Coast Guard came over the radio. 3 boats boxed us in within seconds, and they had Dad cuffed face down on the deck before he could finish a sentence. He kept his eyes on me the whole time, scanning my face like he was searching for an answer. "Mijo, who would do this to us?" I lifted up my phone so he could see the DEA hotline still up on the screen. Me. The grin slid off his face for the first time all morning. Dad spent 20 years teaching me how to dump the bait. He never realized I was the bait. For the 3rd day in a row, Marix blocked me and my grandma at the school gate just to make fun of my grandma. "Why does she walk with that cane? It's so ugly." He grabbed the bottom of it, thinking that it was a weak cane. He had no idea that her cane was reinforced with metal on the inside. Grandma tried to tug it back, but Marix pulled his leg back to kick. His foot connected, and I heard something crunch. It was the sound of his leg against the cane. Marix collapsed onto the pavement, screaming, clutching his foot as his ankle ballooned inside his shoe. My grandma's cane had shattered his foot. I helped Grandma grandma to the car, laughing about it the whole way home. But the next morning, the principal called me down and brought me to his office. Marix's parents were already waiting, with Marix slumped in a chair beside them, foot wrapped in a thick cast, glaring at the floor like he wanted to set it on fire. His mom shot up the second I walked in. That's the boy. His grandmother is the one who crippled my son. His dad jabbed his finger at my chest. Your grandma is never stepping foot on this property again, and your family is covering every hospital bill. I stared at them for a second, then reached down and twisted the rubber tip off the bottom of Grandma's cane. The reason why his foot broke is because he kicked a cane that's filled with metal on the inside. I screwed the tip back on, and Marix went pale. He had no idea. His dad didn't even pause. That's worse. She's been walking around children with a metal weapon. She's a danger to every student here. His mom looked at the principal. Either she's banned by the end of today, or we're getting our lawyer involved. I just stood there, while Marix started to smirk at me from his chair. The principal raised his hand at the mom. Are you finished talking yet? He spun his monitor toward them and played the gate camera footage of Marix winding up and kicking Grandma's cane out of nowhere. Your son just physically attacked an elderly woman on school property, and you walked in here trying to blame her for what happened to his foot. The dad opened his mouth, but the principal kept going. Marix is suspended. Marix shot out of his chair, screaming, "When I'm back, I'm snapping that stupid cane in half." The principal exhaled. He's expelled, and tell your lawyer to give me a call. I'd love to walk him through what I just watched. I was getting flowers ready for my first date with a girl from Hinge when my brother grabbed my phone to look at the girl's profile. He immediately started laughing at me. "You're going on a date with her? She's way too fine for your chopped ah. You're going to need my help. I'm coming with you." I was extremely annoyed because my brother couldn't stand when I had something nice, and he always tried to ruin it for me. "Chill, bro. I'm okay. I don't need your help." He was already putting his jacket on. "You're bad with women. I'm going to help you. I'm not taking no for an answer." I was irritated because I knew he was going to ruin this for me. When we got to the restaurant, she was already sitting at the table. She was even prettier in person, and I immediately started sweating. But before I could introduce myself or give her the flowers, my brother sat down next to her and reached out his hand. She looked confused. "Who are you?" My brother laughed. "I'm his dating coach. He's never been on a date before, so I'm here to make sure he doesn't embarrass himself in front of a beautiful girl like you." I sighed and thought that the whole situation was screwed, but I figured it was still worth a shot at trying to win her over, just in case she was my future wife. So I sat down across from them and pulled out a piece of paper from my jacket. It was a drawing I made of her dog from her dating profile, because girls like when you notice them for more than just their looks. I slid it across the table. "I saw your dog on your profile. I thought you'd like this." My brother snatched it out of her hands, looked at it, and burst out laughing. "You brought a drawing of her dog to a first date? You're cooked. This is exactly why you need me." He crumpled it up and tossed it on the floor. I figured the whole situation was going to shit, so I put in an AirPod to play music and distract myself from how angry I was at my brother. He grabbed her hand and said, "We should ask the Chuz to leave, right? He clearly isn't meant to be here." Suddenly, she pulled her hand away from my brother. My eyes widened with shock, and I took out my AirPod. Even my brother looked shocked. She went under the table and picked up the crumpled drawing. She smoothed it out slowly, then looked at me. "You actually read my profile. My dog died last week, and this was the sweetest thing anyone's ever done for me." I smiled like a lunatic. She turned to my brother. "Do you even know my dog's name?" He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. "Did you even read my profile, or did you just look at my pictures?" He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Well, you're beautiful." She stood up and sighed like she was sick of him. "Yes, I get it. You think I'm attractive, but I think it's clear that you're the one who isn't meant to be here." She grabbed my hand, took the flowers, and shooed him away like a fly. I couldn't contain my joy, and I dabbed on him. She dabbed too, and that's when I knew we were meant to be. "Daddy, can I sign up for the school talent show? I want to sing." My 6-year-old held up the school flyer with both hands. I tried not to cringe on the inside, because unfortunately, my daughter was horrendous at singing, but I didn't want her to feel bad, so I lied. "Sure, honey, you'll do amazing." I figured that nothing bad would happen anyway, because it was just a school talent show and wasn't anything serious. But that night she was in the kitchen when she practiced her song. It sounded so bad that I thought the glass was going to crack. "Join in, Daddy. I love when we sing together." As I sang the song "Let It Go" from Frozen with her, I couldn't help but feel like the worst dad in the world, because I knew she was going to get made fun of at the talent show. She put her hands on her hips. "Daddy, I'm going to be a star." I didn't know how to tell her that maybe she should focus on doing her homework and choosing a standard career instead of singing. Then came the day of the talent show. She stepped to the microphone in front of 200 parents. I was already cringing as she stepped on the stage and yelled, "Hello everyone," because I didn't know if this was going to be the start of her getting bullied. And everything changed when the piano started playing. She sang, "Let It Go, Let It Go," and my jaw dropped to the floor with with shock. Her voice was absolutely beautiful, nothing like the voice that she usually uses when she sings with me at home. I was beaming with a mixture of pride and confusion. She was so good that when she finished, she got a standing ovation. When she finally came down, I pulled her aside. "My love, when did you learn to sing like that?" She patted my arm. "Daddy, every time we sang together, I sang badly on purpose, because no offense, but when you sing with me, you sound really bad. I didn't want you to feel sad that I was better at singing than you, so I faked being bad too." I took one puff of my inhaler and the alarm exploded. The bathroom door flew open and the vice principal snatched it out of my hand. "Give me that vape, you little criminal." "That's not a vape, it's my inhaler. I have asthma and I need it to breathe. Give it back." He pulled his hands back, dropped it into a plastic bag and sealed it. "Please, the nurse gave it to me. I can't breathe without it." He just ignored me. "You can't even go 5 seconds without hitting a vape. What's wrong with your generation?" He tucked the bag under his arm, grabbed mine and pulled me into the hallway. I reached for the bag, but he yanked me forward. I grabbed his sleeve and tried to say, "I can't breathe," but nothing came out. He kept walking. My vision blurred. My knees hit the floor. Everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I was in the nurse's office with an oxygen mask on my face. I looked up and saw my mom holding my hand. Nurse Amy had her stethoscope on my chest and was whispering to my mom. "He's lucky he made it." My mom stood up and slammed her fists against the door. That's when the vice principal walked in, holding the Ziploc bag with my inhaler, like it was evidence. Well, looks like the little criminal has woken up. "I can't believe you passed out because I didn't let you hit your vape." He looked at my mom and smiled. "You failed as a parent. You should be aware that your kid is doing drugs. Shame on you." My mom didn't say anything. She just raised her hand and slapped him. "You prick. I'm gonna sue you until you're left living under a bridge. You can't tell the difference between an inhaler and a vape?" He almost died in your hallway. He folded his arms. "Our new alarm system flagged it. Are you saying you're smarter than our technology?" My mom walked us into his office and pointed at the bag on his desk. Nurse Amy stepped forward and held up her phone. "This is the approval I signed 2 years ago. I told you about it when you were hired." He looked past her at the monitor. "It detected chemical compounds. That's what it's there for." I reached across the desk for the bag. He slid it toward himself. My mom pressed both hands flat on his desk. "Pull up the sensor data, or I call the school board and they pull it up for you." He turned to the monitor and pulled up the sensor data. "See? Right there. Chemical compounds. Exactly what the system is designed to catch." Nurse Amy walked up to the screen and leaned in. She stepped back. "You confiscated albuterol sulfate. What is that?" "His rescue inhaler. The one I approved him to carry 2 years ago. The one that was keeping him alive." My mom grabbed the mouse and scrolled through the detection history. 17 alerts since the system was installed. All the same compound, same time, same bathroom, and not once did anyone check. My mom snatched the plastic bag off his desk, opened it, and handed me my inhaler. She looked him in the eye. "You trusted a machine over a child who couldn't breathe." I took a puff of my inhaler and told him this mango berry vape is amazing. She slid into the passenger seat with the same smile she'd worn both times she failed me before. Her pen clicked twice as she set the clipboard on her knee. "All right, driver's license test, 3rd attempt. Go ahead and adjust your mirrors for me." I tilted the rear view and the dash cam light blinked red behind it. The one my dad made me keep on after she'd failed me twice on stuff she made up. He was on the bench outside the DMV watching us pull out. A third fail meant another summer at Subway, saving up $80 I didn't have. I counted 3 full seconds at the stop sign on Linden before her pen scratched the first mark. That was a California stop, didn't even slow down for it. Noted. She told me to turn with 30 feet of road left, and I had to stomp the brake to make it. That was a hesitation. Failure to commit to a directional change. Noted. A yellow light caught me at the next intersection, and I made a clean stop, which sent her hands slamming the dash. "What are you doing? You don't stop for a yellow. You go through it." She marked the next mistake on her clipboard before her hands had left the dashboard. "That's a failure to maintain traffic flow right there." Noted. She kept writing as I drove the rest of the way back. As I pulled into the spot, she clicked her pen one last time. And of course there was the speed, going 42 and a 35 all the way down Linden. Noted. I'd been doing 33. She tore the failed sheet off her clipboard and held it out without a word. I took it, then reached up and tapped the dashcam screen. Her own voice came out of the speaker. "That was a California stop. Didn't even slow down for it." Noted. The GPS readout on screen showed 33 the whole stretch she'd called 42. Her face went white. She lunged for the mirror and her seatbelt locked and yanked her back into the seat. "Turn that off. Turn it off." Dad was already walking across the lot toward the car. I opened my door and stepped out. "Mirrors are perfectly adjusted, sweetheart." Dad pulled the dash cam off the mirror and held it up as he walked her back inside. The supervisor watched the footage twice and fired her before we left the building. She was still crying at her desk when they escorted her out, clipboard in her lap, pen clicking in her hand. I had my license 3 days later. That Saturday, I drove through town and spotted her sitting alone on a park bench near the DMV. I rolled the window down. I mimed writing in a notepad. Noted. I flicked her off and drove away. When Haley pushed open the door, I instantly instantly felt butterflies in my stomach. She was my gym crush for months, and when I overheard her talking about how much she liked baking, I knew what I had to do. I spent days making cookies, and when they were finally perfect, I brought them to the gym. And when I walked in, I saw her. This was my chance. I leaned up against the bar next to her, and her friends all giggled, but I happened to mention I'd recently been baking. I actually have some cookies here. Want to test some? She smiled and told me she'd love to, so I brought her a cookie. I waited excitedly for her to take a bite, and as soon as she did, she said, "Wow, these are really go." She froze, and as she looked down at the cookie, her eyes went wide. Her face turned from a smile into a deep panic. "Does this have peanuts?" I was confused, but nodded yes. She instantly dropped the cookie. "Oh my God, oh my God." She was gasping for air, grabbing her neck. "Help!" Her tongue was swelling up, and she fell over choking. My heart was racing, and I yelled, "Help! Someone help!" Everyone was staring, and the paramedics ran over. "What the hell did you do? She's dying!" They did CPR on her, and everyone around was crying. She wasn't moving anymore. Then, one of her friends ran back with an EpiPen and jabbed it into her thigh. Everyone watched as she still wasn't moving. "What did you do to her? You killed her." "I'm sorry, I just made cookies." She was about to slap me when she gasped for air. Everyone was shocked, but she started coughing. I tried to say I was sorry, but before they took her to the hospital, she canceled her membership. For 10 years, I never once beat my brother to shotgun. He'd beat me to the car every single time. He always let me have first pick at everything else, but he never once gave me that seat. The second mom said we were leaving, he'd already be at the door. Catch me if you can, slowpoke. I'd take off after him every time, but he was just too fast. I never gave up though. I swore the next time was going to be different. Then one Saturday morning, Mom said we were going to the diner, and I bolted from the couch like the house was on fire. I slapped the passenger door before he made it off the porch. "Shotgun!" He laughed and held his hands up. "All right, you got me, slowpoke." He climbed into the back. I buckled in and turned around and saw him sitting where I'd been my whole life. He reached over the seat and slapped me on the shoulder. The whole drive he was kicking the back of my seat, asking if it was as good as I thought it'd be. I told him yeah, it was even better. Mom pulled into the parking lot across the street from the diner. He shoved his door open and grinned at me through the window. "You beat me to shotgun, but you won't beat me to the diner. Catch me if you can, slowpoke." He took off across the street. I never even heard the car. I just saw him go down. Mom was screaming, and I couldn't move. I just sat there in the front seat watching him not get up. I'm 40 years old now. Every car I get in, I sit in the front. Nobody ever fights me for it. I won that seat for life that morning, and I'd give it back for one more loss. My best man shook me awake. "Bro, wake up. Look at your chest." I looked down, and a woman's face I didn't recognize was tattooed across my entire chest. "Who is that? Did I get that tattooed last night when I was drunk during my bachelor's party?" He held up his camera and laughed. "Bro, I was about to ask you that same question. Your wedding is in 24 hours. You might be cooked." I jumped out of bed and threw on a shirt because I knew I had to get it removed before my future wife saw it. We burst into the first tattoo removal clinic we could find, and I ripped my shirt off. The doctor took one look and shook her head. "I can't help you get rid of this." My jaw dropped because I was scared a drunk mistake was about to ruin my wedding. "What do you mean?" "The tattoo is way too big for a laser removal because the laser won't be strong enough to affect it. The only option is a surgery where you cut the skin off." I turned on my phone, ready to text my fiancé about what had happened, but my best man grabbed it. "Dude, maybe there's one more option. Isn't your mom super holistic? Maybe she has some homemade remedy that can help you." I was skeptical, but figured it was worth a shot. We drove straight to my mom's house, and as soon as we came through the door, I ripped my shirt off. "Mom, I need your help. I got a tattoo of another woman last night, and I have no idea who she is, but I need you to help me somehow remove it." When she looked at the tattoo, I expected her to be shocked, but she just nodded and laughed like she expected this. "Honey, I know who that woman is." I was so shocked I didn't even know what to say. "It's your grandmother. Last night you were drunk and you texted your father saying you wanted a tattoo. He thought you were joking and sent you a photo of his mom, but I guess you took it seriously." I just pulled into the handicap spot when a woman ran up filming through my window, screaming I was a fraud. She kept the camera locked on my face, narrating to her followers that she'd caught another one. I pointed at the parking tag hanging from my rearview mirror, but her camera didn't move. I kept my hands flat on the wheel so she couldn't claim I was being aggressive, and told her I just needed 10 minutes inside. I'd been through this before, and it had gone badly. By then, 2 shoppers with carts had stopped behind her to watch. She swung the camera back to her own face. "You guys, look at this. No wheelchair, no cane. This is exactly what fraud looks like." A man in a polo shirt drifted over with his phone already raised. "I see this every weekend. Guys like him taking spots from people who actually need them." She held her phone to the glass, screen facing me. The post was already typed up like she'd done this 100 times before, my license plate sitting in the caption. Her thumb hovered hovering over the share button. 40,000 followers. Your face is everywhere by tonight. She pressed the phone flat against the window, screaming through the glass, breath fogging it. Get out of that car. You guys are about to see exactly what an able-bodied liar looks like. I opened my door. She stumbled back, then chased me around to the other side of the car as I opened the back passenger door. My daughter sat in her car seat with noise-canceling headphones on, her hands pressed flat against them anyway, rocking, eyes squeezed shut, a weighted bunny tucked under one arm. I lifted her out, and the second she felt the open air, she started to scream. The woman with the phone lowered it. The man in the polo shirt kept his phone up, his arm slowly dropping until it hung at his side. He turned and walked back to his SUV without a word. I held my daughter against my chest, one hand on her head. The bunny pressed between us and walked past the woman without slowing. I said it over my shoulder. She has Down syndrome. The last person who screamed at our window sent her into a meltdown so bad she was hospitalized for a week. You came 2 minutes from doing it again. Her thumb was still on the share button. I was being introduced to my new class of students when a kid threw an egg at the wall. The principal pulled me aside. That's Kenny. He's the most difficult student in the school. Just try to make it to June, and good luck. When I returned to the classroom, Kenny's phone was blaring the song Fireflies on full volume. I walked over. Can you help hand out calculators while I wipe the egg off the wall? I heard whispers around me. No teacher has ever trusted him before. He looked shocked, but grabbed the stack. In the break room, a teacher shook her head. You're wasting your time. That thing is beyond help. I defended him, but during lunch, he started a food fight that got 3 kids sent home. The assistant principal dropped a formal warning on my desk. Your experimental methods are disrupting the entire grade. Just ignore him and punish him like everyone else. I didn't know if I was doing the right thing anymore until parent-teacher night came, and I noticed something they didn't. His chair stayed empty. No mom, no dad, no one. So that same week, I called Kenny after school and slid his essay across my desk. These are good ideas. You just need structure. Come by tomorrow and I'll help. He pushed the paper back. Teachers don't help students like me. Not all us teachers are the same, you know. The next afternoon, I waited for him in my empty classroom for 40 minutes. After that, I didn't know how to help him, but I kept trying, and the next week, I assigned personal essays. Kenny turned his in late, the paper wrinkled and stained. I know I'm not a big part of your life, but you changed mine. I didn't know what he meant until I read what he wrote. I still remember the day that everything went wrong. Dad screamed from my bedroom. I ran downstairs and saw my mother's body on the floor. She wasn't breathing because she had unalived herself. My father dropped dead from a heart attack later that day. Every fight, every disruption, every cruel joke is me pushing people away before they can leave me like my parents did. I thought it was easier that way, but maybe I was wrong. Something shifted after that, and the next morning, Kenny was sitting in the front of my classroom before the bell rang. In every math class, he'd volunteer to hand out the calculators. At the end of every class, he'd help me clean up. And when we made it to June, he walked across that stage with a 3.2 GPA and partial scholarship to state college. My older sister returned from her dream college and said she's never going back there again. She'd stolen money from our parents to afford the tuition in Spain, and when they forgave her, she demanded they also buy her business class flights, or she wasn't going. They agreed because she always got everything she ever wanted, but then she came back midway through the semester and wouldn't speak to anyone. I found her on the kitchen floor sobbing into her hands, but when I asked her what happened, Mom pulled me aside and whispered, my sister went through something traumatic and I shouldn't ask her about it. That night, my sister announced she wasn't going back to Spain. I'd given up the money I was going to use for my first car to help with her fees, but she was crying so hard, I understood. Every night, I heard her sobbing through the walls, and she walked around the house with sunken, depressed eyes. When Mom made her food, she couldn't even bring herself to eat it, and just stayed inside all day. One time, I suggested she could take online classes in the same college and still get her degree, but she looked at me with red eyes and said, "You have no idea what I went through. I can never even look at that place again." I backed up and told her I was sorry, and one day my parents asked me to loan them $2,000. They said my sister had found the strength to go back to college, but it had to be a different one. I told them I'd think about it, because I needed to know the reason she left before giving up the money. That night, I walked into her room and finally asked her what happened in Spain. She looked at me with tears streaming down her face and handed me her phone. I looked at the screen and saw something about a shop getting closed down, but had no idea what it meant. Then my sister looked me in the eyes and said, "My favorite churro spot near the college closed down. I can't go back there and walk past it knowing it's closed. It's too traumatizing." I looked at her crying and realized this entire meltdown was because one of the 50 dessert places in her area had closed down. For 6 years after my brother died, I kept his Xbox controller on the couch next to me. Every Saturday he'd come in, ruffle my hair, and say, "Come here, little man," as he handed me the black controller and took the red one for himself. The first time I asked to be player 1, he wagged his finger and said, "No dude, player 2's the better seat. You get to watch someone you love have fun." I never asked again. I lived for Saturdays just to spend time with him. Then one spring saying he died. After that I played alone but would always put the red controller back on his cushion. It wasn't the same, but he was still there next to me in spirit. A year after I lost him, my little brother Noah was born. At 2, he reached for the red controller and I moved it to the armrest. At 3, he pointed at it and asked whose it was. I told him his brother's, and he asked who his brother was. I told him a good one. At 4, he asked to play every Saturday. I made excuses for a year. Then one morning he climbed up, put his hands on my knee, and said, "Please, just once." I didn't have anything left. I patted the cushion next to me and said, "Come here, little man." Noah scrambled up. I gave him the black controller and picked up the red one for the first time. "Can I be player 1? I wagged my finger and ruffled his hair. "No, dude, player 2's the better seat. You get to watch someone you love have fun." Noah settled into the cushion with both hands on the controller. That's when I realized I was doing what my brother used to do. I looked down at Noah, grinning at the screen. Ethan was right. It is the better seat. I had one leg out the window when I heard the music start at the pool party down the street. I'd been grounded for 2 weeks, and my crush from 3rd period was going to be at that party in a bikini. I pulled my other leg up onto the sill. I was getting to that party if it killed me. I dropped down onto the porch roof below me. I looked over the edge, and that's when I realized 2 stories was a lot higher than 2 stories sounds. I grabbed the sill with both hands and hauled myself halfway in. My belt caught on the corner of the window frame. I was stuck. My legs were dangling outside on the porch roof. My chest was inside my bedroom, and I couldn't move either direction. My phone slid out of my pocket, skidded across the shingles, and cracked on the driveway. I heard a door open downstairs and footsteps coming down the hallway toward my room. I yanked my belt as hard as I could, and the window frame creaked, but didn't budge. From the sidewalk, a kid yelled, "Bro, what is going on up there?" It was Trent from my bus. I hissed back, "Go away, go away, go away, please go away." "Wait, Jax, is that you?" Trent pulled his phone out of his pocket and started filming. "Bro, this is going on TikTok." He's stuck. 3 more kids appeared like he'd summoned them, all filming. The footsteps got closer. I tried one more yank and my belt loop popped off. I still didn't move. My bedroom door opened. "Oh my God, what are you doing?" My mom dropped her laundry basket on the floor. She walked over to the window and looked at me. She started laughing. She pulled her phone out of her back pocket. Hold on, I need to get this." "Mom, please, are you stuck?" I nodded. "I'll get a better angle." My mom shared the TikTok on Facebook that night with the caption, "Guess who's grounded forever." Monday morning, I wore a hoodie to school with the hood up so nobody would recognize me. A kid I'd never spoken to in my life stopped me in the hallway and yelled, "Window boy." My crush from 3rd period was standing right behind her. She laughed so hard she had to grab the locker. I won the 1st place prize in school, but when I looked over, the rich kid was staring at me with a sick smile. I was crying at lunch because my parents couldn't afford college. When my teacher gave me an ad for the school's essay contest, full scholarship for 1st place. She looked at me. "You're the best writer I've taught. Enter this." So I did, and I won. I cried happy tears and hugged my teacher, but when I looked over the runner-up, Timmy was smiling right at me. His parents were major donors to the school. They could pay for Harvard, but Timmy wanted this as a bragging trophy. The next day, the principal pulled me out of class, and we walked to his office. Timmy's parents were right there, and Timmy sat beside them smirking. The principal slid my essay across the desk. "There's been a grading error. After re-evaluation, the scholarship has been reassigned to Timmy." I couldn't believe it, and picked up the essay. I instantly saw this wasn't what I submitted. Entire paragraphs were changed, and crucial sentences were removed. I pointed it out, but the parents cut in. "Don't lie to make yourself look better. The results are final." I begged Timmy to tell the truth about my essay because this was my only chance at college, but the principal interrupted. "It's not about chances. It's about being fair and awarding the best essay." Timmy laughed at me. "The only truth is that I'm so much smarter than you." I felt my heart break, and I watched Timmy get handed my scholarship. I teared up, realizing I'd lost my one shot. But just as I was about to leave, my teacher walked in with a piece of paper and the superintendent behind her. She placed my original essay on the desk next to the altered version, and the difference was clear. She pointed at the principal. "He did this to a student in my class last year. I'm not letting it happen again." The parents' faces drained of color, but the principal immediately started pointing at them. They made me change the essay. They threatened to sue and said they'd pull their funding. I'm innocent. His face was white, and I couldn't believe he was throwing them under the bus. But as he was jumping around blaming them, an envelope of cash suddenly fell from his pocket onto the desk. Timmy's parents' names were on it. The room went silent, and the superintendent instantly fired him and escorted Timmy and his parents. The teacher then walked over and placed the scholarship award in my hand. "I told you you're the best writer I've ever taught." My girlfriend climbed into bed behind me, wrapped her legs around mine like a python, and squeezed. I laughed because she'd started jujitsu 6 months ago and was always trying her holds on me. "All right, killer, that's enough." But she squeezed harder and pulled me deeper into her chest. Her breath was warm on the back of my neck, and her arms were wrapped tight across my chest, but her legs were squeezing mine so hard my calves started burning. I couldn't feel anything below my belly button. I tried to scoot forward, but she came with me, hips glued to mine, legs still locked. Her arms slid down and locked around my ribs, so I could barely pull in a breath. She whispered, "I love you so much I could crush you," right into my ear. "Babe, I'm serious. Let go." She kissed my shoulder and mumbled, "I love you too," then squeezed harder. I tapped her arm twice, but she just giggled and crushed me harder. Her arm slid up over my shoulder and wrapped around the front of my neck. "Babe, I can't breathe." She kissed the back of my neck and whispered, "I know, baby." Her bicep pressed tight against the side of my throat. My vision started going black at the edges, so I slapped the arm around my neck as hard as I could. She mumbled, "Oh," and finally let go. I gasped so loud the dog flew off the bed. She stretched out her legs and let out a big satisfied sigh like she just finished a workout. "Sorry, coach said my chokes are killer." She pulled me right back into her chest and locked her ankles again. "One more rep." I found 2 pregnancy tests in the bathroom my twins shared. The boxes were empty, but the receipt was still sitting in the trash. I had a son and a daughter, so my brain went to one place. I walked into the living room. Autumn was on the couch, painting her toenails bright red. Chris was next to her playing video games. "Can we talk, Autumn?" She barely looked up. "Sure." I held out the 2 empty boxes. "Are these yours?" She froze mid-stroke. "No." Chris paused his game. "You're pregnant?" "They are not my pregnancy tests," Autumn said again. "I'm not mad. I just want the truth." Autumn's eyes narrowed. "Dad, I'm not pregnant. If I was, I would at least tell Chris." I kept pushing. "There's no shame, Autumn. Just tell me." Autumn went from calm to glaring at me. Chris had gone quiet. Autumn's head snapped to him. He looked pale, sweaty, and green all at once, and he leaned over and threw up on the hardwood floor. I rubbed his back while Autumn grabbed paper towels and cleaned it up. "You okay?" "Yep," he squeaked. "Liar," Autumn said, tossing the towels in the trash. "I'm fine. You're not." "Yes, no, yes, no, yes, yes," Autumn switched. "No," Chris shouted before he caught what he said. He glared at her. "What aren't you two telling me?" "Which part?" they said at the exact same time. They only ever spoke in sync when they were lying. Their hands flew out. Chris threw paper. Autumn had scissors. "Your confession," she told him. "I absolutely hate you," Chris said. "I had my girlfriend over this weekend," Chris mumbled. My eyes snapped to him. "You got your girlfriend pregnant?" "I don't know," Chris screamed back. Autumn leaned back on the couch. "You could just call her." Chris put his phone on speaker. His girlfriend picked up on the 3rd ring. "Did you use my card to buy 2 pregnancy tests?" A pause. "It was only a scare, Chris. I'm not pregnant." Chris finally exhaled. I rubbed my temples. Chris looked at Autumn, then back at me. "Autumn's a lesbian and has a girlfriend." Autumn's nail polish bottle hit him square in the chest. I became my school's hero for 1 minute before everyone watched what happened next. I don't play around when it comes to Halloween, so during our school's Halloween dance, I dressed up in real firefighter gear from my dad's closet. Real jacket, real boots, real helmet. I strutted around the gym like I owned the place, until the fog machine popped like a toaster and the fire alarm went off. Everyone cheered thinking it was part of the show until I smelled burnt plastic. Teachers started waving their arms, telling everyone to stay calm, but I noticed the orange extension cord powering the machine didn't stop at the wall. It ran out the side doors and down the hallway toward the science wing. Then someone near the door yelled, "Smoke in the hallway," and teachers started shouting for everyone to evacuate. Real sirens started wailing outside and fire trucks pulled up. The crowd poured into the parking lot while firefighters rushed through the main doors. That's when one of them spotted me standing near the entrance in full gear. "You, with us!" he shouted. "We're clearing the east wing." I opened my mouth to say I'm just a student, but he shoved a flashlight into my hand and pushed me forward. The hallway was dark and filled with smoke. We followed the orange cord past the lockers until it disappeared under Mrs. Carter's classroom door. One of the firefighters reached for the handle and jerked back. "Hot," he said, then looked at me. "Hit it!" But I only had my foam axe. I swung as hard as I could and it bounced off with a pathetic squeak. The firefighter grabbed it, swung himself, and the foam bent in half. He stared at it, muttered, "These damn budget cuts," and tossed it aside. That's when someone shouted from down the hall and he waved to the others. "Forget this door. We'll circle back once we've got tools." They started heading back down the hall, but then I heard it. A squeaky wheel spinning frantically. This was Mrs. Carter's room, and the class pet Mr. Nibbles was still inside. I turned back to the door. The handle was glowing red. I wrapped my jacket sleeve around my arm and threw my shoulder into the bottom panel until it cracked open. Smoke poured out and choked me instantly. The hamster cage was on the counter, and tiny flames were eating the papers around it. I grabbed the melted cord with my sleeve and yanked it from the wall. A spark bit through the fabric straight into my skin, and I screamed, but kept pulling until the plug came loose. I grabbed the cage with my smoking sleeve, and the metal seared into my palm. I could smell my skin burning. My lungs felt like they were filled with glass, and my vision was going black around the edges, but I ran. When I burst through the side door, I collapsed face first onto the concrete and threw Mr. Nibbles onto the grass so I wouldn't crush him. I could hear cheering as hands grabbed me, and someone pulled off my helmet. A firefighter was staring down at me. "Kid, you're a hero!" That's when I heard the scream. I turned my head and watched a hawk swoop down, grab Mr. Nibbles in its talons, and fly away. I jolted awake in 5th period with a full blood bladder and immediately raised my hand to ask for the bathroom. Mrs. Riley stopped mid-sentence and her whole face lit up. Drew, yes, finally! My hand was still in the air and I realized she thought I was answering her question. I had no idea what the question was. She turned to the whiteboard and tapped it twice with her marker. Class, Drew is going to tell us the answer. 30 heads turned at once. I felt my chest cave in and my bladder somehow get worse at the same time. I scanned the board for any hint of what she'd been talking about, and the only word I caught was stomach in green marker. I cleared my throat. The stomach? My voice cracked upward into a question. She clapped her hands together so loud the kid next to me flinched. Yes, Drew, yes. I started lowering my hand because I'd somehow gotten away with it and I needed to pee so bad I was about to cry. Now explain to the class why the stomach is so important to digestion. My hand froze halfway down. I shifted my weight in the chair and crossed my legs under the desk. I'd seen a Mountain Dew commercial that mentioned acid one time. Because of the acid? Mrs. Riley gasped and put her hand over her heart. Drew Vance, I am so impressed. I was sweating through my shirt and I could feel it on my back. I just needed her to let me leave. She turned back to the class with both arms out. Drew is presenting this at Friday's health assembly. I forgot how to swallow. Mateo in the back row stood up out of his seat. Let's go, Drew! The whole class started clapping. I nodded because I couldn't form words. I raised my hand again, this time actually waving it. She turned back to me with the biggest smile I'd ever seen on a teacher's face. Go on, sweetheart. Go celebrate. You've earned it. Friday morning, I stood at a podium in front of the entire school and gave a 6-minute presentation on the digestive system. I'd never raised my hand to answer a question in my life. I just had to pee. The kids on my block triple dog dared me to ring the bell at the haunted house. Freddie's hand was still pointing at the house with the dead grass and the busted screen door when thunder cracked overhead like it was on cue. Everyone backed up to the curb and someone behind me said, "Yeah, he's cooked." I swallowed hard because the rule was simple. If you rang the bell, you had to come back with a candy bar from inside, or it didn't actually count. I started up the walkway alone. The porch light flickered out the second I stepped under it. I rang the bell and heard it echo somewhere deep in the house, then nothing. I was about to turn around when I heard footsteps coming slow toward the door. It creaked open. An old man in a cardigan stood there with a black patch over one eye, staring at me. I could hear my own breathing. He leaned in close and squinted at me with his good eye. "Are you Marty's grandson?" I clutched my chest and shrieked. "How? How do you know my grandpa?" He raised one hand and said, "Wait," and turned back inside. This was the perfect moment to run, but when I tried to move, my legs wouldn't go. My whole body was being held in place by something I couldn't see, and I just stood there shaking. He came back holding a Polaroid. In it was my grandpa as a young man, arm around a younger version of the old man, both of them grinning on this same porch. "Your grandpa was my best friend. He'd come by and tell me about his kids and grandkids." He pressed a king-size Snickers into my palm. I told him grandpa passed away last spring. His face crumpled and he sank against the doorframe. He reached into his cardigan and pulled out a brass keychain, worn smooth. He gave me this the year he turned 40, said I was his longest friend. He pressed it into my other hand. "He'd want you to have it." Then he reached into a bowl by the door, dropped a gummy eyeball into my palm, and gave me a small wink with his good eye. I tucked the keychain deep in my pocket and ran down the path screaming, holding the eyeball up high. "He took my eye! He took my eye!" Freddie hit the grass. The other kids scattered into the street. I dropped the eyeball into Freddie's hand with the candy bar on top. Just kidding. I was pouring pink lemonade at the 4th of July party when my cousin knocked it out of my hand. "Are you drinking that?" "Yeah, I've had a few glasses already." Justin's face went from confused to absolutely horrified. "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh." He smacked the cup out of my hand. "How many did you have? How many exactly?" "I just had a few, Justin. Chill out." I had no idea why he was getting so worked up about it, and that's when he screamed for my mom. "Aunt Kim, get over here now." When she ran over and saw the empty lemonade, she said, "No, no, no. Tell me he didn't drink. He drank it. At least 3 glasses." Mom started shaking. Dad sprinted over from the grill. "This wasn't supposed to happen. I thought we labeled the pitchers." I just wanted to know what was wrong. "What's wrong with the lemonade?" They kept muttering. "Who knows what this could do to him?" Dad tried to calm her down. "Wait, maybe it won't be that bad." "Are you kidding me? He's 9. This is terrible." My sister ran over from the pool, and when she saw which pitcher I'd been pouring from, she gasped. "Did he drink that?" My mom nodded while crying her eyes out. My sister started hyperventilating. "We're going to urgent care right now." And that's when I started crying because urgent care meant I was dying. The entire ride there, my sister kept giggling in the back seat. "This isn't funny. Your brother could..." But she said, I know. I yelled, "Mom, tell me what I drank." She dragged me into the clinic and whispered something to the nurse. Her eyes went wide. Oh, how many did he consume?" The nurse started checking me. "Any dizziness? Flushing? Is the room moving?" Then the doctor came in, shaking his head. He whispered something to my mom, and when she put her hands in her face, I decided I'd had enough. I yelled, "What was in the pitcher?" The doctor just looked at me, not knowing what to say. It was..." Then my sister blurted out, "It was Grandma's denture water." The nurse burst out laughing. I wasn't. wasn't. And now, whenever Grandma smiles at me, I can't stop staring at her teeth. At 3 a.m., I walked upstairs in my pajamas, pounded on my neighbor's door, and he answered, still holding the vacuum. "Can you please shut that damn thing off? I'm trying to sleep." He looked at me like I'd spoken a foreign language. "It's the evening, man." I stared at him. "It's 3 a.m. It's my evening. I work nights. I get home. I eat. I clean. I go to bed at 8. That's my evening. Deal with it." He shut the door in my face and started vacuuming again. I'd filed 3 complaints with a landlord who kept promising to have a word. I'd thumped the ceiling with a broom handle until my hands went numb, but now I was declaring war. On Friday, I stopped at Home Depot and walked out with the biggest leaf blower they had. When I got home, I set an alarm for 7:55 and went to sleep through the vacuum noises. Saturday at 8 a.m. sharp, I plugged in the leaf blower and pulled the trigger. The ceiling shook. I heard a thump, a crash, and a grown man sprinting above me. He pounded on his floor, but I kept the trigger down. 3 minutes later, he was at my door hammering and screaming over the engine noise. I gave it another minute, cut the engine, and opened up. His hair was straight up, and he was wearing one sock. "What the hell are you doing? It is 8 in the morning." I waited for him to run out of breath. "It's my evening. Deal with it." He opened his mouth twice and gave up both times. He said he was calling the property manager and stormed back upstairs. 20 minutes later, the property manager was at my door. I pointed at the leaf blower, then at the ceiling. I asked him to pull the noise complaint log for the apartment upstairs. He scrolled and kept scrolling and kept scrolling. 47 nights on file. He thanked me and went upstairs to have a real word. The moving truck was in the parking lot by Monday morning. I watched him load the vacuum in last while I petted my leaf blower. Good boy. My dog never ate my homework, so I made sure he did. My teacher was standing over my desk waiting for my assignment. I hadn't done it, so I looked up at her and said my dog ate it. I honestly expected her to roll her eyes, give me a 0, and move on. But instead, she crossed her arms. "Okay, then bring me proof tomorrow." Since when do teachers actually expect evidence for that kind of lie? I sat there for a second, then nodded. "Yeah, I'll bring it." I got home and pulled the worksheet out of my backpack, completely blank. I sat down at the kitchen table and filled out every single question. I held it out to my dog, Brian. He sniffed it and walked away. So I covered the whole thing in peanut butter. He tore into it like he hadn't eaten in days, shredded it, drooled all over it, left behind a soggy, chewed-up mess on the kitchen floor. I scooped up every piece and sealed it in a plastic bag. The next morning, I walked into class and handed my teacher the bag like it was evidence in a courtroom. She opened it and held it up. A piece of slobber slid off and landed on her shoe. She put the bag down. She sighed. "Fine, I'll let it slide this time." I turned to walk back to my seat. I could still read the answers through the slobber, by the way. B-. My deaf 13-year-old brother Rich shook me awake at 2 a.m. and pointed out my window to the woods behind our house. I signed what's wrong, and he signed back so fast and so frantic I couldn't understand him. I knew something was really wrong when he grabbed my wrist and just dragged me out. He shined his flashlight into the trees, and I saw a man at the base of an oak tree tied up with a rope, bleeding from his head, gagged with tape. His eyes were pleading me to help. I told Rich we need to help him and started walking towards him. But when I looked back, Rich was already in the house, frantically signing something to Mom. I reached the man and started undoing his knots, and suddenly he grabbed my hand with his now one free arm. He gripped really tight and looked me in the eyes, signaling to untie his legs. I started trying to unhook the knots when I felt Rich's hand behind me. He dragged me away from the man and instantly started tying him up again. I screamed, "What are you doing? He needs our help," and tried to stop him, but our mom suddenly grabbed me too. She dragged me back into the house while Rich finished tying the man up again and followed in. Mom got on the phone with someone, and finally Rich started signing at a speed I could understand. This man outside had been showing up at Rich's bus stop for 3 weeks trying to coax him into a van. So tonight, Rich pretended to go along with it, lured him into our backyard, and hit him over the head with a brick. He knew nobody would believe a deaf kid about a stranger at the bus stop, so he brought the evidence himself. I went to buy some coins for my video game, but the price was too high. My mom was already working 2 jobs just to survive, and was so proud we were finally being able to pay rent on time. I didn't want to ruin that by spending her money, so I went onto YouTube to look for a way to get coins for free. I found a glitch where I could actually buy the coins, but while the transaction was processing, cancel it, and the coins would still go to my account. It worked, and when I checked my mom's card balance online, I saw the payment never went through. I did it again the next day, and again her balance was the same. I decided not to tell my mom because she'd just worry, and for the next week I used the glitch at every waking moment. I even skipped school and stayed up through the night to spam it as much as I could, and by the end of the week I'd accumulated over 10 million coins. I was one of the richest in-game players. But then one day my landlord knocked on the door and told me to remind my mom to send rent. When she got home from work I told her, and she made a confused face. The rent should be on autopay as long as there's enough in my account. She opened her laptop to check. I was on my game in the other room when suddenly she stormed in, red in the face and holding her laptop. I saw the number and my jaw fell. Minus $16,000. Why is there over $16,000 in charges from your video game? She yelled at me. I immediately went pale and knew I had to tell her. I explained the YouTube tutorial and what I'd been doing, all while my maxed out characters were getting killed in the background. When my mom heard what I'd done, I expected her to yell, maybe hit me. Instead, her face became a normal color and she just smiled. "Oh, that's fine, honey." She walked out and shut the door. We were evicted next month, and when checking into the homeless shelter, I tugged my mom's sleeve. "I'm sorry." She smiled at me. "Sorry for what, honey?" Then she turned back and continued humming. "I think I broke my mom, and now I have nowhere to even play my game." I immediately started sweating when I saw my dog running over to my neighbor Susan. She'd hated him for months, and when my dog gently licked Susan's hand, she slapped him hard over his head. He whimpered, and she yelled at me, "Keep him away from me, or I'll call animal control." But then one day, my dog suddenly jolted awake from his sleep. He immediately ran towards her fence and started barking like crazy. I went outside to try stop him, but then I saw Susan's son lying motionless in her garden and blue in the face. I immediately knocked on Susan's window, but she didn't answer. Her kid was now foaming from his mouth, and I pulled out my phone to call 911, but it had no battery. My dog must have realized no help was coming, because he ran into the street and started barking at a moving car. The driver noticed Susan's kid and instantly called 911. I started doing CPR on the kid, and my dog lay down next to him, trying to soothe him. But then Susan stepped outside. Turns out she'd been inside this whole time watching TV and never noticed her son dying in her garden. She ran over and kicked my dog in the ribs to get him away from her son. My dog whimpered hard, and Susan got on the ground, shaking with rage. This was the dog's fault. He must have done something. "I'm getting him put down." I replied, "Your son is dying, and you're still seriously giving out about my dog." She went quiet and started holding her son with an angry look. At the hospital, the doctors said another few minutes, and the boy would have been dead. My dog had saved its life. Susan urged the doctors to explain to me that her son's accident was my dog's fault, but they told her, "It happened because you let your allergic son eat peanuts. If not the dog, your son would be dead." Her face turned red and she stormed out, but I could tell she wasn't done. I came home and Susan gave me an official letter stating she was getting my dog put down. I was terrified and didn't know what to do, but then her son returned from the hospital. My dog ran up to lick his hand, but Susan saw it and winded up her leg to kick him harder than ever. I sprinted to stop her, but then her son put his own foot out to block her. She tripped over him and fell. "I'm sorry, Mom, but that dog did more for me than you ever have. If you put him down, I'll never forgive you." Susan's face went red with embarrassment, and that's when my dog leaned down and started licking her face. It's been a year since, and my dog and the kid are best friends. My dad charged me a quarter every time I cussed for 16 years, and I never figured out why until my wedding day. It started when I was 7. I yelled "fudge," dropping my cereal bowl, and Dad pointed at the beat-up peanut butter jar on the counter. "That's a quarter, kid. Drop it in. Fudge isn't a curse," I said. He kept his hand out until I paid. By 10, I was convinced I could outsmart him with workarounds. I tried beach at dinner, and Dad's hand came up. "Fakes count too, kid. You know the drill." I tried shoot, and that cost another quarter. I went bigger with "this blows D," and another quarter hit the jar. He never even looked up from his plate. In high school, I changed strategies and figured if I went clean, Dad would finally crack and tell me what the money was for. 3 weeks of biting my tongue, and I sat down at dinner and asked him straight up. He just shrugged. "It's saved up safe somewhere. That's all you need to know." I stopped asking after that. The first real job I got paid 6 figures, so I walked in and told Dad his quarter system was beneath me now. Dropped a shoot on purpose right in front of him. He doubled the rate without missing a beat. "Welcome to inflation, son. Prices go up everywhere," was all he said. By our engagement dinner, I'd given up trying to beat him entirely. I raised a glass and toasted, "This beach is gonna suck my D if she ever leaves me." Dad's hand came up across the table. "That's 4 quarters now. Inflation again. Pay up." My fiance's dad nearly choked on his wine. I moved out thinking I'd finally escaped, but the system followed me. Every cuss on the phone with Mom would trigger a Venmo from Dad for $1 within the hour. Wedding day. Dad walked into the suite carrying the same jar from the kitchen counter and pressed an envelope into my hand. Inside was a check for $60,000. "Down payment on a house, kid. 16 years of you running your mouth paid for it." My legs gave out, and he waited until I could breathe again. "Your grandfather did this exact same thing to me growing up. Kept every cent. Bought himself a boat with my money. I swore the day I had a son I wouldn't do that to him. The only word I could get out through the tears was fudge. His hand came up between us. That's 4 quarters. Jessica ran up to me crying that her male co-worker had brass knuckles in his desk, as well as a folder with the code to her apartment door and photos of her. She begged me to keep him away from her, so I called security and unlocked the man's desk, finding the brass knuckles sitting on top of the folder. I pulled the man out of a meeting and told him what we'd found. But instead of panicking, he looked at me with dead eyes and said, "This isn't what it looks like." But right as he opened his mouth to continue, the 5 o'clock chime in the lobby went off, signaling the end of the workday. Jessica walked past us and gave me a smile. "Thanks for handling him. I'm off to see a friend now." The man's whole face changed immediately. He started running after her, but security tackled him before he could get far. They brought him to my office while he thrashed and screamed that he needed to go. The security guard locked the door and stood guard. I put the folder and brass knuckles on the desk. "Start talking. I can explain everything, but not right now. There's no time." He ran to the door and tried to open it, but the security guard yanked him and shoved him into a chair. As he thrashed, I pushed the folder close to him. "You're not going anywhere until you explain." He threw his head back against the chair. "Fine. Jessica has been stalking my sister because she's dating her ex-boyfriend." He grabbed the brass knuckles. "These are to protect my sister." And then he opened the folder and spread out the pictures. "I've been making sure Jessica hasn't gone near her, but she said she's meeting a friend right now, and that friend is definitely my sister." He slammed his fist on the desk. "So let me go before Jessica does something to her." But that's when his phone buzzed with an unknown number, and when he picked up, the person said, "Sir, your sister was just brought to the emergency room. She's been assaulted." My mom hugged me and my dad and smiled. "You guys are my everything." We hugged her back and said, "We'll always stick together." But then a few months later, my dad passed away in a car accident. The pain was too much. Mom started drinking, and 1 month later, lost control of her car while drunk and went into a tree. She came home in a wheelchair, paralyzed for life. I immediately hugged her. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll always be here for you." I spent the next 15 years caring for her. I turned down scholarships, lost friends, never had a girlfriend, all to cook, wheel her around, and change her bed. Every day she hugged me and cried, "I'm so happy I'll never lose you. You're my everything." One day I picked up her disability check and came home, and through the window saw her walking around the house completely fine. She put away groceries, then got in her wheelchair and sent me a photo from it, saying, "Hurry up, sweetie. I'm getting lonely without you." I walked in 5 minutes later, and she smiled from her wheelchair. "Give Mommy a hug. I know you'll always be here for me." I placed a hidden camera in the living room, and when I watched the footage, I saw her carrying boxes, even doing workouts. I needed to know why she faked being disabled, so while she was sleeping, I went through her diary and found an entry from the day before her accident. "I'm faking it tomorrow. I've already lost his dad. I can't lose him too. This is the only way. I don't feel bad about it at all." I started crying because her selfishness cost me 15 years of my life. Then I wiped my tears and walked to my bedroom. The next day, I told Mom I had a surprise for her and to wait downstairs. I came down with my suitcase packed. She smiled. "What's this?" "Your surprise." The doorbell rang, and 2 disability welfare inspectors walked in. Mom asked, "What are they doing here?" I told her I know she's been faking her disability to keep me trapped, and either she stands up and admits it right now, or I'm walking out and she'll actually never see me again. Her face went pale, and she started crying. She stood up. "I only did it because I loved you." I replied, "You did it because you hated me enough to put me in a cage." I walked out. In court, she was given 20 years for the fraud, as well as what she did to me. And as she walked by me, I told her, "You stole 15 years from me, so I stole the rest of your life. Now you'll never see me again, just like you never saw Dad again. I dare you to jump." Jax looked out the second-floor window, looked back at us, and jumped. He broke his ankle and got suspended for a month. First day back, he was sitting at his desk, sniffing crushed-up Smarties through a pen tube. Someone slid him a note that said, "I dare you," with a checkbox. He checked it without reading the rest. Jax had never said no to a dare. The note said, "I dare you to convince the sub you're the teacher's aide." Our art teacher was out sick, and the substitute had never been to our school before. She walked in mid-yawn with a folder and a coffee. Jax was already out of his seat. "Hey, I'm Jax. I'm the aide for this class. She probably left my name in the folder." The sub exhaled. "Oh, thank God. I don't even know where anything is in here." "Yeah, she never remembers to leave my name. I basically run everything when she's out." He grabbed the attendance sheet off her desk. "I got roll. You can get settled." He started calling names. By the third one, the sub sat down at a student desk and opened her folder. Jax finished roll, walked to the whiteboard, and drew a horizon line with 2 vanishing points. "All right, today we're doing perspective drawing." He taught for 10 straight minutes, and the room was dead silent because nobody could tell if this was the greatest dare in school history or if Jax actually knew perspective drawing. Then Carter in the back row started whispering to the kid next to him. Jax stopped mid-sentence. "Carter, you want to be my first write-up?" Carter leaned back in his chair. "Bro, you sit next to me in math, and right now you sit in my classroom. Last warning." Carter looked at the sub. "Don't look Look at me, he's in charge. Jax kept teaching. 20 minutes in, he picked up the classroom phone. Hi, this is room 212, the aide for Ms. Bloom's class. We're running low on charcoal pencils. Can someone bring a set down? 5 minutes later, an office aide walked in and handed the box to Jax. He said thank you and passed them out to every desk. The door opened with 10 minutes left. Ms. Bloom walked in and stopped. Jax was at the whiteboard with a charcoal pencil behind his ear. The sub was in a student desk taking notes. 28 kids were drawing vanishing points. How long has he been up there? The sub smiled. Whole period. You've got a great aide. Jax set the pencil down and walked back to his desk without a word. He got suspended again the next day. First day back, another note slid across his desk. I raised my hand and asked the teacher to use the bathroom. I had an overactive bladder and was liable to piss myself. Sir, I need to go. But he smirked and said, going to the bathroom is a privilege you haven't earned. He went back to tidying his desk. I didn't want to pee myself on the first day, so I showed my doctor's note that this was a medical emergency. He crossed his arms and said, I can tell this is fake. Try that again, and you're getting suspended. Other kids looked at me giggling, while the pressure in my bladder kept building. I tried to just walk out with my legs crossed, but he physically blocked me. You're not leaving, and for this, you're getting extra homework. I waddled back to my seat, and while he was telling me about the extra pages I had to read, I felt something down my leg. Liquid was pooling in my trousers. The puddle spread onto the chair and floor. Someone pointed at me, and I immediately ran out, my face red and embarrassed. The teacher didn't even check on me or apologize. I became the school meme on the first day. When I walked into his class the next time, kids were laughing at me, and he smirked at me, so I knew I needed revenge. I pulled out a water bottle and chugged it quickly, then pulled out a second bottle and chugged that one even quicker. After chugging a third, other kids looked on. Bet you won't chug a fourth pee pants. I smirked and chugged a fourth. The teacher looked up from wiping down his desk and angrily asked, "What are you doing?" I replied, "Just hydrating, sir," and chugged the fifth bottle of water. By the eighth bottle, he was so angry he snatched it from my hand. I could tell everyone was confused, but at the end of class, I felt my bladder ready to go. I raised my hand. "Sir, can I use the bathroom?" He didn't even look up from his desk. "You still haven't earned that privilege." But this time, I simply stood up and walked to his desk. He said, "What are you doing?" And I just sat on his desk and let my bladder go. Within seconds, 8 bottles of water pooled in my pants and completely drenched his precious desk, destroying all his framed photos of himself. His face turned red as he screamed for me to get off, but I pushed my bladder harder. 60 seconds of peeing later, I was done and sat there with the most relieved look on my face. He paced around the room, jaw clenched, angry like a wild animal wanting to hit me, but he knew he couldn't touch a 14-year-old. Sure, I had destroyed my pants, but I could wash them. His precious desk would smell like pee forever. I looked around, and by my classmates' faces, realized I was now Pee Pants, the school legend. A teacher took one look at my volcano, screamed, and told me I was getting arrested. The science fair was finally here, and I wanted to win first place, so I built a volcano. Baking soda, vinegar, red food coloring, the works. Poster taped to the back of the volcano in giant block letters that said, "Science Fair Project, Volcano, Mr. Reyes's class." I labeled the bottles too, baking soda and vinegar, so I'd know what I was mixing and wouldn't mess it up. I was carrying it down the hallway to the gym when Mrs. Caldwell took one look at the volcano and the bottles and screamed that I was going to get arrested for this. She took me to Principal Landon's office and sat me down. He had my volcano in the middle of his desk and was examining it from every angle, but he didn't bother looking at the poster taped to the back of the volcano. "Explain this," Principal Landon said. I told him, "It's a volcano for the science fair. I've been working on it for weeks. I'm trying to win first place." He pointed at the vinegar bottle. "And this? It's vinegar, and you were going to pour it into that," he said, pointing at the volcano. "Yeah, that's how the volcano erupts." Mrs. Caldwell leaned in. "He was going to set off a bomb in the middle of the gym," she said. "There were going to be 600 kids in there. It's not a bomb, it's a volcano. Foam is just going to come out of the top when I mix the vinegar and baking soda." I picked up the bottle and turned it around. The word vinegar was written on it in black marker. "It's literally labeled. Just because you wrote vinegar doesn't mean it is vinegar," Mrs. Caldwell said. I sat there trying to figure out how every adult in this room was looking at baking soda and a bottle of vinegar and seeing a bomb. "Just call Mr. Reyes, he's my science teacher," I said. Principal Landon picked up his phone and called Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes walked in 2 minutes later, looked at the desk, looked at the volcano, looked at the poster, and laughed. "You two know it's the science fair today, right?" He pulled out his phone and showed us pictures of students at the gym, all with their science projects. A kid with a solar oven, a kid with a model rocket, a kid grinning behind a potato with 2 wires stuck in it. He looked at Mrs. Caldwell. "Use your brain for a second." He labeled the bottles. He labeled the volcano. He has a poster that says volcano. And you saw all of that and thought he was going to blow up the school with baking soda. Mrs. Caldwell stared at the floor. Mr. Reyes picked up my volcano and told me, "We're done here. Let's go." But by the time we got to the gym, the science fair was over. I never got to present, so so a kid won with a potato battery. Next science fair, I built a model of Mrs. Caldwell's brain and turned in an empty box. Mr. Reyes gave me first place. My wife came home from her nightly walk and smelled extremely strange. "What is that smell? Where were you?" She shrugged. "I don't know what you're talking about," and walked past me to go to sleep. I wasn't sure if she was hiding something from me, but then she did it again the next night, and the next night. After a month of this, I knew I had to find out what was going on. So one night after her walk, I checked her jacket for clues. There were hairs stuck to the sleeves that weren't mine. In the right pocket, I found the receipt to a baby clothing store. In her left pocket, I found the key to the storage building in our backyard. Did she have a baby with another man? The next night, I waited at the window. She walked straight to the storage building and locked the door behind her. I crossed the yard in my socks. I stopped outside the door and eavesdropped on what she was saying. I could hear her whispering softly, "You're the best part of my day. I love you so much." I threw the door open hard enough that it bounced off the wall. I expected to catch her kissing another man, but instead, I caught her sitting cross-legged on the floor, with a mini pig wearing a sweater in her lap, eating a carrot out of her hand. She looked up at me like she was extremely scared of what my reaction would be. "His name is Gerard." I stared at Gerard, and we locked eyes. "I know you hate animals, but I found him in the back garden. A fox was about to eat him." She had tears in her eyes like the memory was making her emotional. "So can he come home?" I looked at how happy my wife was and sighed. "Fine, but only if we can have him for breakfast." She shot me an angry look, and I laughed. "I'm kidding. Gerard's part of the family." I was eating Doritos on the couch playing Minecraft when my chest started pounding in the Ender Dragon fight. I figured it was just nerves from the boss fight, smacked my chest twice, and kept clicking my mouse. My left arm started twitching, but I shook it out and kept clicking. The pounding got sharper and faster. Pain shot down my left arm, and I knew it wasn't nerves anymore. But I had never gotten this far against the Ender Dragon. I wasn't getting up for anything. My vision started darkening at the edges, so I leaned closer to the screen and kept firing arrows. Molly walked in from the kitchen with a spatula in her hand, saw me, and stumbled backwards. "Babe, why is your face gray?" 5 more minutes. In the dragon fight, she came around the couch, saw the screen, then saw my left arm hanging off the cushion. "Why isn't your arm moving?" "I got this." She pulled out her phone, and my Apple Watch started screaming a heart attack alert on the coffee table. "He's having a heart attack. Send someone right now." She was sobbing into 911. The dragon was at half a heart. The sirens started outside before she even hung up. My left side was completely dead. Just my right hand on the mouse. My eyes locked on the dragon. My vision tunneled down to just the screen. I clicked. The dragon roared and exploded into purple light. Achievement unlocked. Free the end. I slid off the couch onto the carpet. Doritos crumbs all over my chest. "Babe." Molly was kneeling next to me, screaming for the paramedics to hurry. I reached for her hand. I won. My life is complete. I woke up to a slap. Molly was standing over my hospital bed with mascara streaks down her face. "You absolute dummy," I croaked. "Babe, did we really win?" "We?" She slapped me again. The kid next to me peeked into my backpack and screamed that I had drugs. I had a Ziploc of white powder in there, but it was molding powder from science class. We just made dinosaur fossils with it. The jar said alginate fossil molding compound in big letters across the front, and I scooped a baggie of leftovers because I figured a shelf of skulls would look sick in my room. Mrs. Keller dumped my whole bag onto her desk and the baggie tumbled out. She stumbled back, clutching her chest. "Get security, now! This little criminal has cocaine in my class." The intercom crackled and the lockdown alarm blared through the building. Red lights started flashing in the hallway. "Lockdown! This is not a drill." 2 security guards burst through the door and grabbed my arms. Mrs. Keller pointed at me with a shaking finger. "Take that little addict away." They dragged me down the hall as kids pressed against classroom windows watching. They threw me into Principal Escobar's office. He put the baggie under his desk lamp. "Where did you get this?" "I got it in science class." He leaned forward. "From a teacher? Be very careful what you say next." Officer Bell, the school cop, was in the room. He licked his finger, dabbed the powder, and sniffed. His eyes went wide and he stumbled back, grinning. 15 years on the job, son. That's cocaine. This is the good stuff. Colombian. Principal Escobar scrambled for his phone, knocked over his coffee, and dialed with shaking hands. "Mrs. King, your son was caught dealing." 5 minutes later, my mom burst through the door and froze. She took one look at the baggie and her knees buckled. No. My son can't be following in his father's footsteps. No! I grabbed her hand. "Mom, believe me, I'm not like Dad. Just read what it says." But her eyes wouldn't focus on the letters. She slid down the wall and sat on the floor, sobbing. Mr. Hendricks burst through the door in his lab apron with white handprints, out of breath. "One of my students just told me what happened." He set the glass jar on the desk next to my baggie. He pulled my hardened dinosaur skull from his apron pocket and put it down too. "He made this in my class 47 minutes ago. He turned to the principal. And you signed the purchase order for the alginate powder last August. Principal Escobar threw both hands up. That's false. And you expect me to read every order that crosses my desk? Mr. Hendricks looked at Mrs. Keller. You teach math. The label is 4 words, in English. My mom pushed off the floor, ran across the room, and pulled me into the tightest hug of my life. I'm so happy you're not following in your father's footsteps. Mr. Hendricks grabbed my baggie off the desk and put it in my hand. Let's get back to class. Principal Escobar stammered out an apology as we walked past him. I didn't look at him. Next week was the volcano lab. I labeled my baking soda baggie baking soda, not cocaine, in case there was any confusion. Dad, can you please buy me the costume? My son begged me for the 10th time that week. I need it, Dad. I can't live without it. I didn't know what to say. I knew that if I said no, he would just keep begging me. And if I said yes, he would just ask me for money for something else. And that's when I had an idea. I grabbed a piece of paper and came up with a way for him to earn money through chores. Each chore was worth a certain amount of money. If he took out the trash, he'd get $2. Doing the dishes was worth $3. When I was done writing, I presented the piece of paper to Wyatt, and he shook my hand. Yes, I will follow this and earn money. I'm going to do so many chores that I will earn enough money to buy the Invisible Woman costume in 4 days. I'd do anything for that costume, Dad. Anything. I wish I knew the real meaning behind why he wanted the costume so badly. And on Monday, he followed the chore list perfectly. The kitchen was so polished I could see my reflection on the floor. As I admired his work, I heard him whispering to himself, "It's gonna be worth it when I get that costume. It's gonna be so worth it." On Tuesday, the dog yard was completely tidied for the first time in months. When I went to congratulate him, he was hunched over his laptop and slammed it shut the second he heard my footsteps. Just researching the costume, Dad. By Wednesday, he was organizing the garage without being asked. I could have sworn I was Parent of the Year, but on Friday, I walked in the door and moldy dishes were piled in the sink again. The house was a complete mess, and I knew he'd completely given up on the chore system. I went to find Wyatt to find out why, and he was in his room playing his video game. What happened to doing the chores? He didn't look up from the screen. Nah, I ain't doing Owlet. My eyes started twitching with stress because now it felt like we were going backwards. What do you mean? He pulled up his notebook and showed me the math. According to the chore system that you came up with, I already did enough chores to have enough money to buy the costume. I stood there with my mouth open in shock. He was right, but I still didn't understand why he'd worked so hard for a stupid video game costume. Until that night when I opened Wyatt's laptop to make sure the payment actually went through. That's when I saw the search history. How to make the Invisible Woman's video game costume actually turn invisible to see what's underneath. Suddenly, everything made sense. Being the 1 in 100 million ruined my life. When I was little, I noticed I was way stronger and significantly more muscular than other kids. My dad swore to me that I was special and had myostatin deficiency, a condition that makes you super strong that only 100 people in the world have, meaning I was destined to be champion. As I got older, he put me into wrestling and I dominated tournaments, beating every kid, but I was growing too fast and too strong for my body to keep up. My heart and insides ached after every match. My dad had to buy special nutrient-filled meals just so my organs would keep up. By 13, my dad built a home gym and hung champion on the walls because I won tournaments against high school seniors. Then during a tournament final, I met a kid who could challenge me. My heart hurt so bad, but my dad screamed at me to push through, and when I went for a takedown, the world went black. I passed out and woke up in the hospital with my dad standing over me with my silver medal. The doctors said I was way too muscular even for someone with my condition, and after running tests, revealed the truth. I wasn't genetically gifted. My dad had been secretly giving me steroids all my life. Every special meal I had was steroids. Every gold medal I ever won was steroids. I thought the muscle mass meant I was special. It really meant my dad loved my trophies more than he loved me. I placed my wallet on the ground in an alleyway, then sat on a nearby bench watching it closely. I was going to be late to interview job candidates, but this was more important. A man in a suit walked down the alleyway. He picked up the wallet, looked around so nobody was watching, then pocketed the cash and dropped it back to the ground and kept walking. A woman in business attire showed up next. She saw the wallet, but when she looked at her watch, she kept walking and left it on the ground. A second woman walked by, and she picked up the wallet and put it in her pocket before walking ahead. I paused my camera I'd been using, then stood up and walked in the same direction as all three of them. I stepped into the Children's Cancer Charity building and went into the conference room where the 3 job candidates were sitting at a table. I showed them the footage, and their faces went pale. I told them, the most important thing we look for at this charity is good people, so you're all free to leave. My dad and I played catch every night until I almost stopped showing up. He'd come home from work, hang his keys on the hook by the door, grab his glove off the shelf and say, "Let's go." I'd grab mine and follow him out. We'd play in the front yard until Mom called us in for dinner. That catch was the only thing my dad and I did together, just the two of us. Then one Saturday, my friend Zach walked past my house, saw us in the yard and said, "Bro, you still play catch with your dad?" I laughed it off, but something landed wrong. By the end of that week, I'd decided I was too old for it. Monday night, Dad came home, hung his keys, grabbed his glove, and said, "Let's go." I told him I was good. He paused for a second, then said, "Okay," and went out alone. I didn't know it then, but that was the first night I picked anything over my dad. I watched him through the window. He stood in the yard for a minute with his glove on, looking around like he wasn't sure what to do, then walked over to the garage wall and started throwing the ball against it by himself. Next night, same thing. Then the whole rest of the week. By the second week, he stopped pausing when I told him no. By the third week, he stopped asking. He'd just come home, hang his keys, grab his glove, and head straight out the door alone. One night, I went into the kitchen for water and heard him on the porch with my mom. He was asking her if he should stop bringing the glove out. She told him to give me time. He said, "I just liked playing with him." He was talking about me like it was over. I knew what I had to do. I walked over to the shelf and grabbed my glove. He was still in the yard with his hand on his hip, looking at the ground. I walked up and he looked at me, didn't say anything. I threw the ball to him. He caught it and threw it back. We played in the yard until the street light came on. The next night he came home, hung his keys, grabbed his glove, and said, "Let's go." I grabbed mine. He never stopped wanting to play. I almost let shame end the only thing we had. My brother destroyed our entire family in 5 minutes. My brother has always been the quiet one, so when he squinted his eyes at my father across the dinner table, my spine tingled. I know the real reason you hate me, and it's time for everyone to hear the truth. My dad gripped onto his fork. "Be very careful, young man." That usually meant he was about to beat the crap out of you if kept talking, but it didn't stop my brother. Does everyone want to know why I didn't go to Yale? I didn't even know he got into Yale. Because my father is a Harvard man who can't tell his tennis friends that his son was going to a rival school. You need to shut the hell up. For the first time ever, my brother ignored him. He wrote a personal letter to Yale's dean saying that I didn't belong there because I had behavioral issues, then sent me to a crappy community college instead. "It's not my fault you weren't good enough to get into Harvard." My brother ignored that and focused on me. "Did Dad give you lunch money your whole life?" I nodded. "Well, he cut me off, let me go homeless during college while I worked 2 jobs. My father slammed his fist into the table and cut open his hand, trying to intimidate him. My brother smiled. "I no longer fear you, and I'm done holding in your secrets. You're a pathetic excuse for a father. Let's examine the word father, since you aren't even my real one." My father's eyes bulged. "Tell me, should I call you Dad or should I call you Uncle?" I clutched my stomach, trying to keep my food down. Our mother had an affair with Uncle Joe. I was the result, and Daddy here knew all about it. Leaving Mom meant that he would lose the family money, so he stayed and took all the anger out on me just for being born. Our mother covered her mouth and tried to leave, but my brother gripped onto her arm. "You watched this happen every single day and you did nothing. You are just as responsible as he is." My brother finished off his drink. "Believe it or not, it gets worse. Do you want to tell them, Dad, or should I?" My father squeezed his glass so hard, it shattered into pieces. "Why don't I, since you seem a little preoccupied? He's been selling trade secrets to a foreign government and the FBI already knows." "How did you find that out?" "You!" My throat tightened. "I stole the access code to the safe in his office from your phone a week ago. I've spent the last 7 nights going through every record and I've documented everything." He stood up and got right in my father's face. "The cops will be here shortly. Game, set, match." My father stumbled away. We heard a door lock down the hallway, then a drawer open, then a gunshot. He knew he'd get life in prison for treason, so he ended his life instead. I was home alone when the floor shook under my feet and I knew someone was breaking into my home. I'm deaf, so I couldn't hear it, but I could feel it. I knew I had to find out who it was, so I immediately grabbed the security footage on my phone and pulled up the porch cam. And when I saw who it was, my body was instantly filled with adrenaline. It was the Hadley brothers, the same 2 boys who burst my eardrums when they found out I'd snitched and told the cops about their dad's hit and run. They were both holding bolt cutters, and I had no idea what they were planning to do to me. I bolted up the stairs to my dad's construction office and dove under my dad's workbench, pressing my back against the wood. Through the gap between the bench legs, I saw both of them moving down the hallway with the bolt cutters. I had no idea what they were for, but that's when my phone buzzed with a text. "We're taking your hand so you can't use sign language and ask for help ever again." My whole body went cold because I felt like my life was over. The floor under me thudded once, twice, 3 times, and I could feel doors slamming somewhere on the other side of the house as they tore through every room room looking for me. I didn't know what to do, but suddenly the house went completely silent. I knew they were being quiet on purpose, so I couldn't feel what they were doing next. But that's when I remembered I was literally in a room full of construction tools. There had to be something here that could help me. I scanned the table and went through the drawers as quietly as I could. That's when I found it. A sound horn that was loud enough to rupture an eardrum. I pulled the drawer open, and my hand closed around the handle just as the garage door swung wide. I put my hands behind my back as the Hadley brothers stepped inside with bolt cutters, smiling. They started snipping them to show me they were ready to cut my hands off. I pointed it straight at them and pressed the trigger all the way down. The pressure of the sound wave hit them point blank. Blood burst from both their ears at once, and they dropped to the concrete screaming, clawing at the sides of their heads. I couldn't hear any of it. They came to take the hands I used to communicate, and they left without their ears instead. My ball bounced off the fence and rolled to my feet, but my neighbor still came tearing out with a sewing needle. He marched up to me, picked up the ball, and looked me dead in the eye. "You damaged my property." He pushed the needle right through the autograph. The ball hissed flat in his hand. That was a Patrick Mahomes signed football my dad waited in line 4 hours for. He'd been doing this to every kid on the block for months, climbing fences, walking through gates, snatching balls right out of yards. I ran inside and through tears told my dad what happened. He didn't even look up. "Just stop throwing things in his yard if you don't want that to happen." But it didn't even go in his yard. Then what's the problem? Just like that, he dismissed me and told me to go to my room. I went upstairs, dropped onto my bed, and made up my mind. If nobody was gonna help me, I was gonna handle it myself. That night, I dragged the sprinkler into the middle of the yard and rigged it to a string. Next morning, I left a cheap ball sitting in the grass and hid in the bushes. He came stomping around the fence with the needle ready, and I yanked the string. He took the sprinkler full blast in the face. "My hearing aids, these are $800. He bolted back to his house, clutching both ears. I left another ball out an hour later, and he came stomping back even angrier. I'd hauled a bag of flour up to the treehouse, and the second he stepped under it, I dumped the whole thing. He stood there looking like a ghost, screaming about lawsuits and the FBI. He stormed back to his house, leaving a trail of flour across the grass. I left a third ball by the back gate. He came charging through at full speed and tripped over a hose I'd hidden under the leaves. He ate grass, and his glasses flew into the bushes. He pushed himself up, shaking. "I'm calling the cops! I'm calling your mother! I'm calling the HOA!" He limped toward home, and I knew if a single adult got involved, I was done. The doorbell rang 20 minutes later. 3 kids on my porch holding popped balls. The one in front held his up. We heard. Behind them, 4 more came around the corner. By dinner, there were 12 kids in my backyard, and every dollar store rubber ball in town piled in the grass. We counted to 3 and finally gave him what he'd been screaming about all summer. 50 balls cleared that fence at once. He came tearing out his back door and ran straight into a wall of bouncing rubber. His feet went out from under him, and he hit the ground hard. He didn't get up. When he opened his eyes, he was duct taped to his own fence. 12 kids stood in a semicircle staring at him. The oldest stepped forward and crossed his arms. "You're outnumbered, Mr. Halverson," he started yelling. "I'll sue every one of your families. You're all finished. Just you why?" I stuffed my deflated Mahomes ball into his mouth before he could finish. I'd been carrying what was left of it in my back pocket since the day he popped it, and now I'd found good use for it. The silence was wonderful. We walked away and left him there. Dad measured me for the 5th time that day and screamed, "Why are you still 5'10"? I stared down at my 5'3" dad, and he glared. "Stop looking down at me. No son of mine will ever look down on me. We're going to fix this before it's too late." And so the next day, Dad came into my room with x-rays of my legs marked with red X's saying, "I found a surgeon who will remove these bones so that you can finally be shorter than me. I already scheduled the surgery." I stared in horror while Dad jumped around saying he couldn't wait to be taller than me. I knew I had to make the surgery impossible, so I started running 26 miles non-stop, and even though it hurt, I kept going until my legs gave out because I needed my bones to be so damaged they couldn't operate on me. And then on the day of my scheduled surgery, the doctor took one look at x-rays of my damaged legs and refused to operate on me. Dad got angry. "Why? He's perfectly fine." But the surgeon shook his head and pointed at the x-ray. "His bones are too damaged. If I cut into them, they could shatter, and a shard of bone could hit his heart. Your son could die." Dad crossed his arms. "I'm okay taking that risk. Just do it so he can be shorter than me." But the doctor kept saying no, and I thought it was finally over. But when we got home, Dad grabbed his toolbox and said, "If a surgeon isn't going to fix this, then I'll do it myself." He chased me around the house screaming, "Get back here! You will be shorter than me!" I ran outside across the yard, and that's when Dad's foot got caught on the garden hose, and he fell down hard, and I saw both his legs were bent the wrong way. Dad screamed, and I called the ambulance, and when they arrived, paramedics loaded him onto a stretcher while one of them questioned me. "How do you know this man?" he asked. When I said he was my dad, his eyes eyes bulged, and he looked back and forth between my dad and me, and then suddenly asked, "How is he your dad? He's so short." Dad thrashed so hard in the stretcher when he heard a paramedic had to sedate him. I was driving down a road when I saw a kid's bike on the ground blocking my path. I looked over and politely asked the kid with the ball to move his bike. He yelled at me, "Shut up, you old man." Before I could respond, he screamed, "Mom, there's a creep outside," and threw his ball as hard as he could at my car. His mom stormed out, and the kid immediately pointed at me and said I was watching him. I said that wasn't the case, but she was already on the phone with police. I tried to explain I'd only asked her kid to move his bike, but then he picked up his ball and threw it at my car again. This time it dented my hood. He laughed at me, and his mom said, "The bike is fine where it is. Just be thankful he's not throwing it at your face." I got annoyed and told them to move the bike, but the kid ran up to my car and screamed, "I got that bike for Christmas. I'm not moving it." Suddenly, I smirked. "Oh, you got that bike for Christmas?" His mom cut in. "Yes, he did. Why?" I smirked again and said, "Because my favorite movie is The Grinch." I floored the accelerator and drove over the kid's bike, completely crushing it. I looked back and saw him drop to his knees and start crying, but I wasn't done. I circled back and while he was on the ground told him to respect his elders. His mom went red in the face. The police showed up and she instantly demanded I be arrested. But when they realized what happened, they simply walked away and I drove over the bike one last time on my way out. When Tommy walked out of his room that morning, I instantly noticed something was off. His hands kept twitching, and the entire car ride, I started to notice his arms were twitching too. "Tommy, are you okay?" "Yeah, why?" He just got out and walked into the school. I knew something was wrong, but before I even made it home, my phone rang. "Hello? What the hell is wrong with your son?" he was shouting. "What? What do you mean? Your little brat son won't stop verbally assaulting me." I was so confused, but then I heard it over the phone. "F you, Mr. Wiley." Wait, was that Tommy? Yes, he's been screaming profanities at me all morning. I turned the car around, but as I drove back, I remembered it. He was twitching all morning. Now he can't stop swearing. I heard his voice from down the hall. "Screw you, you bastards." Oh no, this was definitely him. The principal was holding him down. Tommy kept twitching and yelling, "Go F yourself, Mr. Wiley." I ran over to him. "Tommy, what are you doing?" But then I noticed something. He was crying. "I can't help it, Dad." Mr. Wiley grabbed my shoulder. "What is wrong with your son? What kind of father are you?" But I knew something was wrong. "No, wait, I think there's something wrong." His face went red. "Oh yeah, he's gonna have something wrong with him when I expel him from this school. Members from the school district are supposed to come today. He's gonna ruin it." Tommy couldn't stop. "Your mom's a hoe, Mr. Wiley." His fists clenched. "That's it. You're expelled. Get out." I couldn't believe it. "No, wait. I'll prove it." I instantly grabbed Tommy and pulled him out to the car. He kept twitching all the way to the doctor's office, but as soon as they saw him, they knew what it was. Yep, he has Tourette's syndrome. He can't control it. I knew it. We drove back to school, and as soon as we walked through those doors, we found them. The district managers were there, but Mr. Wiley yelled, "What are you doing back here? I told you this child is expelled." I didn't say a word. I just walked right past him and showed the diagnosis papers. "He has Tourette's. You can't expel him for that." "Yeah, shut up, you monkey." The administrators looked at the paperwork. "Wait, you expelled a child because he has Tourette's syndrome." Mr. Wiley started panicking. "No, wait, he was out of line. How was I supposed to know?" They were both pissed. "Mr. Wiley, the only thing out of line is you. Go pack up your things." Tommy's arm twitched. "Yeah, pack your things, stupid mother ducker." The administrators actually laughed because they knew he couldn't help it. But on the ride home, Tommy said, "Thank God they got rid of that teacher. I hated him." He sat there, completely still. "Wait a second. Still nothing. Wait, why aren't you twitching anymore?" His eyes went wide. Shit? But it was too late. I saw right through it. He was faking it the entire time. When we got home, I looked straight at Tommy with my fists clenched. Tommy gulped. "Whoever solves this math equation passes my class. Whoever doesn't has to repeat senior year." Mrs. Keogh pointed her chalk at me. "Ethan, you get A's on all of your homework, so you should be able to solve this. Get up to the board." I laughed nervously because I'd been using ChatGPT to do my homework for the last 3 years, and I had no idea how to solve what was on the board. I walked up and took the chalk from her hand, and that's when Mrs. Keogh's phone rang on the desk behind me. She glanced down at the screen and frowned. "I have to take this. Work on the math problem. No cheating." The door clicked shut behind her. I turned around and found Liam already watching me from the 3rd row, the same kid whose tests I'd been copying since September. "Please, help me," I whispered, and he didn't even hesitate. He stood up and walked to the board and took the chalk out of my hand, and 20 seconds later the answer was sitting there like solving it was the easiest thing in the world. I had no idea if the teacher would actually believe that I wrote this, and just when he finished, the door handle started to turn. I shoved him toward his seat, and he sprinted back, sliding into his chair right as the door swung open. Mrs. Keogh walked up to the board and stared at the answer for a long time without saying anything. Then she turned to me. "Did you solve this alone?" My throat closed up. I knew if I said I cheated, then I would have to repeat senior year. But I also knew if I got caught cheating later on, I would be expelled. "No," I said quietly. "Liam did it for me." The classroom went silent. Mrs. Keogh smiled. "I knew you would ask for help. That was my plan all along." She uncapped the chalk and circled the answer and wrote A+ beside it. "I've watched you copy Liam's tests for 9 months straight, Ethan. Today is the first time you asked him for help instead of stealing it." She set the chalk down and looked at me. "Let this be a lesson. It's never weak to ask for help, but it is weak to lie and pretend like you have all the answers when you don't." A girl named Madison bumped into me in the hallway, and my science project I was carrying dropped and cracked on the floor. I'd spent 4 weeks making my own organic stain remover spray, and now the liquid was all over the floor. I quickly grabbed the bottle to save what was left, and Madison looked down at me and laughed. "Guess your stupid project is ruined. Mine's way better anyway. See you in the gym." She laughed and walked off. I carried my project to the gym and started supergluing the bottle of my spray together. But Madison sat at the table next to me and laughed at me trying to repair my project. She announced, "This was so easy if you're actually smart. I barely spent 20 minutes and mine's still better." She pointed at my project. I finished my repair just as the judges started walking around, but I barely had enough spray left to demonstrate anything. The judges reached Madison and she proudly showed off her volcano made of red paper mache. She told them the inside of the volcano was filled with red ink. Then she held up a button and said, "If I press this, the ink will flow out of it like lava. Would you like to see?" The judges were impressed and nodded, but when she pressed the button, nothing happened. Her smile dropped and she slammed the button repeatedly, but again, nothing. The judges leaned in and wrote something on their clipboards, but suddenly the ink exploded. It went all over the judges' white shirts and ruined their clothes. Madison went pale and grabbed tissues to try clean it, but when she wiped their shirts, she smeared the ink around and only made it worse. The judges backed away and told her to stop. She kept apologizing, but they just moved to my project next, still in their destroyed shirts. They asked me, "What is your project?" And I replied, "Let me show you." I took out my stain remover spray, sprayed it on their shirts, and wiped it with my own brush I'd also made. Immediately, the ink stains disappeared. The judge's face dropped as he yelled, "My shirt is clean again." One by one, I cleaned every judge's shirt, using up every last drop of my spray. They gave me the gold ribbon, and when I looked over, Madison threw her arms in the air in anger and knocked her volcano over. The rest of the red ink spilled onto her clothes, and I just held up my empty bottle of stain remover. "Too bad, I'm all out. Bet you wish you had my stupid project now." It took me 2 years to realize the heartbreaking truth behind the chocolate milk. Every morning for 2 years, a man pulled up to my drive-thru and ordered a black coffee and a chocolate milk. He never said who the milk was for and would just tip $10 for making his day that bit more special. He'd smile when taking it, and I always made it with exactly 2 pumps of syrup because he said 3 was a war crime. I figured it was just for his kid or something. But then one morning he ordered just the coffee. I asked, "Do you want the chocolate milk?" And he shook his head like he'd start crying if he said no. The next day, I made a chocolate milk anyway, but he pushed it back and said, "I can't. The memories hurt too much." I teared up because over the next few weeks he looked worse each time he pulled in, still never getting the chocolate milk. I tried to cheer him up once and joked, "I can do 3 pumps of syrup for the price of 2, and he just started sobbing. On the 1-month anniversary of him not getting the chocolate milk, I brought him flowers to cheer him up. He pulled in and I handed them over. He wiped his tears and asked, "What are these for?" I replied, "For you. I'm so sorry for your loss." But he looked at me confused. I never lost anyone. I scratched my head and asked him, "Then who was the milk for?" He responded, "The milk was for me. I'm lactose intolerant." He explained his wife recently caught him sneaking chocolate milk every morning and made him stop because he's been destroying their bathroom for years. I didn't know how to respond, but then he looked at the chocolate milk on the menu and said, "You know what? One more time for memories. I'll take 3 pumps." My dentist gave me anesthesia and told me I should just feel drowsy but still aware. But when he put the mask on, the world went black. He'd given me way too much and I couldn't move or speak, but could still hear everything. The room door opened and suddenly I heard my wife's voice. "Is he fully out?" The dentist replied, "Yes." I gave him extra to make sure. I realized the dentist put me under on purpose, but I didn't know why. I tried to lift my finger, but my wife said, "Perfect. I'm leaving with the kids tonight." The dentist replied, "Are the allegation documents with you?" And my wife said, "Yes, he'll come home to officers in the driveway arresting him for hitting our kids. Then it can be just us and them." I was shocked and realized my wife and the dentist were having an affair and working together to take my kids. I knew I couldn't move my body because if they saw me, they'd just give me more anesthesia. So I just kept listening and thinking of a way out. I heard my wife say she already coached our kids and they knew what to say. "I'll show the officers the photos of their bruises. They'll never suspect the woman did this to them." She laughed and I heard him say, "I'll give the witness statement." Then they kissed. The supply room door opened, and their voices faded inside it. While they were busy doing whatever in the supply room, I gathered all my strength and moved my finger. I tapped the back of my phone in my pocket 3 times to start a voice recording. Then I moved my hand back to where it was and pretended I'd heard nothing. They spent the rest of the procedure finalizing their plan. After I woke up, my wife told me the dentist would be coming over to our house to grab some insurance papers. I said nothing and kissed her. We pulled into our driveway and police were already there, talking to our kids. My wife instantly gave them photos of the bruises and told the officers to arrest me. That's when I smiled and pulled out my phone. I played them the recording and my wife's face went pale. She was put in handcuffs instantly and the dentist tried to make a run for it, but he was tackled, and while falling his spine landed on the curb and severed. He became paralyzed basically on the spot, and I leaned in and told him, "Now you're the one who can't move. Doesn't feel good, does it?" I accidentally told my crush and the entire class that I liked her during project presentations. I was up first. I grabbed the projector cable, walked to the front of the room, and started plugging it into my Chromebook. Then Mindy walked in, the kind of girl that would have you thinking of flowers and forgetting you were holding a cable. I snapped out of it, pulled up my project, and cleared my throat. After yapping for 15 minutes, I finally made it through. Mr. Milton nodded, and the whole class clapped, except Mindy. She had her head resting on her desk. I walked back to my seat and sat down. Mr. Milton said we could do whatever we wanted for the rest of the class period. As soon as he said that, someone popped a bag of chips open and kicked his feet up onto his desk. I focused back on my Chromebook and opened a new tab. I typed, "I have a crush on a girl named Mindy. How can I tell if she likes me back?" The words went up on the wall in huge black letters. I'd never disconnected from the projector. I slammed the Chromebook shut. The words stayed. Derek, who sat 2 seats over, looked up. "You," he cupped his hands. "Yo, everybody look at the screen." I opened the laptop again. The screen was frozen on what I typed. I clicked the X on the tab and the wall didn't change. I clicked it again. Nothing. The chip bag stopped crinkling. Chairs turned toward me. I dropped down, grabbed the cord with both hands, and pulled. It didn't move. Derek raised his voice. "Mr. Milton," he pointed at the wall. "Mr. Milton, look at the board." The room cracked up around me. Someone said, "No way." A chair scraped back. Mr. Milton stood up, looked at the screen, walked over, and pulled the cable out of the wall. The screen went blue. He held the cable and said, "Textbooks, page 204. I put my head down, wishing to make it all go away. Then I heard one single quiet laugh from behind me. I turned around and saw Mindy smiling. She saw me looking and winked at me, then went back to her textbook. I made a kid cry at my son's career day, and I'd do it again. On the way there, Liam begged, "Please don't come, Dad. I don't want you to be sad. I don't want you to be the only one without a parent." I walked into that classroom, and every other parent was dressed in a suit. Accountants, therapists, one guy was even a heart surgeon. I had my best outfit on because I wanted Liam to know his dad mattered just as much as anyone else's. When it was my turn to present, one kid, I'll call him Benjamin, took one look at me and started laughing. He pointed at my wrist. "Your watch is fake. You look like a bum." I held it up. "My dad got me this from Walmart when I was a kid, and I've worn it every day since." Benjamin yelled out that I looked like the kind of guy who wears Walmart watches, and the other kids started laughing. I looked across the room and saw my son put his head down between his hands. I cleared my throat and started talking about my job as a waste collector in New York City, and how jobs like mine are the backbone of society, because we do the work nobody else wants to. Benjamin shouted, "Waste collector? That must have been where you found Liam." The whole class burst out laughing, and I watched my son's eyes fill with tears. He could say whatever he wanted about me, but he just came after my son. I had noticed Benjamin's dad wasn't anywhere in that room, and Liam had warned me in that car that Benjamin didn't have a dad, so I should keep my mouth shut about it. But I didn't care. I looked Benjamin dead in the eyes and said, "At least Liam has a loving father. Yours left you." And honestly, I don't blame him. You're the first ever child I'd actually blame for a divorce. You insufferable little shit. My history teacher pointed at me mid-cough. "How dare you interrupt my class?" I shook my head. "I have an autoimmune disease. I can't help it." The kid behind me spoke up. "It's true. His dad came in once and told every teacher to be gentle with him because of his disease. You don't want to mess with his dad. He's built different." The teacher laughed. "Every other teacher can believe that lie, but I won't." I reached into my pocket and called my dad. Soon the teacher was going to find out exactly who my dad was. My dad answered, but before I could say a word, my teacher smacked the phone out of my hand with a ruler. "Did you convince your daddy to lie and tell teachers you're sick so you can sit on your phone in class?" I tried to answer but accidentally coughed straight into his face. He tapped the ruler against his palm. "Don't make me swing this at you." The kid behind me shot up. "Are you insane? He's actually sick. Look at his wrist. He has a medical bracelet." The teacher grabbed my arm and dragged me to the front. My body was aching so much from my disease, I collapsed on the floor. He lifted the ruler in the air. "Let me show you all what happens when a father raises his son to be weak." But before the ruler could had come down on me, the kid behind me gasped. "Oh my gosh!" He pointed at the window. The whole class turned. My dad was crossing the parking lot in full army uniform. Everyone turned their heads and saw 4 military trucks parked outside the school. Soldiers were stepping out and walking into the school. The kid screamed, "I told you his dad was built different." The teacher's face went white. 2 soldiers marched in and grabbed him. My dad came in behind them. He saw me on the floor and rushed towards me. The soldiers turned the teacher to face my dad. My dad lifted up his phone, showing that we were still on call because my teacher threw it across the room. My dad said, "Say it again. Tell me I'm weak to my face." The teacher ran out of the room crying, and through the window we all gave him the finger. I walked outside to find my car covered in red paint and the word cheater keyed into the hood. Now I wasn't even in a relationship, so I had no idea who would do this. I went to ask my neighbors if I could use their camera to see who did this, but then I saw his car was also covered in red paint, the word cheater keyed on the hood. I knocked on his door, and when he saw what happened, he also told me it couldn't have been his wife. We walked together to the house nearby and saw another car with red paint and cheater on the hood. So we recruited the third guy, who also had no idea, and we kept walking. But then we found the 4th car just like ours, except this time the owner of it was sitting on the curb crying. He asked why we were here, and when we showed him our cars, he freaked out and immediately started apologizing. He explained that last night his wife found out about his affair, so she got drunk and destroyed his car as revenge. However, she drank too much and forgot that she ruined the car, so she went out and found a new car, and thinking it was his, she destroyed it. But then she forgot again, and repeated this 2 more times. The teacher's gun went off and my whole class started running the race. With 100 yards left, me and my bully were tied first. I pushed as hard as I could and felt myself start to overtake him, but that's when he stuck his leg out. He tripped me, and I fell down. He looked back at me and smirked and just kept running. He crossed the finish line and looked back at me, pumping his fists in the air, and pointed at me as I got up and finished second. I told my teacher he tripped me, but she shrugged and said, "I'm sorry, but I didn't see it." My bully called me a loser and took his gold medal, putting it in my face and saying, "I bet you wish you were me." But then he went to stand on the podium. It was his first step since he crossed the finish line, and as soon as he put his foot down, he started screaming. He dropped to the floor crying and clutched his knee. "It hurts, it hurts." Our teacher immediately called the school nurse, who asked, "Does it hurt when I do this?" She gently pressed his knee and he started crying in pain. I found out that when he tripped me, he'd rotated his leg, and when I caught it, the force of me sprinting traveled through his foot and into his rotated knee. All the impact went into his ACL, and when his legs turned and he kept sprinting, the now damaged ACL fully tore. He finished because of adrenaline, but now he couldn't stand on the podium and had to be carried away while he cried in pain, and I took his gold medal instead. My mom asked me to return a jacket because it was too small, so I went and got $200 for it, but on my way home, I noticed a sign on the local corner store, "Scratch tickets, $1 million prize." I thought about it and decided if I just bought enough tickets, I was guaranteed to win. I spent the entire $200 and sat outside scratching tickets for 3 hours. By the end, I won $10 and walked home with no jacket and no money. I was still thinking what to tell Mom when she smiled and reached her hand out saying, "Give me the money, sweetheart." I panicked and quickly told her my classmates had beat me up and took the money. It was the only thing I could think of. Her face was horrified, and she immediately said, "I'm calling their parents," and started emailing the school. Within minutes, my phone buzzed non-stop. My classmates were asking me why I was lying and telling me to take it back because the school was threatening police. I knew I needed to do something, so I Googled how to make money fast as a 10-year-old and saw the perfect thing. I found a garage sale and used my $10 to buy a broken controller. I fixed it using YouTube and sold it for $30. I went back to the garage and flipped a laptop for $80, and when I went back a third time, I found a retro PS2 game for $20. I immediately ran to the game store and walked out with $210. But when I walked home, my mom was already in the driveway talking to police. I ran over and heard the officers say that the kids who beat me up would be getting expelled and getting juvenile criminal records. They turned to me and asked for my statement to finalize the charges. I knew if I admitted I lied, I'd be in big trouble, but I didn't want my classmates going to jail because of me. So I did the only thing I could think of and took out the money. I still have it. I quickly made up a story about how my classmates roughed me up as a joke, so I thought I'd lost it. But the money was just in my other pocket the whole time. I waved the money and begged them to believe me. They did, and never pressed charges. I gave my mom the $200, then gave my classmates $5 as an apology for lying about them. I had my head on my desk watching the clock with 30 minutes left in the math test when I started tapping my pencil. Mrs. Castellan's head snapped up. She ran across the room and slammed her hand on my desk. "What do you think you're doing?" I was bored. "I'll stop if it bothers you." She grabbed Felix's test off his desk and crumpled it in her fist. Felix jumped to his feet feet. I wasn't finished. I'm not stupid. You two have been cheating all year. She grabbed each of us by an elbow and dragged us out into the hallway. She got on her walkie-talkie and called for security. 2 guards in polo shirts caught up to us with kids watching from every doorway. Felix and I kept telling them we didn't cheat, but they wouldn't even look at us. They walked us to Principal Marlowe's office and sat us in chairs that were too small for us. Mrs. Castellan marched up to his whiteboard, uncapped a marker, and started drawing tap patterns. 3 short taps means add. 2 long taps means subtract. 5 quick taps means 12. I cracked his whole code. Felix raised his hand from his too small chair. Sir, none of the answers are 12. Principal Marlowe flipped through the test packet. He's right. That isn't a code. He was just tapping his pencil. Felix shrugged. I'm just smart, sir. Mrs. Castellan's mouth opened and closed while Principal Marlowe uncapped his pen. Written warning. Week suspension. I'll be calling their parents to apologize for you. Walking back to class, Felix elbowed me. Dude, that was close. She almost had it. 5 quick taps means 10, not 12. I smiled. Yeah, who would have thought we almost got caught? We walked back into class laughing. My best friend dared me to slide across his hardwood floor in socks. His dad was at work and we were home alone. I took off in a full run across the floor, but my shoulder caught the edge of the shelf right as I was slowing down. The trophy from his dad's only NFL season tipped, hit the corner of the coffee table, and snapped clean below the figure's knees. The little gold football player spun across the floor and stopped at my feet. I put my hands on top of my head. I'm screwed. Carter grabbed both halves and tried to push them together. We're so cooked. Dad looks at that thing every night when he gets home since before I was even born. They didn't hold. He propped the top against the bottom so the crack faced the wall. From across the room, you could still see the gap. Then the garage door opened. His dad walked in with his jacket still on and went straight to the shelf. He always went to the shelf first. The second he saw the gap, he stopped. What happened to it? Carter started talking fast and I stepped in front of him. I knocked it over. I was sliding and my shoulder hit the shelf. His dad picked up both pieces and turned the figure in his hands. 20 years, he said, mostly to himself. That's been on that shelf for 20 years. He turned to me. That trophy is the only thing in this house that's just mine. He told me to call my mom. My mom came over and wrote him a check at the counter. He didn't read it. He stood at the shelf with both pieces in his hands until we left. He'd been going to that shelf first thing every day for 20 years. Now the shelf had nothing on it. That was the last time I saw Carter. My neighbor chainsawed my treehouse while we were out, so I listed his house on Zillow for $1. We came home Sunday to a pile of wood where my treehouse used to be and the fence cut open where Doyle had come through. Mr. Doyle was on his porch holding the chainsaw and grinning. My dad walked up to the porch. You destroyed my son's treehouse. Doyle shrugged. Tell your kid to stay off my fence next time. He went inside. Through the front window, I watched his wife look up from the couch and smile at him. Knew you'd handle it. That night, I sat at my laptop, pulled photos off Doyle's old Facebook, and listed his house on Zillow for $1 with an open house Saturday at 9. By midnight, the listing had 11,000 views. Friday night, a realtor pulled into Doyle's driveway and knocked, and when Doyle answered in his bathrobe, she smiled at him. Hi, I have a buyer who saw your listing. Are you the owner? Doyle told her there was no listing and to get off his property, but she just held up her phone showing the Zillow page. His own house, listed for $1 with an open house the next morning. Doyle ripped the phone out of her hand, scrolled through it, and slammed the door so hard, a window cracked. By Saturday sunrise, cars were lining the street, and by 9 there were over 100 people on his lawn. Families with kids, a guy carrying cash in a grocery bag, a college kid yelling, "I'm pre-approved," at nobody in particular. Doyle was on his porch screaming, "My house is not for sale," while strangers walked through his garden taking photos. He grabbed the chainsaw and yanked the cord, but nothing happened. He yanked again, and the engine stayed dead while the crowd kept walking past him like he wasn't there. His wife stepped outside in her robe and asked what was happening, so someone in the crowd handed her a phone with the listing on it. She read it twice, then she looked at Doyle. "You put our house up for $1? Doyle opened his mouth and nothing came out. She held the phone up. "These are your photos and descriptions. I can't believe you would do this." Then she walked back inside and slammed the door behind her. Behind Doyle, a bidding war erupted on the lawn, and a man in a suit pushed through the crowd waving a single dollar bill in the air, shouting, "I have the asking price," while 6 people tackled him. From my bedroom window, I watched Doyle alone on his porch with no chainsaw and no wife. The dollar bill landed at his feet. I'd been hall monitor for 10 minutes, and when I saw Mrs. Voss in the hallway with her coffee, I knew she was caught. For 2 years, she'd been catching me in the hall for stupid stuff like bathroom passes and untucked shirts. She'd put my nose 6 inches from the wall and my hands flat on it while everyone walked by staring. When I got nominated last week, she walked past my desk laughing. "Pretend cops with felt badges. Good luck, kid." She forgot teachers had to follow the rules too. I stepped in front of her with my pad. "Ma'am, put it down. No drinks in the hall during class. Your rule." "Are you kidding me? Move." "I can't do that, ma'am. I'm just doing my job." 3 6th graders behind her stopped to watch. She set her coffee on the floor. door and walked to the office empty-handed. Wednesday, she tried to slip to the lounge during class without a pass, but I stepped in front of her. Ma'am, where's your pass? Anyone in the hallway during class needs one. That's the rule. I'm a teacher. I don't need a pass. Move before I write you up. Then please step over to the wall, 6 inches from it. Hands flat. Your words. Her face froze. The crowd grew behind her. 5 kids, then 10, then half the math class next door spilling out into the hallway. 2 fifth graders giggled and whispered, "Oh, she's in trouble," loud enough for her to hear. Voss walked to the wall with her shoulders dropped and pressed her nose against it while the hallway watched. Thursday, she stormed past me into the principal's office to tell on me. He pulled out the rule book she helped write and read the rule out loud. Hallway passes apply to teachers too. He signed her one in blue pen, the color she made every kid use. "You'll need this from now on, Voss, same as the kids." Friday, she didn't come into the hallway at all. I found her in the supply closet at lunch, sitting on a box of paper towels. "Please, I'm begging you. I get it. I was wrong. Just stop." I held up my pad. "But ma'am, you said I was just some pretend cop with a felt badge." She quit before Christmas break, but the badge is still on my shirt. I was sweating through a sumo suit on a Japanese game show, with my finger over a button that would win me $1 million and leave Daiki with absolutely nothing. I'd flown 9,000 miles for my daughter's medical bills. Daiki and I had spent 4 days getting through every challenge in matching sumo suits, sharing his rice balls between rounds, and pulling out his phone to show me pictures of his pregnant wife and the cancer paperwork he'd been carrying in his pocket. The host raised his megaphone. "Press button. Win $1 million. Other man win 0. No press. He win everything. Both press. Nobody win. 60 seconds." The clock started counting down on a giant screen above us. Daiki's hand went straight to his button, and so did mine. His pregnant wife was 3 rows back with her hands folded over her stomach. The giant screen behind her was showing my daughter in her hospital bed waving at me with both hands. I lifted my hand off the button. He lifted his. I put it back. He put his back. 20 seconds. The audience was screaming in 2 languages. He started crying, and so did I. Then through the glass he mouthed 2 words at me. "Press it." He nodded at my button. My finger pressed down on the rim, hovering a millimeter from contact. The audience went silent, and I could hear my own breathing. 5 seconds. I leaned toward the glass and made sure he could read my lips. "Press it, Daiki. You need to live to see her." Then I closed my eyes and took my hand off the button. The buzzer screamed, and I opened my eyes. Daiki's hand was at his side. We stood there in our sumo suits, and the audience didn't make a sound. Daiki's shoulders dropped. I shook my head and mouthed, "I'm sorry," through the glass. Then the host walked to center stage with a gold envelope and ripped it open. 12 season. We make this show. Every contestant always press button. You first to refuse. When no man press, both man win $1 million. This is secret rule. The booth doors slid open. Daiki sprinted across the soundstage and bounced into me. We rolled across the floor and lay there laughing in our sumo suits while his wife cried in the audience and my daughter screamed for me from her hospital bed on the giant screen behind her. My dad swung open my bedroom door and asked, "Have you seen my gun? It's missing." Me and my brother shook our heads, and Dad groaned and said we were helping him find it later tonight. Me and my brother finished getting ready, and we got in the car and drove to Grandma's house for dinner. But on the way, we stopped at a red light, and suddenly, the passenger door opened, and a man in a ski mask jumped into the front seat. He pulled out a gun and pointed it at Dad and said, "Give me all your money, right now." Me and my brother froze, and Dad slowly reached for his wallet to empty it. The man pressed his gun and told him to hurry up, and clearly didn't notice us in the back seat. I looked over and saw my brother quietly reaching into his backpack. He pulled out Dad's gun and slowly pressed it into the back of the masked man's head. He went still, and his jaw fell immediately. I spoke up. "My brother's 14 and already been in juvie. Don't think he won't blow your brains out." The masked man dropped his gun and slowly opened the passenger door. He ran away as fast as he could, and our dad took his gun off my brother with shaking hands. My brother said, "I only wanted to show it off at Grandma's," and my dad just continued driving. But during dinner, my brother tapped Grandma's shoulder and pulled out another gun. My dad went pale and asked where he got this one, and my brother smiled and said, "That idiot who tried to rob us forgot his." I folded a perfect origami swan and placed one on every student's desk before the start of class. You see, I never had support from adults growing up and really wanted every kid to feel seen, so I wrote encouraging personalized messages in every swan. But when one kid opened his face went red with anger. He threw his swan right at me and yelled, "What the hell is this crap? I'm not a little girl who needs a stupid pep talk." The class laughed, and I immediately started watching him closely, as usually that's a sign of something being wrong. On the surface, Jason had friends, decent grades, and laughed at lunch. But if I even said as much as "good job" or anything encouraging, he'd immediately lash out. "I'm not a girl who needs fake support. Don't tell me good job." On Valentine's Day, I folded everyone's swans again, but this time, Jason ripped his without even looking. He yelled, "You're a creep for doing this on Valentine's Day," and stormed out saying, "I never want to see another stupid swan again." So of course, the next day, I placed another swan on his desk. He crumpled it. On the last day before graduation, he refused to even shake my hand. I felt sad, because I truly only wanted wanted what's best for him. But then 5 years later, I was grading papers after class when someone knocked on my door. Jason came in and nervously gave me a letter. I opened it. I never had anyone in my life encourage me. I told myself support was stupid and I didn't need it. But you never stopped trying, and now I have my dream job. You're the only reason I believed in myself enough to apply. I looked up and saw him holding a perfectly folded swan. You're not my real dad, so stop pretending to be, my stepdaughter said while I helped with her science project. Her mom nodded. We would be fine if you left. Okay, message received. I will leave. That night, I took the truck, a duffel bag, and a cardboard box from the back of my closet to finally leave the people that took me for granted. I'd been the one walking the dog at 6 a.m., packing Kaylee's lunch every day since 4th grade, showing up to every soccer game her real dad said he'd come to and didn't. I knew it was only a matter of time until they realized how much they needed me. In the first week, my wife left me 16 voicemails. Kaylee left 0. On week 2, her mom called crying because they didn't know how to feed the dog and he hadn't eaten in 2 days. But there was still no apology, so I put the phone down and carried on living my life without them. And 1 month in, everything came to a head when my wife sent me a screenshot. It was a conversation between Kaylee and her biological father. She asked, "Do you want to talk? I miss you." He responded, "Who is this? I don't have the number saved." My wife texted, "Can you comfort Kaylee, please?" But when I read her text, I just rolled my eyes, because it was my birthday, and neither of them cared enough to wish me a happy birthday. They were still not appreciating me. I decided I was done with being part of their family. I put the cardboard box on the kitchen table and started trashing everything to do with Kaylee. First tooth, and I was just about to throw out the birthday card she made me when there was a knock on the door. Kaylee was standing there holding a cupcake on a paper plate. "I know it's your birthday, and I didn't want you to be alone today." Before I could say anything, she looked past me into the apartment and saw me throwing out all our memories. She started crying. "You were going to throw it all out?" I just felt numb. "You told me to stop pretending to be your dad." She held out the cupcake. I was wrong. I still didn't want to be part of her life again. But then she said it again. "Dad, I was wrong." I put the card back in the box. Then I stepped aside and let her in. I drew on the back of my desk with a crayon because I was bored and watched the new kid get blamed for it. I was tapping my pencil against my chin, watching the clock crawl, when I saw a black crayon poking out of my backpack. I looked around the room. The teacher was at her desk, grading. Daniel, the new kid 2 seats over, was hunched over his coloring sheet, pressing so hard his tongue was sticking out. I slid the crayon out, ducked my head under my desk, and wrote my name on the wood. Then a stick figure next to it. Then a bigger stick figure punching the smaller one in the face. I added X's over the small one's eyes. I wrote frick above them in big block letters because I'd heard a 5th grader yell it in the bathroom that morning. Then I noticed my name was sitting right next to the word. I scratched the crayon back and forth until there was a solid black box where my name used to be. I sat back up just as the teacher stood up to walk the aisles. She stopped at my desk and bent down to pick up a pencil off the floor. As she straightened up, her eyes went under the desk and her face changed. "Did you do this?" The back of my neck went hot. I shook my head as hard as I could. "I swear, it wasn't me." She lifted the front of my desk so the whole class could see the underside. "Then who did this?" Every kid in the room shook their head. I shook mine with them. Her eyes started scanning the room, looking for who had a black crayon. They landed 2 seats over. Daniel's pencil case was open. The black crayon he'd been pressing into his coloring sheet all morning was sitting right on top. "Daniel, stand up." Daniel stood up slow. "It wasn't me." "Daniel, the crayon is right there." He looked down at his pencil case. Then he looked at me. I kept my eyes on my worksheet. He didn't say anything else. The teacher walked him to the front. "I am very disappointed that this is the kind of behavior we're seeing in someone's first week. Daniel will be cleaning my desk during recess. Every last mark." The recess bell rang. I walked past him on my way out. He was holding a yellow bucket. I came back 40 minutes later, and he was still at the front. The teacher was leaning over him, pointing at one specific spot. Daniel said something quietly, and her mouth went tight. "Frick!" The whole class started to giggle. She snapped at us to be quiet and started spelling it for him letter by letter, slower and angrier than before. F-R-I-C-K. He scrubbed each letter as she said it. When he finished, he sat back down and put his head on his arms and stayed like that until the bell. I never used black crayons after that, not because I felt bad, just in case. "If a single one of you doesn't make it back by sunrise, every one of you washes out," the drill sergeant said. All of us were shaking because his exercises were brutal. He handed us a map with no trails or landmarks, and we all instantly panicked. The sergeant loaded his rifle and then pointed at the tree line. "I'll be hunting you the whole way. Run." We ran off into the woods, but 6 hours in we got lost. Water bottles were empty. 2 soldiers were limping. The compass kept spinning. "We're done. There's no way we make it back by sunrise," someone said. And then branches snapped behind us. We froze, certain the sergeant was near us. "Let's just give up," someone else said. But just as I pushed through a bush, my eyes lit up. Stacked firewood, 3 full canteens, a folded tarp. "Guys, someone left supplies here." Beside it was a map, marked with a path back to base. Everyone went silent. "Whose is this? Is the sergeant watching?" We looked around, terrified he'd jump out and catch us with it. But we needed it. We have to use it. Hide everything as we go. Everyone instantly ran to the supplies, grabbing water bottles, fighting for a peek at the map. We all started memorizing every shortcut through the woods. As we moved, more supplies appeared. Firewood at the river, a compass tied to a tree. Each one felt like a trap, but we kept taking them. We buried the wrappers behind us, covering our tracks. Then a flashlight beam shined through the trees. "He's coming!" We dropped to the ground and held our breath, but luckily he walked right past us. We ran as fast as we could. The sun was about to come up. We saw the base lights through the trees and made it to the gate right as the sun came up. But the sergeant was already there, arms crossed. "Do you have something to tell me?" My heart was racing, and then I sighed. "I'm sorry. Someone left supplies on the trail. We followed a marked map that wasn't ours." "You used supplies you didn't bring? Followed a trail you didn't make? Do you realize what that is?" I was ready to wash out. "Yes, Sergeant. We cheated." But he started laughing. "You think that was cheating, isn't it? That's called training. I left every stash. I wasn't hunting you to fail. I was chasing you so you wouldn't quit." Coach gave us a shot at no Saturday practice, and then tried to cheat us out of it. He walked into practice and caught me and Kevin laughing in the free throw line. And instead of running us both, he crossed his arms and said, "I've got a better idea. 10 free throws in a row each. You do it, and Saturday's yours. Miss one, and the whole team runs 100 laps." Kevin stepped up first and knocked all 10 down without blinking like it was warm-up. And now every single person in that gym was looking at me. I stepped to the line and hit the first one, then the second, and by the 5th, the whole gym had gone quiet, and by the 9th, everyone was on their feet, and coach had stopped writing out lap sheets and was just watching. 1 left. I bounced the ball 3 times the way I always do, took a breath, and let it go. That's when the clipboard came flying across the court and caught the ball just enough to send it offline, hitting the top of the backboard first, bouncing down to the front of the rim, rattling around the edge, and coach had already turned away with his arms out smiling before it settled. "Oops, looks like you guys are running today." He didn't even finish the sentence before the whole team cut him off screaming. The ball had dropped clean through the net, and not one of us had looked away. When he turned back around and saw it sitting there, his clipboard was already on the floor, and his jaw locked tight. He didn't say a word the whole time he went around taking back every lap sheet he'd handed out. Nobody ran a single lap that Saturday. Micah turned his exam face down and got onto his hands and knees and started circling his desk with a low growl. I had heard rumors about him thinking he was a werewolf, and I didn't believe them, but now I knew they were true. The teacher looked up and said, "Micah, get back in your seat. If you fail this exam, you'll have a 1.0 GPA and you'll be expelled." Micah barked at her, and she put her head in her hands like she'd given up on helping him. I looked around the room, and every single person had the exact same expression. Pencil frozen, mouth slightly open, completely unsure whether to laugh or run. None of us knew what would happen next. He crawled over to the desks around him and started growling at anyone who moved. "Do not make eye contact," one of the kids whispered, and I genuinely could not tell if they were joking. The teacher sent someone to get the principal, and when he walked in, he sighed in a way that showed this was not the first time this had happened. He looked at the teacher. "I know Micah's behavior is annoying, but he probably failed his exam anyway, so he'll be expelled and out of this school soon." He walked out, and when he came back, he had a piece of grilled chicken from the cafeteria in his hand. He crouched down next to Micah. "Here you go, buddy." Micah took the chicken, climbed back into his chair, and started writing while he ate until everyone finished their test. I couldn't understand what had just happened, but after class, it all made sense. Because when I went back to the classroom, I saw he left behind the foil from the chicken on the table. I picked it up and saw tiny handwriting covering the inside. Every answer to the exam was written on the inside. It all clicked. His mom worked in the lunchroom cafeteria, and she'd put the answers to the exam on the chicken foil. The only reason he acted so crazy was because that was the only way he could get the chicken. I never told anyone that I'd figured it out, but when the test scores came back, Micah had the highest result in the school. He graduated that year and told everyone he was going to study zoology.
I bent down to grab a pack of yogurt, but when I turned to ask my 5-year-old if he liked strawberry, he was gone. 5 minutes ago, he'd been tugging my sleeve right beside me. "Mom, can we play hide and seek?" I said. "When we get home, buddy, after the store." Then I bent down for the yogurt, and now he was gone. I called his name down the aisle, and nothing came back. I jogged to the next aisle, and a woman with a cart turned and stared. "Have you seen a little boy in a Spider-Man shirt?" Her face went soft, and she shook her head, so I bolted. I tore tore through the aisles screaming his name until an employee grabbed my arms at the registers. She got on her walkie, and a minute later, the speakers crackled. Code Adam, 5-year-old boy, red hair, Spider-Man shirt. The front doors slammed shut and blue vests appeared at every exit. A man in flannel pushed through the crowd and grabbed my shoulder. I saw a guy in a baseball cap walking toward the bathrooms with a little redhead in a Spider-Man shirt about 10 minutes ago. I fell to my knees as 2 officers sprinted past toward the back of the store. A walkie crackled nearby. Found him. Camping aisle. He's fine. A cop turned to the guy in flannel who scratched his head. Maybe I imagined it. I sprinted to the back and pulled back the flap of a display tent. My 5-year-old sat cross-legged inside eating a granola bar he'd grabbed off some shelf. He grinned up at me. You couldn't find me. I hid when you got the yogurt. He'd watched the doors lock. He'd watched the cops arrive. He'd watched me fall to my knees. From inside a $39 tent, I pulled him into me sobbing, and he patted my head. Why are you sad, Mommy? You said we could play after the store. I laughed and sobbed into his hair. Yeah, after the store. Not in it. You're grounded, mister.
My daughter woke me up. Daddy, something in the toilet tried to grab me. It was 2 a.m., but I checked the toilet anyway. I checked under the lid, inside the bowl, behind the tank. Nothing. I asked her to describe what she felt, and she thought about it for a second and said, like a hand, with a long nail. I put her back to bed, and when I told my wife what happened, she said, that's weird. I felt something last week too. The next morning, I was in the middle of checking the pipes when my daughter came into the kitchen and said, Daddy, can we get a new toilet? The hand that tried to grab me keeps screaming. I called a plumber. But before he came, my daughter appeared in my bedroom doorway again. Daddy, I figured out what it was. I have a surprise for you. In her room, on her desk, was a moving shoebox with a book on top of it. I slowly lifted the corner of it. Inside was a rat, soaking wet, long tail whipping the sides of the box, scrambling over itself to get out. I slammed it shut. I grabbed my daughter by the shoulders. Did it touch you? No, Daddy! I didn't believe her. I drove her to the hospital myself, called animal control from the parking lot, and sat next to her while they ran every test they needed to run. My daughter was given the all clear, but my wife was at risk for disease because they found a scratch on the back of her thigh from the toilet rat. Apparently, the chances of a rat or snake coming up your toilet isn't as impossible as you'd think. I went to try on the VR headset I'd just gotten for Christmas, but my parents yanked it off my head. You know the rules. Your little sister gets to go first. My sister smiled wickedly, and they put the headset on her. She grabbed the controllers from my hands and ran to her room, locking herself in and playing until the night. The next morning, she grabbed the VR again and went to her room, but when I walked in, she wasn't even playing it. It was just sitting in the corner while she scrolled her phone. I went to grab it, but she immediately put it on and grabbed the controllers, yelling, Mom, he's trying to take the headset when I'm not done with it. My mom rushed in and kicked me out of the room, not listening to a word I said. My sister smiled at me from behind and took the headset off immediately, going back to her phone. Every day after that, she'd take my headset before I even woke up and would only put it on as soon as I came into her room. It had been 3 weeks, and I hadn't even tried it once, so one day, I had enough. I took all my Christmas money and bought a pair of ice skates. I put them on and announced loudly, I'm so excited for my new skates. I'm going to ice skate at the nearby rink. Immediately, my parents and my sister came running. You know the rules. Your little sister gets to go first. They pried my skates off my feet and handed them to my sister, and she smiled and laughed. What she didn't know is I'd made the blades smooth. They wouldn't grip the ice at all, and she'd fall immediately. And when she came back an hour later, she was sobbing. Both her wrists were bent completely the wrong way. She had tumbled the second she got on the ice, landing directly on her wrists. Both her arms were put in casts, and she cried about the pain. But I just simply smiled at her, then walked to her room, took my VR headset, and finally plugged it in. My parents had no choice but to let me play, as my sister could no longer use her hands to pretend to hold the controllers, or to even scroll her phone. I found a loaded gun in my dad's closet, but when I asked him why he had one, he said, it's for protection. I thought that was weird because we live in the safest town in the whole state, so when he left the house later, I secretly removed the bullets from his gun. My dad and his brother were going drinking, and they had a reputation for being dumb together, so I did it just to be safe. But then my dad came home hours later and went to bed, and in the middle of the night, I heard our doorknob rattling. My stomach sank, and I ran to my dad and woke him up. He immediately got up and grabbed his gun. He ran downstairs before I could tell him there were no bullets. I saw the intruder with his back turned and hood up, going through our pockets. My dad pointed his gun and fired, but the shot went blank. He looked at his gun confused and went to fire again, but the intruder immediately turned and ran at my dad. He tackled him hard into the wall, and blood started pouring from my dad's head. I was so scared, I immediately ran to the closet and called the police while crying. I felt like the worst son in the world. They arrived minutes later, but the intruder was already gone. He hadn't taken anything, and my dad had a fractured skull. We took him to the hospital, and thankfully he survived. survived. But then while in the bed, he asked me if I did anything to the gun. I started crying and confessed immediately, saying, "I'm so sorry." But instead of being mad, he hugged me immediately and started crying too. He told me the man who broke in was actually his brother. He was just drunk and looking for his car keys because Dad had took them away. "If you didn't take out those bullets, I would have shot my own brother." I was in disbelief and asked if his brother was okay, but he shook his head. "No, he's in jail for driving drunk." The librarian tried to rupture my daughter's eardrum. I brought my 5-year-old Chelsea to the library for children's reading hour, but when she sat down, the librarian walked up to her and pointed at Chelsea's hearing aids. She said, "This reading is only for normal kids. You and Daddy will have to go home." Chelsea's lip quivered, and the librarian announced loudly, "Sorry parents, we're waiting to start until the disruption goes away." She pointed at Chelsea. My daughter teared up, and I was about to storm over, but then one of the other parents stepped in and told the librarian Chelsea had every right to be here, and if she excluded her, they were all going home. The librarian instantly smiled and backed down, saying, "Of course everyone is welcome," but she had this weird grin like she was planning something. Chelsea sat with everyone, and the librarian said every kid would read one by one. They went around, and Chelsea listened intently, happy her hearing aids worked perfectly. But then, it was her turn. She read "Once Upon," and suddenly started shrieking. She dropped the book, covered her ears, and fell sideways on the rug screaming. I looked over and saw the librarian in her reading chair smirking, hiding a small handheld device in her book, and cranking the dial on the device 2/3 up. I instantly realized she was holding a telecoil, the device libraries use to assist hearing aids. She'd paired it to Chelsea's hearing aid and was blasting tone feedback directly into Chelsea's ear. To Chelsea, it sounded like a fire alarm 3 inches from her ear. She screamed, "Please make it stop," and I instantly ran over. The librarian turned the dial down and loudly said, "I tried to warn everybody. Some children just aren't ready for story hour." I carried my crying daughter away and wiped her tears. But as we were about to leave, the librarian fixed her hair, and I noticed she had her own hearing aid. I immediately realized she had only done this to my own daughter because she was ashamed about her own deafness. So I figured, why not fix that? I told Chelsea, and I had an idea, and her eyes lit up. She crept over to the drawer where the telecoils were kept and brought one back. Chelsea smiled and connected it to the librarian's hearing aid, and we waited for her to speak. She stood up and said, "I hope you all had a great time," and suddenly she started screaming. She clutched her ear and fell to the floor shrieking. Chelsea had the dial cranked all the way up. It was like listening to a jet engine pressed against her ear. The librarian was yanking at her ear. She pulled out her hearing aid and threw it across the floor and just laid there with blood dripping from her ear. Her eardrum was burst, and the other parents just stared at her, realizing she had the same disability she mocked Chelsea for. "Dad, pull over to that yard sale. They're selling a lamp worth $1,000 for $10, my son said, pointing out the window. I laughed. "You're 9 years old. How could you know that?" He immediately pulled out his phone and showed me the exact same lamp selling on eBay for $1,200. See? When I pulled over, he ran out to buy it and made $990. I was really impressed, and that's when he said something that shocked me. "By the end of this year, I'm going to be making more money than you." I didn't know what he meant, and the next day, he showed me a printed list of 15 yard sales happening that morning. "Dad, I organized this list so we could go to all of them. These things are a gold mine." I grabbed the list and saw he'd sorted them by zip code so we could hit them in the most efficient order. I knew he wasn't kidding, because around his waist was a bag that had a spiral notebook, a calculator, and a small magnifying glass. He was fully equipped to spend all day looking for items to resell at a higher price, and I wasn't going to be the one to tell him no. "Let's get started." At the first sale, he walked past the furniture and went straight to a box of old dishes. He picked up a pink mixing bowl, flipped it upside down, ran his finger over a stamp on the bottom, and handed the woman $5. When she wasn't looking, he wrote down the profit in his notebook. Paid $5 for the pink mixing bowl. It was worth $92. The profit was $87. The whole time I thought it was just some childhood hobby, but within a week, he'd sold every single item he found. My 9-year-old had turned $60 into $430, and this was just the beginning. The next weekend, he walked into a flea market room and saw a small oil painting leaning against a bookshelf. The price tag said $30. He turned it over. On the back was a sticker from a gallery in Boston and a number written in pencil. He looked extremely shocked, like it was the best thing he'd found so far. "Dad, this is going to change our lives." Before I could ask what he meant, he walked up to the woman running the sale, held up the painting, and said, "This is really nice. Can I have it for $15? She looked at it for 2 seconds. $20, and it's yours. He paid her in cash from an envelope he'd started carrying specifically for this. When we were alone in the car, he handed me the painting and told me to look up the artist who painted it. I did. His paintings sold at real auction houses for between $4,000 and $6,000. "Did you know how much it was worth when you offered her the money?" He shrugged. I wasn't sure, but I had nothing to lose, because if I was wrong, I would lose $20. If I was right, I wouldn't. The next week, he took the painting to a real auction house. They confirmed it was authentic and bought it from him for $4,200. When the check arrived, arrived, he cashed it, came home, and set his notebook on the kitchen table between us. Dad, I told you I'd make more money than you by the end of the year. It's December. I did it. Then he flipped to the next page, which means we need to talk about quarterly taxes. You owe $1,400 to the IRS because the eBay account is in your name. I already did the math. Every day my dog Buddy would growl at the same gray house, and when I'd try to drag him away, he'd plant his paws into the ground and start barking his head off. I was convinced something suspicious was going on inside, and when I finally told my mom about it, she said, "He probably doesn't feel good because he's on a leash. Let the leash go." The next afternoon, I walked Buddy to the same gray house, and this time when he barked, I let the leash drop. Nothing could have prepared me for what happened next. He ran straight to a small ground-level basement window below the porch and started pawing at the glass and barking in a way I'd never heard before, and I knew something was very, very wrong. A man came out onto the porch immediately. He smelled like tobacco, and there was blood on his hands, which made me even more suspicious of what he was hiding. He yelled, "Control your mutt and get off my property." I quickly put the leash back on Buddy, and the old man wanted to make sure that I was actually leaving, so he stared at me until I turned the corner. That night, I told my mom everything and told her something didn't feel right about that house, so she called the non-emergency line to report it, mostly just to get me to stop talking about it. 2 officers went to the house to do a welfare check, and I watched from the sidewalk as one of them stepped around to the side of the house and crouched by the basement window. As soon as he looked through it, his face went white with shock. 3 more cars pulled up in 10 minutes. They walked 2 kids out of that basement. A second cop came out carrying evidence bags. The top one had a photo of me walking down the sidewalk. That's when it clicked. The reason he was barking at the basement was because the man had been kidnapping kids and was targeting me as his next victim, and Buddy noticed him watching me the whole time. He'd been growling to protect me. That night, my mom sat on the porch steps and took Buddy's leash off. She fed him the entire treat bag without saying a word. It was my first day in prison when a 300-pound inmate took one look at me and started sobbing. I was walking down the cell block to find my bunk when he started charging at me like he wanted to kill me. I froze because I had no idea what was going on. Guards tackled him and pinned him to the ground. He was screaming in anger while tears ran down his face. Before I could process what happened, an inmate grabbed my arm. "That's Big Vaughn. Don't mess with him. He's put 3 guys in the infirmary." I didn't do anything though. He charged at me. I've never even seen him before. He shook his head. "He's probably targeting you. You need to watch your back." I had never seen this man before in my life. Why does he want to kill me? The next day, I walked into the cafeteria. Vaughn was sitting at a table laughing with other inmates. Then he turned his head and saw me. His smile dropped. His eyes started watering with tears, like he was extremely upset to see me. And before I could react, he picked up his food tray and threw it directly towards my face. I ducked. Guards rushed in and dragged him out. He was crying and screaming the whole way out again. Why was this 300-pound man crying? An inmate next to me said, "What did you do to him?" I swear I've never seen him before. That's weird. He's cool with everybody else. I was scared because I didn't know how far he would take his hatred towards me. And later that night, when the cell block was quiet, I was walking back from the bathroom when I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around. Vaughn was right behind me. I looked down and saw that he had a sharpened piece of metal in his hand, and I knew he was ready to attack me. I backed into the wall. He pinned me. The blade was inches from my face. He was crying again. I put my hands up. "I don't want any problems. Why do you hate me so much? I never did anything to you." He inched it closer. "It's because you look just like him." "Like who? What are you talking about?" His hand was shaking, and suddenly, his arm dropped. He slumped against the wall, sobbing. "You look like the man who killed my daughter. I almost killed him for what he did, and they arrested me, not him. He got away with it because he lied to the court and said I was the one to kill my own daughter." His voice cracked. "I just miss my daughter." Before I could say anything, guards burst through the door. They saw Vaughn holding the contraband piece of metal, handcuffed him, and dragged him to solitary. No one's seen him since. I drew a Sharpie mustache on my friend at 4 a.m. and had 3 hours to get it off before his mom drove me home. I stepped back to admire my work, a full handlebar with curls and a soul patch. Then I saw the words "permanent marker" printed down the side of the Sharpie. His mom was driving me home at 7. If she saw his face, she'd call my mom and I'd be grounded for the whole summer. I tiptoed to the bathroom, squeezed his mom's toothpaste onto a toothbrush, and scrubbed his upper lip until the bristles bent backwards. Nothing came off. Brandon mumbled and rolled his head, and I held my breath for a full minute until he settled again. I sprinted to the kitchen for dish soap and foamed up his whole mouth. His cheek went bright pink, but the handlebar was still there. The clock said 4:42. I crept upstairs for his mom's makeup remover and grabbed a magic eraser from under the kitchen sink on my way back. His cheek went from pink to red to raw, and a fleck of skin came off on the sponge. Brandon stirred and one eye fluttered open, so I dove behind the couch until his breathing went heavy again. By 6, I'd torn through rubbing alcohol, hand sanitizer, and his dad's aftershave. The mustache was was finally just a pink shadow on his upper lip when his phone alarm started buzzing on the table. 6:55. I rinsed his face one last time and collapsed onto the couch beside him. My eyes closed before my head hit the cushion. I woke up to footsteps coming down the stairs. Brandon was sitting up next to me, wide awake, holding the Sharpie. I touched my cheek and my fingers came back black. He capped the marker and grinned. "Ha, got you back." His mom walked into the living room with her car keys in her hand. She stopped mid-step when she saw my face. "Brandon, what did you do?" Brandon got grounded for the whole summer. I never said a word. Everyone in prison knew Kane was the plug. He didn't even try to hide it. The guards would shake him down for just walking past, and whenever they caught inmates with something, they'd instantly search him. But every time they did, they never caught him with anything. Guards would storm his cell, flip his mattress, rip out the vents, and he just laughed at them every time. One time someone said he was stashing it in another inmate's bunk, so they tore apart every cell. Still, they found nothing. They had literally no idea what to do. Every time they caught someone with something, they'd say, "I got it from Kane." Our warden was furious until he figured it out. Over the holiday weekend, his son's birthday magic kit came with a hollow soap bar, and it hit him. It immediately clicked. The first day back, he showed up to morning roll call early. The second Kane stepped into line, the warden said, "Hand over your soap bar." Kane's eyes went wide, and the warden stood there. He knew he had him. Now, Kane had no choice, and pulled it out. The warden was literally shaking with excitement, and the second he twisted it open, his face lit up. He was right. The soap had a hidden compartment inside. He knew he had him, but when he looked closer, he was confused. It was completely empty, and Kane was laughing his ass off. "What is this? Where is it?" And Kane thought it was so funny, he could barely get it out. "Sorry, boss. The morning delivery already went out. You're a few hours too late." It was my first week in the military when a soldier walked up to me and slammed his helmet into my face. I hit the ground in shock. I didn't even know which soldier hit me. My eye was bruised and swelling shut. I got up and was about to swing at him when another soldier grabbed my arm. "I wouldn't hit him if I were you." I asked why. He pointed at the guy who hit me. "That's Rob, the commander's son. He's untouchable because his dad runs this whole base. He bullies people for fun because he knows he can get away with it, and it looks like you're his new target." But I wasn't going to let him push me around. Until 2 weeks later, we were doing push-ups during morning drills. Rob walked over to me and stomped on my hand with all his force. I heard the bones in my hand cracking. He leaned down and whispered, "What are you gonna do about it?" I got up and walked over to the commander's office, showed him my hand, and reported it thinking he'd help me. But instead, his dad punished me and gave me extra duty for starting confrontations. He said, "If you get one more write-up, you're kicked out." I couldn't let that happen because I'd lose my government benefits and my family would suffer. I had to handle this myself. I walked out of the commander's office with my hand throbbing, and that's when I saw the bulletin board in the hallway. There was an annual base inspection in a few days. A high-ranking official was visiting next week, someone higher than the commander. I stopped and stared at it. I knew if I could get Rob to bully me in front of that official, not even his dad could save him from the consequences. The day of the inspection came. I saw the high-ranking official walking through the base with the commander. Rob stood by the barracks. I walked straight toward him, and as I passed him, I flicked his hat off his head and laughed. He looked at me in shock. I leaned in and whispered, "What are you gonna do about it?" His face went red with anger. He charged at me and tackled me to the ground. He threw hard punches, but instead of hitting back, I just covered my face so it would be clear that I was the victim. The high-ranking official heard the commotion and ran over. He looked at Rob's dad. "What is going on here? Commander, do you accept this type of bullying on your base?" Rob looked at his dad, waiting for his dad to stand up for him. But his dad knew if he defended his son right now, it would cost him his position. The commander stood stone cold and said, "No, sir, I don't accept this behavior. This soldier is discharged. Get him off my base." The untouchable soldier got kicked out by his own father. Brennan slammed his Beyblade down onto the girl with Down syndrome's tray and shredded her sandwich into pieces. She sat there stunned, tears welling up in her eyes. I turned to him furious. "You think it's okay to do that to her?" Brennan smirked. "Yeah, she's a window licker." He turned and walked off without looking back. Something inside me snapped. I stood up on the bench, pointed across the cafeteria, and screamed, "I challenge you to a Beyblade duel." The whole cafeteria gasped and turned to look. Brennan stopped mid-step. He slowly turned around with this evil grin spreading across his face. "You're on. Me and my boys versus you. Loser licks the bird poop off the table by the playground." By the time we got to the picnic table, the entire playground had circled around it 3 kids deep. Cohen pulled out a Beyblade with flames on it. Tate had a dragon. Brennan was twirling a black one with red spikes between his fingers. I unzipped my backpack and pulled out the one my older brother gave me for my birthday. Solid metal, no paint, no stickers. He told me, "This is Ragnarok. Don't use it unless you really need to." Brennan took one look and cackled. "What is that, a paperweight?" We loaded our launchers and Brennan counted us down. 3, 2, 1, Beyblade let it rip. 4 Beyblades hit the dirt and sparks shot shot up wherever Ragnarok made contact. Crack. Ragnarok drilled into Cohen's and it shattered into 4 pieces. Cohen dropped to his knees, sobbing. It was my birthday present. Ragnarok ricocheted off the wreckage and slammed into Tate's dragon. The whole thing launched out of the ring straight at Tate's face and knocked 3 of his teeth clean out. He touched the gap, saw blood, and ran off crying. Brennan was the only one left. His Beyblade was wobbling backwards trying to escape. He dropped to his knees and shoved his bare hand into the ring to block Ragnarok. Too late. Ragnarok smashed through into his Beyblade and it exploded, a shard of plastic slicing his palm open. He yanked his hand back, screaming. The top half of his Beyblade flew up and landed dead center in the bird poop on the picnic table. Ragnarok kept spinning alone in the middle of the ring. The whole playground exploded. Marley! 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 Brennan stumbled toward Marley, clutching his hand. Cohen shuffling behind him, still sobbing. He stopped in front of her and stared at the ground. I'm sorry. Marley's face slowly broke into the biggest smile I'd ever seen. She raised her middle finger. I forgive you too. Then she pointed at the picnic table. Loser licks the table. Both of them dropped to their knees and licked while the entire playground watched. Me and my dad were playing Pokemon Go when a cop car pulled up beside us. One officer got out while the other stayed in the car looking at his phone. My dad was swaying side to side, smiling and holding his phone close to his face. The officer asked, "What are you two doing?" But my dad didn't even look up. Playing Pokemon Go. The officer's jaw clenched. Look at me when I'm talking to you. I stepped in. My dad is autistic, sir. We're just playing a game. But the officer ignored me and looked at the small wet stain on my dad's pants. What happened to your pants? My dad laughed. I dribbled in the bathroom, sir. The officer replied, those are way too wet for a dribble. Have you been drinking or doing drugs? My dad shook his head. I don't do that. But the officer crossed his arms. A grown man walking around a park with a kid. Wet pants. Won't make eye contact. You've got to be on something. I need to see your bag. He grabbed my dad's bag and started going through it. He pulled out snacks, clothes, a juice box, and only got more angry when he didn't find alcohol. But then he saw a Pokemon auto catcher and his eyes lit up. What's this thing? My dad replied, it's an auto catcher. It connects to Pokemon Go. But the officer smirked. Looks like drugs, and put it in his pocket. My dad's eyes went wide. He started rocking back and forth. That's mine. I need that. Please give it back. He reached for it and tried to take it back, but the officer instantly grabbed and forced him against the hood of the car. That's assault on an officer. Hands behind your back. My dad started crying. I just want my auto catcher back. I worked overtime for it. I screamed. He has autism, but the officer didn't care and started reaching for his cuffs. That's when the other cop stepped out. He was older and, judging by his shirt, also higher ranking. What's going on? The first officer said, this man assaulted me, but the second cop just started pulling him off my dad. I saw everything. He took the auto catcher from the first cop's pocket and gave it back to my dad. My dad smiled and hugged it, and the older cop told his colleague, we're having a conversation about this. They got back in their car, and that's when the older cop tapped my dad's shoulder. By the way, there's a Snorlax right here. I was confused until he took out his phone, and I realized he was also playing Pokemon Go. I used to believe my mom when she told me it was cool to have cerebral palsy. Every day I'd walk into class with my canes, and everybody would stare at me. But no matter what, my mom told me they were just jealous of me. But when I got to high school, it all changed. The teachers could only protect me from the bullying for so long, and when the principal's son Brad saw me, I was his next target. He'd pretend to push my canes every time I'd walk into Mr. Wrigley's class, and everyone would laugh. But every time, he didn't do anything. He knew he'd get fired if he yelled at the principal's son, so he just kept quiet. I left class crying, but when I got home that day, my mom had a surprise for me. She handed me a box, and when I opened it, I saw she had bought me special shoes to help me walk. I wouldn't have to use the canes anymore, and couldn't wait. I walked into class the next day, and nobody could believe it. Brad stared at me, and I knew he was mad. But that day at lunch, they cornered me and tackled me to the ground. You think you're special, you'll always be a cripple. They ripped the shoes off of me and threw them in the garbage. I laid there crying until someone grabbed my shoulder. It was Mr. Wrigley. Who did this to you? And as soon as I said it was Brad, I watched his face turn red. When he found him in the hallway, he grabbed Brad's collar and pulled him into the classroom, and the entire school heard him yelling. Brad ran out and instantly went to his dad. 10 minutes later, the principal fired him for yelling at his son, and as we all watched him carry his stuff out of his classroom, he handed me a box. It was another pair of the shoes. I saw my stepmom doing something on my laptop, but when I tried to look closer, she immediately closed it so I couldn't see. When I went through my laptop that night, I saw $2,000 missing from my college savings account. I immediately told my dad, but he just waved his hand and said my stepmom would never do that. I knew I needed to do something, so I set up a camera behind the bookshelf and angled it towards my laptop. A few hours later, I watched the footage and saw my stepmom use my laptop to log into my college account and transfer $400 into her own account. I showed my dad, and his mouth dropped, and he apologized for not believing me. We made a plan. The next day, he said bye to my stepmom and left for work like usual. But when she left for work as well, He immediately circled back to the house. We logged into her personal account and instantly transferred back every cent she'd stolen from me, plus interest. She came home from work that evening, and me and Dad hid behind the doorway when we saw her go to my laptop. She opened my college account, and that's when me and Dad stepped out. She immediately logged into her own account to pretend that's what she was looking at, but then she saw the number in her balance showing 0. Her face went pale, but when we started laughing, she instantly pointed her finger and accused us of stealing from her. I shrugged, maybe we did, and she went red, threatening police immediately. That's when I took out my phone and showed her the footage of her transferring my money. My dad told her, "You either accept what happened and get out of the house, or we're the ones going to the police." Her eyes teared up, and she started scrolling her phone looking for Airbnbs she couldn't afford. I looked at my college fund, now higher than before, and laughed because my stepmom had just been outsmarted by the teenager she'd tried to fool. I added up the cash on my bedroom floor and finally hit $550. I jumped up and started pacing my room because I'd been saving for a PS5 every birthday since 5th grade, and now I was only $50 short. I needed to hide it before my dad pulled one of his random cleanups, so I grabbed the dustiest game I owned off my shelf, an NBA 2K15, and slid the envelope inside before snapping the case shut and burying it at the bottom of my game box in the closet. I went to bed feeling smarter than my dad for the first time in my life. I got home from school the next day and pushed open my bedroom door, but my closet was hanging wide open and my game box and the stack next to it was gone. I sprinted downstairs and asked my dad where my games were, and he said cheerfully without looking up from the dishes, "Oh, I dropped that whole pile off at Goodwill on my way back from work. You haven't touched those in years, so I figured I might as well give it to someone who needs it more." I asked him when, and he said about 30 minutes ago. I grabbed my bike off the porch and pedaled the 2 miles to Goodwill faster than I ever had. I dropped my bike at the front door and ran straight to the games shelf and tore through every row, but the case wasn't there. I walked up to the cashier out of breath and asked her if anyone had bought an NBA 2K15 disc in the last hour. She was scanning a coffee mug and didn't even look up. "Yeah, some guy bought a stack of games 20 minutes ago, $5 for the whole pile." I asked if the cases had anything in them, and she finally looked up at me. "Honey, we don't open them. Whatever was inside is gone. Can you stop bothering me now?" I rode my bike home in tears, and the second I burst through the front door, I marched up to my dad at the kitchen table and slammed my hands down in front of him. "You owe me $550. There was an envelope in the NBA 2K15 case. That was 3 years of birthday money, and you better pay me back." My dad set his fork down and looked at me. "You hid $500 in a game case and didn't tell anyone? It was my money, Dad, and it's my house. You're grounded for 2 weeks for yelling at me, and you can forget the PS5 this year." I stood there shaking, but he ignored me and went back to his food. I walked up to my room and slammed the door shut, and from downstairs I heard him yell, "Since you want to slam doors in this house, I'll be taking your tablet too." I sat on my bed staring at the spot in my closet where the game box used to be. Some guy at Goodwill got my PS5 for $5. Fudge! Where did you get that stuffed elephant? A stranger bent down to talk to my daughter in the stroller. I yanked the stroller back. "Get the hell away from us." Suddenly, the man's hand shot towards us. "Please, I just need to see the elephant." I shoved the stroller past him and power walked the rest of the way home. I was sure I'd never see him again, but the next morning, I opened the blinds and he was sitting across the street, staring up at our window. I immediately ran over. "What the F is wrong with you? Please, I just need the stuffed elephant. I'll pay you $1,000 for it." I threatened to call the police, but that's when he reached into his jacket pocket, and for a second, I thought he was going to pull out a gun, but instead, he pulled out a photo. "Please, just look at this first." He waved it in my face. It was a toddler in a hospital bed, holding the exact same elephant my daughter slept with every night. His name was Eli. He died from leukemia when he was 2. His voice was shaking. That elephant was his favorite thing in the world, and I carried it around everywhere. But months ago, someone stole my car, and the elephant was inside. Everything made sense. "That makes sense. I bought it at Goodwill for $2. The robber must have donated it." The man nodded. "Can you check if there's a zipper along the belly of it? There should be something inside." I ran into my house and brought the elephant out to him. I pulled it open. A small sealed bag was taped to the stuffing inside that had ashes inside of it. The man's legs gave out on the curb. "That's him. That's my son." A woman laid down in my tattoo parlor, and she had 3 freckles arranged in a triangle above her belly button. I froze up because they looked extremely familiar, but I didn't know why yet. And as I started drawing the stencil for the tattoo, I saw her earrings. They were the same earrings I gave my daughter Amelia for her 5th birthday before she was kidnapped. The same daughter I'd been searching for the last 13 years. Was this her? I was so shocked that my stencil paper hit the floor and she flinched. "Sorry," hand slipped. I tried to continue, but I was so confused that it was extremely difficult, especially when she started twirling her hair with her left pinky finger. Because Amelia did did that at the playground the morning she was kidnapped. It was the last time I saw her. That's when I had to break the silence. So, what made you pick this design? She shrugged. I don't know. I've drawn it on myself with markers since I was little. I almost started tearing up because Amelia used to draw us together on her hands all the time. She'd say, "You're going to be in my life forever, Daddy." I knew I needed to find out more about her, but I wanted to be subtle. Did anyone come with you today? She shook her head and suddenly looked extremely sad. No, I don't really have anyone. I've always sort of been a lone wolf. My heart started hurting, but I needed to know more. Why is that? She laughed, but it sounded extremely sad, like I'd struck a nerve. Let's just say, the man who raised me wasn't supposed to. I dropped everything because that was my confirmation. She was subtly telling me she was kidnapped. My voice was trembling. Because you were driven to a remote location in a white van when you were 5 and never saw your family again. Her eyes popped out. Her hands went to her mouth and she gasped while tears streamed down her face. How did you know that? Amelia, I'm your dad, and I never stopped looking for you. My grandma called me crying. Please, I need your help. Grandma, what happened? Some boys your age, they bullied me on camera to go viral. I didn't know what she meant, but that's when she sent me a video that someone posted of her on an anonymous account. In it, she was ordering a black coffee at McDonald's, and the boy at the counter gave her a Coke instead. She politely raised her hand and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I think there was a mistake with my order." And that's when his 2 friends started laughing from behind the counter, trying to make her cry so they could get more views for when they posted the video of her on TikTok. I texted her, "Go home, Grandma. I've got this. It won't happen again." I immediately made a group chat with my buddies Rocco and Gavin and sent them the location of the McDonald's she went to, along with the video she sent me. "These people hurt my grandma. We're going tomorrow, and we're going to scare the shit out of them." The next morning at 6 a.m., we all met outside. They were wearing ski masks and hoodies. I was wearing a suit. We all walked in together. The same boy that was filming my grandma was behind the counter and his eyes went wide. I walked up to him and talked in a way that I knew would make him scared. "You know Dottie, the old woman who comes in here for coffee?" He nodded slowly, and fear filled his eyes as he realized why we were here. His hand moved towards the red button under the counter to call the police. Gavin stepped up next to him and grabbed his hand. I didn't know what he was going to do, and that's when he lied to scare the shit out of him. Dottie is our mafia boss's mother, and as you can imagine, our boss is a really dangerous man. You shouldn't have disrespected her yesterday, because now we need to make sure that you face consequences. I adjusted my tie. Or we can give you one more chance to treat her with respect. She's coming back for her coffee tomorrow. If you don't treat her like royalty, we will return, and we can do this the hard way instead. The choice is yours. Every head behind that counter nodded with tears in their eyes. We walked out without ordering. The next morning, I parked across the street from McDonald's and waited until my grandma walked in. The same boy from the video spotted her straight away. And this time, instead of filming her, he sprinted around the counter, pulled out a chair for her, and helped her sit down. Before she could even order, the manager came out from the back, carrying a fresh apple pie and set it in front of her. Every employee behind that counter called her ma'am. Through the window, I watched her call me, not knowing I was watching her. I picked up. I'm at McDonald's, and the funniest thing just happened. The manager served me himself. Everyone called me ma'am. It's nice to be treated like a person again. Halfway through my shift, someone burst through the front doors of the phone store, and a very large woman walked in. "I need a new iPhone. My old one stopped working out of nowhere." She slammed on the counter, and when I looked at it, it was very obvious she had dropped it, or maybe even sat on it. I sighed, saying, "Ma'am, you don't have a warranty. We can't give you one for free." And when I said that, she completely exploded. She immediately started screaming insults, calling me an idiot, and demanded I go get my manager. And as soon as he came out from the back, I saw his eyes go wide. She instantly started screaming at him. "You people won't give me one just because I'm white. My phone worked perfectly fine until it broke out of nowhere. You owe me a new one." He tried to calm her down and whispered to go grab her a new phone. I sighed and grabbed it. While I set it up for her, she kept insulting me. "You're worthless. That's why you're just working a low-life job." I tried to ignore her and just gave her the phone. "Would you like to purchase a warranty, ma'am?" She grabbed it and yelled, "No, you're not scamming me anymore." She stormed out, and I knew I was quitting. I walked over to my manager, but just before I told him, we both froze. The woman took one step outside the store when she tripped, and we watched her giant body fall and completely crush her brand new iPhone 17 Pro Max. She grabbed it, and it fell apart. She instantly ran back inside, screaming at me to get her a new one. I just looked at her. Should have got the warranty. My homies pulled a folded jersey out of a paper bag, and my hands were shaking before I even touched it. Andre and Big Trey had pooled their money for it. It was a real gold and purple Lakers jersey, James on the back, and the 23 stitched on, not printed. Big Trey held it up against me, and the bottom hit past my knees. "Brawn for all," I whispered the way I always did before every shot. Andre grabbed his ball. "Let's go ball before Ryder hogs the court." We ran out, and he was already there in those limited LeBron 22s I'd been wanting since they dropped. dropped. Big Trey nudged me. He's gonna want that jersey. He clocked the jersey from across the court and stopped what he was doing. Y'all see this? Bro is 4'10" in a LeBron jersey. Who let LeBaby out the crib? I told him to shut up and kept walking. He stepped in front of me. Bet you can't dunk in that thing. You dunk one time, my 22s are yours. You miss, the jersey's mine. A crowd was forming before he finished the sentence. I looked over at my homies, and Andre flicked his eyes to Big Trey, who gave a tiny nod. I dropped my backpack and walked under the rim. I jumped as high as I could, and my fingertips came up about a foot short. Ryder doubled over laughing. Hand it over, LeBaby. But Andre grabbed my arm and pulled me into a huddle with Big Trey. We got you. Eyes closed. Brawn for all. Trust us. I walked back to the free throw line with Ryder still laughing. I took one dribble. I closed my eyes and screamed brawn for all at the top of my lungs and felt my feet leave the ground. When I opened them, I was hanging from the rim. Ryder's mouth was open and the whole court had gone silent. I dropped down into Big Trey's arms and saw his hands still up where my ribs had been. That's when I knew. They had launched me, with Big Trey catching me under the arms and throwing me at the rim while my eyes were shut. Andre had been the one shouting eyes closed. Ryder bent down, untied the 22s, and slid them across the concrete to me without a word. I sat down right there on the court and pulled them on. They fit perfect. I tapped my chest right where the 23 was stitched. Leave 'em, leave 'em, leave 'em. I ain't brawn for all no more. I'm all for brawn. My 10-year-old daughter walked into the restaurant on Father's Day and bought us a meal she'd saved up for over 2 months. But when we sat down to eat outside, a teenage jerk walking by reached his hands into her fries and grabbed a handful of them before walking off. My daughter instantly started crying, and when I looked over, I saw the jerk walking away with his phone out, laughing and recording everything. I immediately stormed over to him and told him how disgusting what he just did was. He shoved his phone right in my face and started laughing. Oh my God, he's so mad. Clip this chat. I said this wasn't funny, but he just looked at his screen and interacted with the chat. He turned to leave, but I reached my hand out and snatched the jerk's phone and put it in my pocket. He immediately said, "Give that back right now," but I crossed my arms and replied, "You're only getting it back after you apologize to my daughter and pay for a new meal for us." His face went red and he started getting aggressive, even pushing me hard enough to stumble. My daughter appeared and told him, "Don't hit my dad," but he yelled at her, "I'll do whatever I want," and pushed me again. I wanted to do something back, but I knew I couldn't hit a teenager. But suddenly a police officer walking by stopped and asked what's happening. The jerk immediately pointed his finger and said, "He stole my phone." The officer asked if that was true, and I said yes, then explained everything that happened. The officer looked at the jerk. "Did you steal their food and record it?" He shook his head and swore he didn't. But when the officer took the jerk's phone from my pocket, the footage on the live stream was right there, showing the kid taking my daughter's food and walking away laughing. The jerk went pale, and the officer immediately ordered him to go back and pay for a new meal for us right now. He walked to the counter, and when I looked over, the officer was holding the jerk's phone, live streaming him paying. After our food was ready, the officer slipped the phone into his pocket. I'm confiscating this as evidence. The jerk's face went red with anger, but he couldn't do a thing, and when he looked over, my daughter was at the exact same table, smirking right at him, while slowly eating the extra large portion of fries he'd just paid for. My daughter Daisy was practicing for her regional spelling bee happening tomorrow when her stepmother accidentally spilled coffee all over her dictionary. Daisy began crying, and her stepmom swore it was an accident, but she was smirking, and when I looked over, her daughter Rachel was studying with her own dictionary. She was competing too. The next morning before the spelling bee, Daisy told me, "She ruined my dictionary, Dad. I don't know if I can spell these words," but I wiped her tears and told her she's been practicing for months. She's got this. She nodded and ran on stage. My wife was already in the front, arms crossed with a smug grin staring right at Daisy. The bee started, and Daisy's hands shook, but when the judge gave her pterodactyl, she nailed it. Her stepmom was still smirking, and when Rachel spelled her word right, she cheered loudly. But then Daisy spelled comeuppance, platypus, and androgynous perfectly. I could see her gaining confidence with every word. Her stepmom's face was also now twisted, as her plan to sabotage Daisy wasn't working, but she had a trick up her sleeve. When there were 10 kids left, including both Daisy and Rachel, Daisy got the word hypothalamus. She sounded HY, and that's when her stepmom coughed loudly. Daisy jolted back, clearly startled, and almost messed up. She continued spelling, and her stepmom coughed again, even louder. It was a clear attempt at sabotage. Daisy looked at me for support, so I said loudly, "Can we please show respect? This is a spelling bee, not a football final." The crowd turned to my wife, and she shrank back in her seat, angry because I'd embarrassed her. Daisy spelled hypothalamus and smiled at me, but my wife wasn't done. After Rachel got her word right and it was Daisy's turn, she sat directly in front of Daisy and started mouthing incorrect letters at her. Daisy ignored her and spelled it right anyway. My wife got more desperate and mouthed bigger, throwing in hand gestures like she was trying to telepathically sabotage Daisy, but Daisy didn't even blink, and I was struggling to hold in my laughter. By the time the round ended, it was down to just Daisy and Rachel. Daisy got her word right, but then Rachel had to spell chrysanthemum. She froze as she clearly didn't know it. She spelt CHRYS, but then she stopped. She looked at her mom, panicking for help. I could see my wife sweating as she started mouthing mouthing letters at Rachel, telling her what to spell. Rachel copied her mom, trusting her completely, and said, "A-N-D Buzz." The judge rang the bell because Rachel's letter was wrong. My wife went bright red, frozen in her seat, as she realized she had just sabotaged her own daughter. Daisy immediately spelled chrysanthemum, and the judge announced her as spelling bee champion and handed her the trophy. My wife was already packing her things with rage, but Daisy walked back up to the microphone and said, "I have a message for my stepmom." She leaned in and said, "F-U-C-K-Y-O-U. I punched the autistic kid in school. My little sister transferred here after being bullied so badly at her last school, she stopped talking for 2 months. The night before, my mom pulled me aside. If anything happens to her here, I'm pulling her out for good." On her first day, I saw Terrence grab a girl and shove her face into a water fountain. A teacher ran over, but Terrence started rocking. "I can't help it. I have autism." She walked away. The girl lost 2 teeth, and nobody did anything. Then Terrence noticed my sister. I turned a corner, and he had her pinned against the lockers, telling me to relax, that they were just talking. He bumped my shoulder walking past. "You can't touch me. I'm untouchable." I recorded everything on my phone and brought it to the principal. He watched the videos, then deleted them off my phone and threatened to punish me if I made another accusation. I didn't tell him I'd already sent everything to my mom. Terrence found out I reported him and told my sister it didn't work, that nothing ever does. My sister stopped eating. I could hear her crying through the wall every night. I found her in the library. "I want to go back to my old school, please." That night, I asked my mom for one more chance. She nodded, but I saw her pull out her laptop the second I left the room. The next morning, I planted myself outside my sister's class. Terrence walked up and dared me to hit him. My sister walked out. He shoved me into the wall and grabbed her. Her head cracked against the lockers. I am on him before I realize I am moving. My fist connects with his jaw. "I have autism. You can't touch me." The principal drags us to the office and slams an expulsion form in front of me. Terrence is sitting there smirking. His mom bursts in screaming about suing. Then my mom walks in, terrifyingly calm. "Show me his diagnosis." Dead silence. The paperwork, the doctor's report, anything. Terrence's mom's mouth opens, but nothing comes out. My daughter stopped eating, cried herself to sleep every night. I have every text, every ignored email, and copies of the videos you deleted off my son's phone. You want to explain that to the school board? The principal rips my expulsion form in half. Terrence jumps out of his chair screaming, but his mom grabs him and drags him out. Terrence never came back. He tried the same thing at his new school. Someone else's brother wasn't as patient as me. My son smiled in the back seat, excited for soccer practice. But when I looked forward, I saw the headlights coming straight at us. They slammed into us head on, and our car spun onto its side. I could barely see, but when I realized where I was, I looked in the back seat. He was gone. I started panicking and climbed out. I saw him on the street and limped over to him. Justin, are you okay?" But when I shook him, he didn't move. The woman from the other car rushed over to help, screaming, "I'm sorry, oh my God." My son still wasn't waking up, and when I looked up, she was crying, but her husband didn't care at all. The ambulance rushed him into a stretcher, and when we got to the hospital, they followed us inside. "Sir, I'm so sorry. Oh my God." She couldn't stop crying, and when the doctor told me my son was in a coma, she overheard. He told me I had to pay hundreds of thousands just to keep him alive, but he'd likely never wake up. I immediately started tearing up, knowing I couldn't afford it, but when the woman overheard, she immediately offered to pay for it. "We'll cover it, please." But her husband grabbed her and pulled her outside. "What are you doing? I'm not paying for that kid to stay alive and rot in there." She looked furious, but walked out. The next morning, they told me I had to pull the plug. I cried my eyes out and said my goodbyes to my boy. I nodded and saw the doctor reach for the plug, but right before they did, the nurse burst inside. "Stop, don't pull it. Someone paid for the life support in full." I froze. I knew it had to be her. She came and visited him, helping me through this hard time. She stayed by my side for 6 months, ignoring her husband telling her not to. But when I was reading him his favorite book for the 100th time, I felt him squeeze my hand. I couldn't believe it. Everyone rushed in because he was waking up. We were shocked because against all odds, I got my son back and found myself a new wife. I was in the mall with my daughter when 3 teenagers in black hoodies started following us. I'm a retired cop who used to bust gangs for a living, so I knew a threat when I saw one. I glanced back and saw the guy in front had a gun print showing through his hoodie. My daughter was smiling at her phone while texting, completely oblivious to what was going on. My hand moved to my hip to feel for my own gun. My heart dropped. It wasn't there. We were defenseless. I needed to get my daughter Aaliyah to leave without telling her about the guy with the gun. "Let's get back to the car. We can come back another day." She looked at me confused. "No way, Dad. We just got here. Let me check this store real quick." I glanced behind us, and the teenagers were getting closer. I grabbed her arm. "We're leaving, now." She rolled her eyes. "Fine, but I need to pee first." She ran into the bathroom, and the second the door closed, the guy with the gun print was standing right in front of me. He pulled the gun halfway out of his pocket. "Walk away, old man. Leave the girl with us. Now, this is your only warning." His hand moved to his waistband, but I managed to lunge for his wrist before he could pull the gun all the way out. Aaliyah walked out of the bathroom and saw us. The other two teenagers froze when they saw me pin their friend to the wall. I grabbed the gun off the floor and pointed it at them. But as I held it, I realized the gun was lighter than usual. I turned the gun over and saw a tiny orange tip on the barrel. It was a toy. How old are you? His cheek was pressed against the wall. 16. I looked at Aaliyah, who was staring at me. Dad, I know him. That's my boyfriend. I was just texting him earlier. I let go of him, and he wouldn't look at me. When I saw you with him, I thought she was cheating on me with you, so I wanted to scare you with a toy gun. I held up the toy gun. Aaliyah, after you two break up, make sure your next boyfriend isn't a little bitch. For my entire childhood, my grandpa never gave me a single bill, just quarters, birthdays, holidays. Every time he visited the house, he'd press 1 quarter into my palm and close my fingers around it. My friends were getting $20 from their grandpas for cutting their lawns. I was getting a quarter for graduating 5th grade. By the time I was 12, I was rolling my eyes every time he reached into his pocket. In middle school, I went to buy a Gatorade from the vending machine and came up a quarter short. I checked my pocket and there was one in there from grandpa. In high school, I parked downtown and realized I had no change for the meter. I dug through my backpack and found 2 of his quarters in a side pouch. In college, I dragged my laundry to the laundromat dead broke and remembered I'd dumped a handful of his quarters into my dresser drawer freshman year. I sat on top of the dryer that night and finally went over to his house the next weekend. Why was it always quarters? He looked up from his crossword. Because if I gave you $20, you'd spend it. If I gave you a quarter, you'd hold on to it. He went back to his crossword. I'm 34 now and run my own business. Every dollar that comes in, I treat like it's one of grandpa's quarters. Last week, my 5-year-old held out his hand at the dinner table. I reached into my pocket, pressed 1 quarter into his palm, and closed his fingers around it. Christmas Eve, me and my sister woke up to a loud bang outside our basement window. When we tried to get closer, our dad stopped us. Stay down here. Don't come upstairs no matter what you hear. He rushed upstairs to lock the doors. Our mom pulled us close and covered my ears, but I could still hear people shouting outside. Police lights started bouncing off the snow on the window. My dad was gone for what felt like forever. When he finally came back downstairs, he wasn't alone. A man in a full Santa suit walked in behind him. Don't worry, my sleigh crashed in the snow outside, and these nice police officers are helping me dig it out. He sat on the floor between us and pulled presents out of his bag. My sister held hers up to him. Is this one really for me? He put his hand on her head. Of course it is. Santa brought it just for you. We opened them while he sang Christmas songs. Every time the sirens got louder, he sang louder. When they finally stopped, he stood up and dusted off his knees. I have to go deliver presents to the other kids. I hugged him and went to sleep that night thinking I was the luckiest kid in the world. I was 17 when my dad told me what really happened. A gang broke into the house across the street that night and 3 people were killed right outside our window. The man who lived next door heard us crying through the walls. He put on a Santa costume he had in his closet, walked over, and stayed with us until it was safe. I left the pizza on the kitchen table just like the customer asked, but when I walked back outside, 2 masked men were breaking into my van. My 7-year-old daughter was currently in there alone. By the time I got to it, the van had already sped off. I panicked and went to call 911, but I got a text from my ex-wife. I just got a ransom message for our daughter. Isn't she with you? I instantly freaked out and dialed 911. A cruiser picked me up and I got in the back and we started driving. I got a text from my daughter's number telling me to wire $50,000 or I'll never see her again. But $50,000 was my custody battle money, my whole life savings. I was still thinking what to do when they texted again. For every minute we don't get the money, we're taking a finger. Then they sent a video of them shooting my daughter's pinky finger off. I went pale and wired everything immediately. My wife texted again, "Oh my God, what have you done?" And I didn't know how to respond. The officer hit the accelerator and we saw the van. I prayed my daughter was alive, but then another video came in. He was holding a gun to her head, screaming, "Back off or we shoot." My daughter cried, "Please daddy, save me." And I begged the officer to stop, but he just drove faster, saying this was a scare tactic and they wouldn't actually shoot her. A dozen police cars converged ahead and they blocked the van from driving forward. It fully stopped. The officers stepped out and started running. I sprinted behind them. My phone went off. One last chance. I knew if the officers did anything, my baby girl was dead. I had to stop them, but they just tore open the back door of the van before I could reach them. What I saw made me freeze. A masked man had my daughter as a human shield, a gun at her temple. Her face was bruised. Everything froze. She screamed, "Daddy," and tried to break free, but the man gripped her tighter and placed his finger on the trigger. I saw dried blood around where her pinky should have been. The officers drew their guns, and I couldn't stop crying. My baby was about to die. The man looked around for what must have been 10 minutes. Then he dropped his head and slowly lowered his weapon. My daughter ran to hug me, and I just rubbed the knuckle where her pinky used to be. But then the officers rushed the men and pulled off their masks immediately. My stomach dropped because one of the men was my ex-wife. We made eye contact, but when my daughter saw me looking, she turned around. She saw her mother, and her face dropped. "But that's Mommy! Mommy shot my finger?" She looked at her missing pinky and started crying even harder. After my girlfriend and I came home from vacation, she said, "Someone cooked here." "What do you mean?" She pointed at the stove where a dirty pot sat with dried food crusted on the sides. There was red sauce splattered on the wall behind it. Then I saw what really scared her, a stain on the white counter that looked like dried blood that wasn't there when we left. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911 because someone cooked a meal and left blood on our counter while we were gone. 2 police officers showed up within 10 minutes. They searched every room looking for an intruder. Living room, the basement, nothing. Then they went upstairs to the bathroom. I looked over her shoulder and saw dark stains in the bathtub. There was an empty prescription bottle on the floor. "You two need to wait outside. We're calling forensics." We sat in my car and watched as people in white suits started going in and out of our house. After an hour, Officer Lewis came back to our car. His face was grim. "We need to ask you some questions. Do either of you have family with access to your house?" "Just my mom," I said. "She has a spare key, but she lives at Sunset Manor, the assisted living place on Oak Street." He walked back to the house and made a phone call. 20 minutes later, an ambulance arrived and we saw them roll out a black body bag on a stretcher. An officer came up to us. "We found a body in your upstairs bedroom," he said. "An elderly woman. We believe it's your mother." The world started spinning. "That's impossible." He pulled out his phone and made a call and started laughing hysterically. "They said your mother walked out and no one noticed she was gone until now." I gasped as he continued to explain what happened. "My mom walked 4 miles from the nursing home to our house and got in using her spare key. She must have fallen multiple times, which is why there was blood everywhere. Then she hit her head and died." A kid named Jacob started tripping after eating magic mushroom gummies during after-school math club, so my teacher decided to make everyone pay. The next day, I pulled out some chips to work on a calculus problem, but she yanked them out of my hand. New rule: no snacking in after-school math club because of what Jacob did. She went around checking everybody's bags and confiscating all the snacks. She sat down and announced this was Jacob's fault, then pulled out her own snacks and started eating them. Now, she was diabetic and needed the sugar, so we understood why she kept hers, but it still made me angry. But then one day she was at the board explaining a geometry problem, when suddenly her hand started shaking. She started sweating profusely and said, "I think my blood sugar's dropping." 1 second. She went to her desk to get her snacks, but when she opened the drawer, it was empty. It dawned on her she had forgotten to bring herself snacks and was now having a diabetic episode. She immediately asked if anyone had candy, gum, chips, anything at all, but we shook our heads and I said, "Miss, you banned them and checked our bags for snacks. Remember?" She tried to say, "I'm sorry. Someone please bring me sugar." But what came out what? "I'm sorry. Some hupla bring me shuha." Her speech was slurring, and she gripped her desk to stop herself from falling. We were panicking, because this was after-school math club. We couldn't run in next door or the cafeteria and get something. The only snacks in the whole building were in this classroom. Suddenly, her face went pale and her legs gave out. She hit the floor hard and started seizing. I began panicking, because my teacher was dying in front of me because of her own rule and nobody could stop it. But then the door opened. Jacob was back from his bathroom break. He saw our teacher seizing and immediately ran to his bag. He opened a secret compartment in his backpack and pulled a bag of gummies out. I realized he'd been sneaking snacks all along. He shoved the entire bag of gummies in the teacher's mouth and forced her to chew. Immediately, she stopped shaking. Her breathing came back and her eyes opened. She saw Jacob, saw the empty bag of gummies beside her, and instantly hugged him. "Thank you. You saved my life." Jacob replied, "You're welcome, but I'm sorry for what's about to happen." She looked at him confused. "What do you mean?" "I mixed up the bags. I accidentally gave you the mushroom gummies instead of the regular ones." She looked at the empty bag, labeled Death Trip Space Gummies, and realized she was about to trip balls. My grandpa with Alzheimer's walked into a tattoo shop and asked the artist for a tattoo of a man with dark hair, a sharp jawline, and a moon-shaped mole on his left cheek. This was the man who killed Grandpa's wife. His trial was in 3 months, but there were no police sketches of him, so Grandpa needed the tattoo to identify him in court before his Alzheimer's got worse, and he forgot what the man looked like. The tattoo artist nodded and started the tattoo, but halfway through, I noticed it was turning out nothing like Grandpa described. The tattoo had light hair, a small nose, and the mole on the left cheek was missing. I told the artist to stop, but he insisted he was almost done and tried to keep going. I helped Grandpa out of his chair, and when he saw the tattoo, he was furious. We tried to walk out, but the artist blocked our path, saying the tattoo he was doing was exactly what Grandpa asked for. We pushed past him and drove to a new tattoo shop, where a different artist covered the incorrect tattoo and replaced it with the correct face. Dark hair, sharp jawline, and the moon-shaped mole on the left cheek. 3 months later, the trial happened. Grandpa could barely remember why he was here. The defendant's lawyer argued there was no proof the killer was at Grandpa's house that night, but I pointed to the tattoo and asked then how it was possible that the man's face matched the tattoo perfectly. The killer was sentenced, but while being led away, a man with the exact same moon-shaped mole on his left cheek walked over to him. He hugged the killer and said, "I'm sorry, Dad, I tried." I recognized the man as the artist who did Grandpa's first tattoo. I realized he was the killer's son. He'd tried to sabotage the tattoo so Grandpa couldn't identify his own father in court. While running laps in gym class, I felt my chest lock up and reached for my inhaler. The gym teacher immediately ran toward me and ripped it out of my hands. "Stop being soft. You don't need this. Now give me 10 more laps." There was nothing I could do, so I kept running, but my legs felt like concrete and every breath was harder to catch. The gym lights blurred at the edges and I started seeing black. Mr. Riggins paced beside me and stopped the whole class to point. "Look at this pathetic loser. He can barely run 5 laps. No wonder he's so weak." A kid in the front row couldn't hold it in and started laughing. Then the whole class joined in. But I ignored them and kept running because stopping now meant Riggins won and the whole gym would see it. After gym class, Riggins wouldn't give me my inhaler, so I went to the principal's office and told him. He looked at me, then laughed like everybody else. "Riggins has been here for more than 10 years. He even taught history before he was a gym teacher. How dare you accuse one of my staff? Leave before I give you detention." The next day, Riggins called me out again. "Move it, asthma boy. Or do you need mommy to carry you?" The class laughed again. I locked my jaw, ran my laps, and didn't say a word, but I was done. Something the principal had said stuck with me, so I went to the library and looked through the staff directory and clicked Riggins's name, just as I thought, certified in history, not PE. Then I looked over the policy handbook and found it. That's when I knew I had him. I walked into the principal's office, and before he could say anything, I slammed the policy handbook on his desk. "Mr. Riggins is certified in history, not PE, and the handbook says non-certified staff aren't allowed to administer physical discipline. So you either do something about it, or I report you to the Board of Administration, and both of you can be fired." Next morning, the gym doors swung open mid-warm-up, and the principal walked straight to Riggins. "You're fired. I need your office cleared out by noon." Riggins just stood there, scratching his head. "This is ridiculous. I've been running this class all year. I thought we were friends. I'm sorry. Rules are rules. You were never certified to run this class. You can't do this." The principal pointed to his office. "Don't make this harder than it is. Grab your things and leave." Riggins walked into his office, grabbed his bag, and walked out of the gym with his head down. Weeks later, I saw him working at a sports store. I walked in, looked him dead in the eye, rolled up the middle finger, and asked if he carried inhalers. Our teacher locked the classroom door. "If you've ever committed a sin, step up to the front of the class." All 28 of us seniors walked up. He smiled like this had satisfied him somehow. "Now we're going to play a game." Everyone hated him and his class, so we knew this couldn't be good. "Sit down if you've never slept with someone." Most of the class sat. 6 left standing. "Sit down if you've never sabotaged someone." 2 more sat. 4 left standing. "Sit down if you've never destroyed a family." Everyone sat except Wyatt Graham. He was a quiet kid who mowed lawns after school and kept to himself. He stood alone in the middle of the classroom. Mr. Harding walked up to him. "Wyatt, tell the class what you did this summer." Wyatt's hands started shaking. "Tell them about how you cut my yard. Tell them about what you did with my daughter." Wyatt's face went white. Mr. Harding's voice got louder. "Tell them how you slept with Megan while I was at work." The whole class turned to look at Wyatt. Wyatt's eyes filled with tears. He shook his head. "That's not what happened. Don't lie to me." Mr. Harding turned to the classroom. "This piece of shit would come over twice a week, cut the yard for an hour, screw Megan for 2 hours while I was at work. He took her purity." Wyatt went red with anger. "Megan was alone. She didn't have anyone." The classroom went silent. "After her mom died, you let another woman move in the same week, and you ignored her. I was there for her, and we fell in love. You haven't even told her you love her in months." Tears started streaming down Mr. Harding's face, and he didn't even know what to say. Then someone started clapping. His boy from the back row. "Hell yeah, he went hard in Ms. Harding." Everyone started banging on the tables and laughing. He walked out, and no one's seen him since. I thought my mom was cheating, but the truth was so much worse. I woke up at 2 a.m. to her crying in the bathroom, whispering, "I hate myself," over and over, and the next morning she flinched when Dad kissed her forehead. When I asked her if everything was okay, she locked herself in her room and called someone. "I have to tell him. He's going to hate me. Now my son knows too." I had a bad feeling and dug through her closet where I found a half-packed suitcase and a business card for a divorce lawyer. I found a one-way flight ticket to Cleveland open on her laptop, and for the next 3 days, I watched her skip dinner when Dad was eating. She wouldn't look at him, and when he asked if she wanted to watch the Lakers game with him, she went upstairs to pack her things while crying. I saw my dad buy her flowers to apologize in case he'd done something wrong, and my heart broke. I had to tell him. He was in his office watching NBA highlights when I told him Mom was having an affair. I showed him the divorce lawyer business card. I could see his heart shatter. We walked into the kitchen to confront Mom together and found her on the floor sobbing over a laundry basket. Dad said, "I know you've been cheating on me." Mom looked up and wiped her tears. "I haven't. I swear. I froze, and my dad crossed his arms, then explained the divorce lawyer, the calls our son has been telling me about. Mom started crying again and reached into the laundry basket. She said, "I know you'll never want to see me again after this," and pulled a card from Dad's jeans and held it up. It was a signed LeBron James rookie card, completely crumpled and ripped. Mom said through tears, "I accidentally washed your card." My dad's eyes flew open in rage, but I stared in disbelief and yelled, "All this over a card?" My dad grabbed it from my mom's hands and held it to his chest. "It's not a card, it's the king." His eyes filled with tears and he walked away, cradling the LeBron James rookie card. I yawned during class and almost got expelled for bullying disabled kids. Mr. Miller stopped mid-sentence and glared at me. "Did you really just do that?" All I did was yawn. His lecture was putting me to sleep. He pointed at Leo, the developmentally disabled kid who sat 2 rows behind me. Leo always wore headphones and was completely zoned out. "You just mocked that poor boy's facial tic in front of everyone." Leo has this thing where he scrunches up his nose every few seconds. Everyone in the classroom turned to stare at me. I literally just yawned because I'm tired, but he was already in my face. "You may as well have just called him an idiot. I will not tolerate that kind of hatred in my classroom." He pointed to the hallway. "Go to the principal's office now." He followed me to the main office and sat me in the conference room while they called my parents. My mom walked in crying and wouldn't even sit next to me. My dad kept pacing and saying he didn't raise me to be this kind of person. The principal started talking about possibly transferring me to another school. "Do you have any idea how hard Leo works just to get through a normal school day?" Mr. Miller asked while shaking his head at me. Everyone in that room was looking at me like I was the worst person alive, and nobody would let me get a single word in. Then Mr. Miller said he wanted me to apologize to Leo directly. They called him out of class, and a few minutes later, Leo shuffled in, headphones still around his neck, looking confused about why he was there. The principal guided him to a chair across from me and said, "Leo, we brought you here because this student was mocking your disability and calling you an idiot in front of the entire class." Leo just stared at her. "He yawned," Leo said slowly, like he was talking to a bunch of toddlers. The room went dead silent. "So you saw someone yawn, and your first thought was that it must be making fun of the disabled kid?" Leo looked around at every adult in the room. "That's kind of messed up that your brains even went there." Mr. Miller's face went red. He loosened his tie. "I was trying to protect you." Then Leo turned to the principal. "Also, the only person in this room who actually called me an idiot was you, just now." Leo looked at me. "You want to get out of here?" I grabbed my backpack and followed him toward the door. Right before we walked out, Leo turned back, stretched his arms above his head, and let out this huge, exaggerated yawn. I did the same thing right back at him. We both started cracking up and walked down the hallway together. My mom stormed into my bedroom at 2 in the morning and ripped the headset off my head. "All you do is stay up playing that stupid Call of Duty game until 2 in the morning. You and your dad were exactly the same." It was the same fight we'd been having for 8 months, ever since my dad died. She'd grounded me and tried taking the console, but that was the one thing I couldn't let her do. Tonight, she wasn't going to ask. She grabbed the controller from my hands, threw it against the wall, and I climbed over my chair to get it. She kicked the console until the screen glitched, and I pushed past her to hit reset. She walked behind my desk and ripped the power strip out of the wall. My whole room went black, and I screamed at her to stop. I shoved past her, plugged everything back in, and mashed the power button. She was still screaming about whether I'd heard a word she said when the game reconnected. Grandpa's voice came through the speakers before I could grab my headset. "Timmy? Little Timmy? Is that you?" My mom froze mid-sentence and stared at the speakers. Timmy was my dad's name. I grabbed my headset and put it on. "Yeah, Dad, I'm right here. Sorry I'm late." Her hand went up to her mouth and stayed there. Grandpa's Alzheimer's had gotten bad the week of the funeral, and nobody on Dad's side had told him his son was dead. Every night at 2, he called Timmy back to play Call of Duty like they used to. I'd been answering for 8 months. My mom sat down on the floor next to my chair and didn't say another word. I looked around, and every kid in the room had the same look on their face. A girl raised her hand. "Is this a joke?" Mrs. Larson slammed her palm on the desk. "No talking during the test." I stood up. "I refuse to answer this." "Then you fail." "Fine, I'll fail." 2 more kids pushed back their chairs and stood with me, but the quiet kid who always ate alone walked his test up to the front. Answered. Done. The popular girl looked at her friends, wrote something down, and handed hers in too. One by one, more kids started writing. "You guys stop." Mrs. Larson stood over me. "If you don't answer, everyone in this class fails because of you, Caleb. Everyone." My friend grabbed my arm. "Just write something. It's not real. It's just words on paper. We all need to pass." Another kid whispered. My pen scratched across the paper. A random name. I handed it in. Mrs. Larson collected every test and read them one by one. Her face gave nothing away. She looked up. "Caleb, stand up. Come to the front." I walked up on shaking legs, and she turned to the class. "This is who you all voted to kill." I spun around. "All of you?" Half the room looked away. "You threatened them. This wasn't serious. The motive doesn't matter. They all agreed you should die for their survival." A girl shot out of her seat. wait, we didn't. It's just words. It was a joke. Interesting. Mrs. Larson walked to the projector and turned it on. A photo filled the screen. A girl, maybe 17, basketball uniform, smiling. Anyone recognize her? I looked closer. She was a grade above us. Rachel something. I sat with her at lunch once. She didn't talk much. Mrs. Larson's smile disappeared. Rachel was the #1 girls basketball player at this school. Then she twisted her ankle and lost one game. Everyone told her to kill herself, but it was just words. They sent threats online, as a joke, posted memes about her missing the shot, but not in a serious way. Nobody in the room moved. When everyone forgot their jokes, Rachel spent every day alone. 3 weeks later, she unalived herself. The bell rang. Everyone filed out without a word. I stayed behind. Mrs. Larson, who was she really? She wiped her eyes. My daughter, last month. I walked over and hugged her. They found hundreds of messages on her phone telling her to die, all from classmates, all just joking. She pulled back and looked at me. Words have power. A woman tried to humiliate a decorated Army veteran. He was giving a speech and taking photos with all the kids at our camp. He smiled and respectfully shook their hands, but right as he was about to leave, someone yelled, "Hey, douchebag!" A woman stormed through the crowd and shoved her son's photo in the veteran's face. "You're wearing sunglasses in my son's picture. Is it because of the scar across his eye? My son disgusts you, does he?" I instantly cut in before he could reply and showed her the others' photos. "He wore the sunglasses with every single kid, ma'am." She looked closer, but then her face went red. "Well, that's even more disrespectful. Why is he wearing sunglasses at all?" She demanded he take another picture with her son without them. I looked over at the veteran, and he was smiling slightly to the side of her. "Ma'am, I'd prefer to keep them on. Please don't make me explain myself." She stepped closer and waved her hand in his face. "Look at me when I'm talking to you. Take your glasses off." I realized she was out of control, so I guided her away from the veteran, but she broke free and pulled out her phone to record him. Yelling on camera he's got no respect. She's demanding a refund for the camp, and this is going viral and his career is over. I instantly called security, and they ran over, gripping her arms. Her phone fell to the floor, but she screamed and ripped free. She ran straight towards the veteran, and before anyone could stop her, yanked the sunglasses off his face. My stomach turned, because where the veteran's eyes should have been, it was just skin. He'd lost both of his eyes in the war. The woman's face was priceless. I'm sorry, I didn't know." She tried to run, but security was already on her. Her son called out to her as she was getting dragged out. "I told you it wasn't because of my scar. I wore a red shirt to my girlfriend's family BBQ, and her sister started screaming. I was meeting my girlfriend's family for the first time. I picked a nice polo, happened to be red. Her sister Melissa saw me and froze like I showed up wearing her ex's actual skin. She pointed at my chest and started screaming, 'Brad always wore red. This is triggering. Take it off right now.' I said, 'Ma'am, half of Target sells red shirts. It's a primary color, not a personality trait. I've never met Brad. Don't know Brad. But apparently I'm his stunt double because I shopped at Old Navy.' My girlfriend stepped in. 'Mel, it's just a shirt.' Melissa spun around. 'It's not just a shirt. It's the exact shade Brad wore to my birthday before he cheated on me. She told me to go change. I didn't have another shirt. She said I could wear one of her dad's. Her dad was 5'2" and 300 pounds. I was 6'1" and built like a scarecrow. I'd look like I was wearing a tent. Better than looking like Brad." During dinner, Melissa stood up and announced to the whole table that red shirt wearers are narcissists. "It's a power color. It shows dominance." Her dad looked down at his red apron. "Am I a narcissist?" "That's different, Dad. That's BBQ red, not manipulation red." Her mom pulled me aside and whispered, "Maybe just avoid red in the future." I said, "Should I also avoid breathing because Brad did that too?" Then Melissa's friend walked in wearing a red top. Melissa hugged her. "Cute top, but it's red. That's burgundy. Totally different energy. Plus, she didn't wear it at me. Like I woke up that morning and thought, time to emotionally destroy a stranger with my laundry choices." Her brother put his hand on her shoulder. "Melissa, you can't ban a color." She pulled away. "I'm not banning it. I'm protecting my energy from crimson-coated chaos." I was wearing a $15 polo from the clearance rack. When it was time for family photos, Melissa grabbed my arm and pushed me to the back row. Then she told me to turn sideways so the red wouldn't dominate the picture. I was standing there like a criminal lineup while everyone else was smiling. Her aunt, who'd been drinking all day, pointed at me and said, "Why is that boy standing like that? He's wearing Brad's color. Brad wore blue to your wedding." Melissa tightened her jaw. "He wore red underneath." Next family event, I wore beige. I walked in feeling bulletproof. Melissa took one look at me and her eye twitched. Brad's favorite khakis were beige. "Brad, wherever you are, please just give me one safe color. Just one." I just won my 5th bear from the arcade's claw machine when Mr. Chang came stomping over and yanked it out of my arms. 5 bear 1 month. Nobody win 5 bear. You cheat. He grabbed my arm, dragged me to the door, and threw me onto the sidewalk. He wanted a cheater, so I figured I'd give him one. I went home and ordered a bunch of plastic tokens off Amazon the exact size of a quarter. Monday, I walked in wearing my sister's Halloween wig and one of her dresses. Chang paced behind me through Street Fighter, then leaned over my shoulder and patted my head. "You play very good for lil girl, but fighting game not for girl. You go play with doll, okay sweetie?" I smiled, walked over to Pac-Man, dropped a token, took the top score, and punched in CHA. Pac-Man had a top 10 leaderboard, 3 letters per slot. I took number 1 that first first run and planned to claim the next open slot every win until the message finished. Chang spun and screamed at a kid 2 cabinets over. "You touch game too hard! You break! Out!" I claimed the next slot and punched in NGS while he dragged the kid out. Wednesday, I came back in a full Spider-Man suit. Chang grabbed his wife by the arm and pointed at me from behind the counter. "Look, honey, Lil Spidey-Man come to play. He shoot web from hand. Pew pew." I won Pac-Man and punched in UKS. Then Chang came around the counter and started walking toward me. My mask was riding up. Instead of bolting, I claimed the next slot and punched in BIG with Chang breathing down my neck. He stopped, tilted his head, and walked back to the counter. Friday, I borrowed the giant bear costume from my school's mascot bin and waddled right past him. He held the door open for me and muttered, "Lil Bear, come say hi." I walked straight to the claw machine and won another bear on my first try. Chang clapped and dropped it back for the next kid. Then I stepped over to Pac-Man and punched in BAL. Saturday, I walked in with a fake mustache and went straight for Pac-Man. A little girl was crying at the claw machine next to me. The claw stuck on a stuffed dog. Chang walked over and pried open the change machine to refund her and outpoured a mountain of plastic tokens and 5 quarters. He looked up. I was 3 feet away at Pac-Man, dropping a token. My mustache slid off my face and hit the floor. His face shifted as he pointed at me. You ban!" I punched in the last entry, and as he grabbed for me, I screamed, "Wait!" and pointed at the leaderboard. "I also left you a gift." He sounded out the top 6. CHA, NGS, UKS, BIG, BAL, SSS. Smoke was fuming out of his ears when he realized it said, "Chang sucks big balls." I grabbed the bear and bolted. He scooped the tokens into his arms and came barreling after me screaming, "I catch you! You cheat! Me no suck bal!" I spun halfway down the sidewalk and chucked the bear at his face. He stumbled, hit a spilled token, and face planted into a pile of fresh dog poop right where he'd thrown me a week earlier. Mrs. Carson told the senior class anyone she caught pulling a senior prank wouldn't be going to prom. She walked over to her desk, hit record on her phone, slid it behind a textbook, and walked out for lunch. The boys and I dapped up and said, "Let's cook." That night we slipped in through the back where the cameras don't reach and crossed the dark hallway to her room. We hung a skeleton on the inside of her door in a tuxedo with a corsage pinned to its chest. We rigged it to a hook so the door would swing it right at her face when she opened it. One of us pulled her chair out to check the angle and bumped the phone off the desk. The 4 of us froze. He picked it up, slid it back behind the textbook without ever looking at the screen, and we kept going. The next morning, we sat in our seats 10 minutes before bell, waiting for her coffee. She walked in with her coffee, slid the key in the door, and the skeleton swung straight at her face. She lunged, slipped, and her coffee splashed all over her jacket as she hit the floor. The whole hallway erupted with kids filming from the doorways and somebody upstairs screaming. She stood up, scanned every face in the room, and said, "Sit down right now," until it went quiet. Then she walked to her desk, pulled her phone out from behind the textbook, and plugged it into the projector. The screen lit up with us walking through her door in black, setting up the skeleton, and one of us holding the phone in his hand and putting it back without ever looking at the screen. The room went silent. She paused the video and looked straight at me. Y'all should have looked at the screen. She walked to the bulletin board, tore the prom flyer in half, and held the pieces up. That was my senior prank. No prom for any of you. I kicked the saloon door open and pointed my dead dad's revolver at the man who killed him. Cole Doyle was sprawled at the back table with his boots up on the wood and a whiskey halfway to his mouth. He set the glass down slow and looked me up and down like he was sizing up a calf. "Boy, you even know how to use that thing?" I cocked back the hammer and held it steady on his chest. Outside. Now. Cole had 19 kills across 3 counties, and nobody alive had ever called him out. Cole pushed back from the table and stood up slow, his spurs scraping the wood the whole way to the door. By the time we stepped into the dust, the news had run ahead of us, and the whole town was standing 3 deep on the porches with Cole's 3 men fanned out by the saloon, hands hovering near their holsters. We squared off 20 paces apart in the middle of the road. Cole spread his arms wide and grinned at me. "I knew your daddy." Cried like a baby right before I put one in him. My jaw locked, but my hand stayed at my side. 10 years of practice with tin cans came back to me in a single breath, and my dad's voice with it. "Never break the strap, son. A real gunslinger shoots straight through the leather. And remember, a man fixing to cheat, his eyes twitch a half second before his hand. You watch the eyes, son. The eyes always tell." A tumbleweed started rolling across the dust between us. Cole's eyes twitched, so I bent forward at the waist before his gun even cleared leather, and my revolver fired straight through the bottom of the holster. Cole hit the dirt with smoke still curling out of my hip. His 3 men stood frozen with their hands an inch above their pistols. Nobody drew. I climbed onto my horse and rode past Cole's body without giving it a second look. From that day, they called me the fastest gun in the West, but I'd only ever pulled it for one name. Got him for you, Dad. I pulled up our group's slides knowing every single one was empty. It was our AP history final, a 5-person group presentation worth 30% of our grade. I split the work up and sent everyone their section. One kid pasted a random YouTube link, and nobody else ever opened the Google Slides. So I built the whole thing myself, because I wasn't about to fail over people who didn't care. The day before the presentation, my group was bragging to everyone about how good our project was going to be, like they actually did something. So that night I sent Mr. Callahan proof that I did all of it. He read it and didn't say a word. Then I saved my own copy, opened the group file, and deleted every single slide. Presentation day, my group walked up and the screen was empty. The first one tried to wing it but got our century wrong in her first sentence and stopped. The next kid rambled about something that had nothing to do with our project, and the class started laughing. Nobody else even tried. Then one of them turned around and pointed right at me. "This is your fault. You were supposed to handle all of this." Mr. Callahan set his pen down and faced the kid who said it. "Is that so?" He leaned back in his chair and turned to me. "Do you have anything?" I pulled out my flash drive, loaded my own slides, and presented every section start to finish without missing a word. Mr. Callahan gave me 100 and the rest of them zeros. The next week, he stood in front of the class. "All presentations are solo from now on." He turned to my old group. "You 4 owe me yours by Friday." After class, one of them shoved past me. "You deleted our slides." "No, I deleted my slides." I kept walking. "You guys never made any." I told my adopted kids Santa was coming tonight and they crawled under the bed. I got down on the floor and looked under the bed. They were pressed against the wall, holding onto each other. "Hey, what's going on?" My daughter's voice was shaking. "Please don't let him take us to another family. We like it here." My son pulled her closer. "People who come at night are bad, Dad." I lay there on the floor with them. I didn't reach in. I didn't pull them out. I just stayed. Santa doesn't take kids away. He brings them things. My daughter loosened her grip on her brother and looked at me. "What does he bring?" "Presents, wrapped up with bows on top. And he eats the cookies you leave him and drinks all the milk." My son's eyes got wide. "He eats our food? Only if you leave it out for him." They looked at each other. My son slid out first, and my daughter followed. I walked them to the window, and they pressed their faces against the glass. "Is he out there?" "Not yet. He waits until you're asleep." They kept checking anyway. Every few minutes, one of them would run back and look. When I tucked them in, my son grabbed my sleeve. "Dad, if he comes, you won't let him take us, right?" I put my hand on his head. "Nobody's taking you anywhere. Not tonight. Not ever." I almost broke down because they didn't know who Santa was. I knew what I had to do. I stayed up until 2 in the morning. I pressed boots into flour on the carpet. I bit the cookies and poured out half the milk. I wrapped everything twice because I didn't know how. The next morning, I woke up to both of them screaming from the living room. They found the footprints first. They ran to the plate and the cookies had bites missing and the glass was empty. My daughter grabbed her brother's arm and they just stood there staring at the tree. They didn't touch the presents. My son looked at me with the biggest eyes I'd ever seen. He came and he didn't take us. My daughter was shaking. "He's real. He's real." I started walking to the pond every morning to feed the ducks because I was depressed, and feeding them bread was the only thing that made me happy. Everything was fine until my neighbor started recording me and yelling, "This criminal mastermind is training the ducks to be his gang of thugs." It was the craziest thing I'd ever heard. I tried to ignore him and kept throwing bread for the ducks to eat, but it was impossible because when one of the ducks waddled toward me for food, his wife pointed at the ducks and screamed, "The thugs obey him! Our children aren't safe in this neighborhood anymore." That afternoon, I came home to a letter from the neighbor's lawyer. "You are running a gang of ducks that poses a clear and present danger. We are suing you for $20,000. I just laughed and thought the judge in the court would realize how stupid this is and take my side immediately. So a week later, I calmly walked into court, thinking it would be fine. But the lawyer told the judge I had turned innocent ducks into a gang trained to destroy property and hurt children. My neighbor sobbed about how my killer duck squad was stalking his family and plotting to attack his house because they were pooping near his property line. The lawyer took out a photo of the duck. "Look at this," he said, pointing at it. "This duck is unnaturally strong and buff. It's clear that the man is feeding the ducks steroids so that they can be stronger members of his gang." The judge actually looked like he believed them. When it was time to defend myself, I knew I had to prove that the ducks weren't my thugs. They just liked following anyone who had bread. I took out 2 years of security footage of these ducks following everyone with food, including a toddler with crackers and a drunk guy who fell asleep on the bench and dropped his burger. The room went silent. My point was almost proven. For good measure, I added, "Your Honor, the CDC C says spending time with animals lowers cortisol, the stress hormone, because it increases oxytocin and serotonin, the love and happiness hormones. I'm not a gang leader. I'm a depressed guy who needs ducks. The judge seemed like he didn't know whose side to take. The judge turned to the neighbor's wife. How could ducks that follow people with food be assassins? She screamed. Those aren't regular ducks. Look at their evil faces, while pointing at a photo of a sleeping duck. The judge threw out the case and made my neighbor pay my legal fees. My neighbor slammed both hands on the table. I want a different judge because you're compromised. The ducks tricked you. I took out a slice of bread from my pocket. Take a bite of this. Maybe it'll calm you down. That always works for the ducks. My little sister won a goldfish at the school fair and asked me to watch it for 10 minutes while she set up its bowl. She held the plastic bag up to me with both hands like she was passing me a baby. 10 minutes, okay? I told her I got it. She ran up the stairs 2 at a time with the pamphlet from the fair in her back pocket. I set the bag down on the kitchen table and pulled up a chair to watch him. He was orange and tiny and kept turning in slow circles. I poked the side of the bag and he darted. I poked it again and he darted the other way. After a minute, the bag started looking really small for him. I grabbed a cereal bowl from the cabinet and poured him in. He had way more room now, but he started swimming faster than before and he kept hitting the sides. I figured he needed even more space, so I got the big mixing bowl my mom uses for cake batter and poured him into that. The water level was low, so I turned on the tap and added more until it was almost full. He floated up to the top and tipped onto his side. I told him to stop messing around. I grabbed a spoon from the drawer and stirred the water gently to help him swim. He flipped upright for a second, and I smiled. Then he went still. I waited for him to start moving again. He didn't. I scooped him up with the spoon and tried to slide him back into the plastic bag, but most of the water spilled out on the table. I got him in. He sat at the bottom. I shook the bag a little. He didn't move. That's when I heard her footsteps coming down the stairs. I dumped the cereal bowl and the mixing bowl in the sink and pushed them under the dirty dishes. I wiped the table with my sleeve. I put the bag back exactly where it had been. She walked in smiling so big I could see all her teeth. "Tank's ready." She picked up the bag and her face changed. "Why isn't he swimming?" I told her he was just tired. She held the bag against her chest and we walked up to her room. She lowered him into the tank the way the pamphlet showed her, slow and careful, opening the top with both hands. He floated up to the surface and stayed there. Her face crumpled. I shouldn't have taken so long. I shouldn't have taken so long. She sat down on the carpet, still holding the empty bag. I knelt down next to her and put my hand on her shoulder. "Hey, it's okay, but you did say 10 minutes and took 15. I'm not pointing any fingers, but in fish time, 5 minutes is a long time." I put both my hands up and looked at her. "I mean, now you know for next time you've got to be quicker on stuff like this." She looked up at me with her eyes full of tears. "I'm sorry." I nodded and hugged her. "It's okay. Even though it was your fault, it's a learning experience." I let out a sigh of relief because I was in the clear. She still talks about that fish like it was her fault, and I just agree, because that night I was able to teach her a lesson.
I bent down to grab a pack of yogurt, but when I turned to ask my 5-year-old if he liked strawberry, he was gone. 5 minutes ago, he'd been tugging my sleeve right beside me. "Mom, can we play hide and seek?" I said. "When we get home, buddy, after the store." Then I bent down for the yogurt, and now he was gone. I called his name down the aisle, and nothing came back. I jogged to the next aisle, and a woman with a cart turned and stared. "Have you seen a little boy in a Spider-Man shirt?" Her face went soft, and she shook her head, so I bolted. I tore through the aisles, screaming his name until an employee grabbed my arms at the registers. She got on her walkie, and a minute later, the speakers crackled. "Code Adam, 5-year-old boy, red hair, Spider-Man shirt." The front doors slammed shut, and blue vests appeared at every exit. A man in flannel pushed through the crowd and grabbed my shoulder. I saw a guy in a baseball cap walking toward the bathrooms with a little redhead in a Spider-Man shirt about 10 minutes ago. I fell to my knees as 2 officers sprinted past toward the back of the store. A walkie crackled nearby. "Found him. Camping aisle. He's fine." A cop turned to the guy in flannel who scratched his head. Maybe I imagined it. I sprinted to the back and pulled back the flap of a display tent. My 5-year-old sat cross-legged inside eating a granola bar he'd grabbed off some shelf. He grinned up at me. "You couldn't find me. I hid when you got the yogurt." He'd watched the doors lock. He'd watched the cops arrive. He'd watched me fall to my knees. From inside a $39 tent, I pulled him into me sobbing, and he patted my head. "Why are you sad, Mommy? You said we could play after the store." I laughed and sobbed into his hair. "Yeah, after the store. Not in it. You're grounded, mister."
My 11-year-old daughter looked up at me from her hospital bed and asked if I was mad at her. I sat next to her and took her hand. "Not at you, baby. Never at you. Can you tell Daddy what happened?" Her voice came out small. "Logan was bragging about pouring grease in some girl's hair at school, and I told him it wasn't funny, and he pulled my hair, so I pushed him off and he fell." She stopped. I waited. Then Uncle Mike came in, and Logan said I attacked him, and he didn't even ask me what happened. My wife was sitting on the other side of the bed, and that was when I saw her wrist for the first time. time. It was wrapped, black and purple, all the way up to her elbow. My daughter kept going. He grabbed my arm and dragged me to the basement and threw me down the stairs, and then he turned the light off and shut the door. Her hand tightened on mine, and tears started running sideways down her face into her hair. I couldn't see anything. I was screaming for mommy. I squeezed her hand. "It's okay now, baby. You're safe." I looked at my wife. "What happened to your wrist?" Her eyes filled up. I heard her screaming from the driveway. I ran in and asked your brother where she was, and he just looked at me and said he didn't know. Then I heard her behind him. He was leaning against the basement door. I tried to push past him and he grabbed my wrist and threw me on the floor. I got up and tried again and he pinned my hand against the wall until something cracked. The whole time the door was shaking behind him and he kept telling me he didn't know where she was. My daughter was crying quietly now. I kept screaming for her. She didn't come. I stood up. My wife grabbed my sleeve with her good hand. "Don't, please. He's not worth it. We have her back. Please don't do this." I kissed my daughter's forehead and picked up my keys. "Don't!" I closed the door behind me. The party was over by the time I pulled in. My brother was in the backyard stacking folding chairs, and he saw me coming across the grass and started talking before I'd crossed half the lawn. "Listen, she deserved punch." He hit the lawn. "Get up." He got up holding his jaw. "You put your hands on my wife." Punch. "You broke her wrist trying to keep her from her own daughter." Punch. "You threw an 11-year-old in a basement and turned the lights off." Punch. He was on his knees holding his face. "Stop, please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." I crouched down. "And the whole time, you looked my wife in the face and lied." He was crying. "Please, you're never seeing us again. Not at Christmas, not at funerals, not at anything. If I see you near my family, I won't stop next time." I stood up and walked back to the car. I drove back to the hospital. My wife was holding our daughter's hand with her good one, so I sat down on the other side of the bed and took the other. I didn't let go. My girlfriend turned to me on the couch with this little smile and asked if I wanted to see something funny. We were halfway through some Netflix show I wasn't even watching because she had her head on my chest and the blanket pulled up to our shoulders. I said sure, thinking it'd be a TikTok or something. Her smile changed. She yanked the blanket up over both our heads in one motion and pulled it tight around my face. I started laughing too because I thought she was being cute. That's when she farted. The longest, loudest fart I've ever felt vibrated through the cushion under us. She screamed, "Dutch oven," in a voice I had never heard come out of her body. I tried to throw the blanket off, but her hands locked it under my chin. She started laughing, and it wasn't her laugh. It was lower and wrong, like something had crawled inside her. The smell hit me 3 seconds later, and my eyes started watering. I was kicking and screaming, "Get off!" But she'd thrown her whole body on top of the blanket, pinning it to the couch. "Stay in the oven, baby!" Another fart ripped out of her, and she howled. Every time my hand found the edge, she yanked it tighter. I finally tore through and crashed onto the carpet, gasping like I'd been underwater. She was sprawled on the couch, shaking with laughter, mascara running, hair everywhere. She caught her breath and that little smile came back. "Wanna see something else that's funny?" I ran out the front door before she finished the sentence. I was about to get my first Fortnite win when I heard, "FBI, open up." The battering ram hit our front door before I could even process what was happening. 6 agents in tactical gear swarmed into my room with weapons drawn, shouting commands over each other. One ripped my headset off, while another yanked me out of my gaming chair. My mom was screaming downstairs. They threw me on the floor, and one screamed, "Hands behind your back." I was cuffed, laying on the ground as I watched my character get eliminated on screen. Final 2 players. I'd been so close. They sat me on my bed and tore through everything I owned. Mom and Dad were brought upstairs, and both of them looked terrified. The lead agent was a woman with short gray hair, and she pulled out a tablet. "Your son has been making terroristic threats online. We have recordings." She pressed play, and my voice came through clear as day. "Gonna eliminate everyone in the building. Nobody's getting out. Taking out at least 20 people." Mom gasped. Dad's face went white. "I didn't threaten anyone. I was playing Fortnite. It's a video game." "We know what Fortnite is," another agent said, bagging my gaming PC. "These recordings don't sound like any game." Dad looked at me like I was a stranger. "Kevin, if you're planning something, you need to tell us right now." "I'm not planning anything. It's a game." 2 agents came upstairs holding printed Discord messages and showed them to my parents. "Hitting Pleasant at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Got my whole loadout ready. Taking the high ground and picking everyone off." "Those are locations in the game," I shouted. The lead agent's face didn't change. A younger agent spoke from the doorway. "His teachers say he's isolated, eats lunch alone, spends all his time gaming. They found my notebook with Fortnite strategies, and the agent photographed every page, calling it tactical planning." The lead agent showed my parents a pamphlet titled "Warning Signs of Teen Violence" and started naming school shootings: Columbine, Parkland, Uvalde. Each name made Mom cry harder. Dad tried to defend me. "Kevin's never been violent, never been in a fight. That's what every parent says right before it happens." The agent's radio crackled. "School sweep complete. No explosives, no weapons. Building is secure." The lead agent frowned. "He could have stashed them elsewhere. Tell me where they're hidden. There's nothing to hide. Play the whole recording, dum-dum." The lead agent stared at me for a long moment, then nodded to the tech agent. agent. He pulled up the first recording, unedited. My voice came through. I'm gonna eliminate everyone in the building. Nobody's getting out. I'm taking out at least 20 people in this game. Miles, which building are you pushing in Pleasant Park? Then Miles's voice. The one by the gas station. How many players left? Me again. Looks like a full squad. 4 players. We can take them. The agent's face changed completely. Every recording had the same pattern. Someone had deliberately stripped out every word that proved I was talking about a video game, and what was left sounded like a terroristic threat. These were edited, she said quietly. No duh, donkey. You got peas for brains or what? She stood there for a second, then unlocked my handcuffs. They left in 5 minutes. No apology. My monitor was still on. Someone else got the victory royale. Frick! I threw my controller through the screen. I was already in handcuffs before I understood what was happening. I was eating lunch at a diner with my friend Taylor when a woman I'd never seen walked up to my table and threw her drink in my face. Cold soda dripped down my chin while the whole diner went quiet. She pointed at me and said, "You've got some nerve showing your face here." I wiped my eyes and said, "I don't know you." She rolled her eyes and walked back to her booth. The waitress came over a minute later with a tight smile. "Sir, please don't harass other customers." Taylor leaned forward. "He didn't do anything. We've been sitting here the whole time." The waitress walked off without looking at him. A couple at the next table was already shaking their heads at me. Then the manager walked over, arms crossed. "Sir, we've had multiple complaints. I'm going to have to ask you to leave." For sitting here, Taylor stood up. "Check the security cameras." The manager paused. "I'll check them, but I need you both outside." We walked out into the parking lot, and I still had soda drying on my face when the police car pulled in. The woman walked out and pointed at me and said, "That's him." He screamed at me and threw a drink in my face. The officer looked at me, then at the soda stain on my shirt. "Sir, I'm going to have to restrain you." I didn't say a word. He put the cuffs on and walked me to the back of his cruiser. Taylor looked at me, then turned and walked back into the diner. The woman stood in the parking lot shaking her head at me every few seconds, until the diner doors swung open and the manager walked out with Taylor right beside him, 2 cooks and a waitress behind them. The manager looked at the officer and said, "The footage shows her walking up to him and throwing her drink. He never left his seat." The officer turned to her. "I don't care. He deserves to be arrested. He ghosted me. We talked on a dating app for 1 day and he disappeared." Taylor shook his head. "He's been with the same girl for 2 years. He doesn't use dating sites." Her voice dropped to barely a whisper. But he looks just like him." The officer took my cuffs off and put them on her. The manager turned to me. "Your meal is on the house. I'm really sorry." Taylor nudged me and said, "I got your back, bruh." The kid from my AP physics class walked onto the football field for tryouts wearing an anime t-shirt and Star Wars Vans. Wesley sat in front of me in physics, correcting our teacher about projectile motion almost every day. His entire wardrobe was anime t-shirts and cargo shorts, and 2 weeks earlier, he'd bet me $20 he'd make varsity before I did. I took the bet because I'd been playing football since I was 7, was already on JV, and his only sport was Madden on the PS5. Coach handed him a football and pointed at the field. "One throw, kid. Make it good or get off my field." Wesley turned the football over in his hands like he was inspecting it. He squinted down the field at the receivers stretching by the end zone. "You good there, Magic the Gathering?" one of the linebackers yelled. "Yeah." He didn't even look up. "You sure? You look like you're about to take the SAT." "I already took it." The bench laughed. Coach pulled out his clipboard and tapped his pen against it. "Today, kid, I've got 40 more of you to get through." Wesley waved at the receiver in front of him and pointed downfield. The receiver rolled his eyes and jogged out anyway. Wesley wiped his glasses on the bottom of his shirt and looked down at his Star Wars Vans. He scuffed the grass with one shoe and chewed the inside of his cheek. Then he lifted the ball over his shoulder and held it there long enough that someone on the bench muttered, "He's not gonna do it." Then he threw it. The spiral cut straight through the air and dropped into the receiver's hands 50 yards downfield without him having to break stride. The bench went quiet. Coach uncrossed his arms. "Where did you learn to throw like that?" "It's just projectile motion." Coach stared at him for a second, then handed him another football. Wesley hit the same receiver right in the chest. He made the third throw too. The receiver jogged back, looked down at Wesley's shoes, and shook his head. "Bro's throwing dimes in Star Wars Vans." Coach tucked his clipboard under his arm and looked back at me. "You're starting Friday, and you," he pointed at me, "are backup." Wesley walked over to the bench and held out his hand. $20. I humiliated a professional expert in their field at 7 years old. I was obsessed with cars at the time and used to spend all day fixing larger toy models with my own mini mechanic set. So when my mom said she was going for an oil change, I went with her because I really wanted to watch. But then the mechanic said it would cost $3,000. My mom asked why, and he told her on top of the oil change, her engine fluid was dirty, her brake pads were worn down, and her air filter was clogged. My mom's face dropped because that was everything she had, but she didn't know much about cars and just opened her wallet. That's when I stepped forward and asked the mechanic to open the hood so I could check the engine. He laughed, but when he saw I was serious, he nervously popped it open. I pulled out the engine fluid stick myself and saw it was clean and golden, not dirty and brown like he said. His smile dropped, and he folded his arms, but I was already crouching by the front wheel and pointing at the brake pads. These are still thick, they're not worn down. Why did you say they were? I could see him turning red, and then I popped open the air filter box he'd said was clogged. I pulled out the filter, shook out the dust, and slid the filter back in. I turned to the mechanic and said, "That wasn't clogged. Even if it was, it took me 60 seconds. You should know how to do this." By now, the other mechanics in the shop were watching, and the owner had walked out from the back office. My mom looked at me with pride, and I turned to the mechanic and asked him why he lied to my mom and tried to charge her $3,000 when she just came in for an oil change. He went pale. He either had to admit he knew less about cars than a 7-year-old, or admit he tried to scam a struggling single mother. He muttered, "I just looked wrong," and walked away, but the owner stopped him and requested his uniform. My mom got in the car, but then the owner tapped me on the shoulder and asked if I wanted to do the oil change myself. "I'll supervise, but you clearly know enough." That afternoon, I changed my mom's oil, and she didn't pay a cent. When I matched with Kylie on a dating app, she seemed completely normal, so I made reservations at an Italian place and showed up in a button-down and dark jeans. I didn't know what to expect, but when we sat down and I went to order, I ordered a beer at a completely normal volume. Kylie grabbed my wrist. "Can you keep it down? People are staring." I couldn't understand what was going on because the restaurant was completely silent and nobody was looking at us. "Sorry," I said quietly. She rolled her eyes. "Now you're whispering? Just talk normally." Every time I tried to respond, she shushed me and looked around like I was causing a scene. I thanked the waitress for the bread, and Kylie reached across the table and put her finger to my lips. "Shh." The waitress looked between us and raised her eyebrows like she was confused and walked away. "You're so embarrassing." I started to wonder if Kylie had superhuman hearing, or if this was one of those weird tests that girls do. When it was time to order the food, I whispered my food order, and the waitress had to lean in to hear me. And the entire time Kyle glared at me like I was being louder than ever. When I accidentally dropped my fork, Kylie gasped, like I'd just thrown it across the room. "Do you not have any manners? My ex would never." I raised my hand for the check. "Oh, perfect. Now you're flailing your arms." She snatched the bill. "I'll pay since you've made this completely unbearable." While Kylie dug through her purse, the waitress slipped me a folded note and walked away. I opened it under the table. "Call me if you want coffee with someone who can have a normal conversation." Her name was Zaria, and she had drawn a smiley face next to her number. Kylie looked up, saw my face, threw her vape pen at me, and stormed out. The couple next to us leaned over. "She comes in every week with a different guy. She pushes them until they yell at her because she likes to look like the victim in front of an audience. You're the first one who didn't give her what she came for." I left Zaria a generous tip and called her from the parking lot. My new landlord stormed in. "Throw out the mutt or get evicted. You can't have both." I pointed at Mufasa's vest. "He's a medical alert dog. I have epilepsy, and he paws my leg 30 minutes before a seizure hits. I've lived here for more than 20 years, ever since I was 5. I can't afford anywhere else. Since I'm the landlord, I set the rules. If you wanted to set them, you should have bought the building like I did. You have 30 days to get him out, or you both are leaving." I nodded, but I wasn't giving him up or leaving. The next day, I brought medical records, but he didn't look up from his phone and shooed me away. When I offered to pay extra, he finally looked up and laughed. "Boy, I have money. Why would I take more of yours?" So I walked out, and a couple days later, I brought a signed letter from every neighbor in the building, but he didn't even open it, just slid it back across the desk. There were 3 days left before eviction. I sat at my kitchen table defeated with the form and wrote, "I choose to keep my dog." But that's when Mufasa started scratching at the door, whining at the ceiling, then yanking at my sleeve hard enough to rip it. He wasn't pawing my leg, so it wasn't a seizure. "Mufasa, what's wrong?" He dragged me upstairs to an apartment with the door open, where an old man was lying across the kitchen floor. I dropped to my knees beside him. "Sir? Sir?" Nothing. I called 911 and checked his pulse the way I'd learned to check my own. The paramedics burst in 6 minutes later. One of them turned to me. "Another half hour and he would have died." They carried him out to the ambulance, and I rode with him to the hospital and waited next to his bed. An hour later, the landlord burst in. "Where is he? Where's my dad?" The man I'd just helped save was his father. He froze when he saw me with Mufasa, and that's when his dad opened his eyes. "That dog saved my life." The landlord dropped into the chair, head in his hands. "My dad's been having heart attacks for months. I banned pets because I thought one would set him off. The thing I tried to throw out is the only reason he's still here. The dog stays. You stay, as long as you want." My new landlord just spent 30 days trying to evict the only thing in this building that saved his dad. I flew to Tokyo for a $1 million hide and seek tournament and won by hiding in the dumbest spot in the room. The set was full of hiding spots, spots: cabinets, hollow walls, trapdoors, paintings that slid open into the wall. 10 of us were playing, and the last person hidden won $1 million. The host pointed at a chalk square in the corner, with a chair in the middle facing the wall. The chair was for the seeker to sit in while he counted, but he chose to stand at the wall instead. The buzzer went off, and everyone else sprinted for the cabinets and trapdoors. I tiptoed over to the seeker's chair, sat down facing the wall, and waited. The seeker finished counting and walked straight out of his square without ever turning around. He pulled open a cabinet, yanked a kid out by the ankle, and that was one down. On the monitors above the set, the producers in their booth were cracking up watching me sit there. He sped through the rest of the room, ripping open hollow walls and dragging kids out of trapdoors until only me and one other guy were left. Out of ideas, he walked back to his counting corner to think. He leaned on the back of my chair and looked around the room. His hand was an inch from my shoulder. He looked right past me at every wall and then walked off. He chased the last guy across the kitchen set and pulled him out of an air vent. The timer ran out and a horn went off. The host walked to the corner, pointed at my chair, and said one word: winner. The seeker spun around like he'd been slapped, saw me sitting there with my legs still crossed, and just froze. His own counting chair was the one spot he never checked. They handed me $1 million check while I was still sitting in his chair. A black car swerved in front of me on the highway and slammed on his brakes. I had no time to react, so my bumper crunched into his back end. Crash. He got out already on the phone with 911, walking toward me shaking his head. I was just rear-ended by a reckless driver. I need police and an ambulance. I thought I was screwed because I had no evidence that I was innocent. But that's when I remembered the dash cam stuck to my windshield. I had the upper hand, so I just smiled. The guy rolled his neck and winced dramatically into the phone, telling the dispatcher his neck was already killing him. He hung up and limped over to my window with a smug grin. Let me explain how this is gonna go, buddy. You rear-ended me, which means legally you're at fault. By next week, I'll have a chiropractor bill with at least 5 zeros on it, and your insurance is gonna cover every penny of it. He leaned closer. I do this twice a month. The trick is picking nice guys like you. It's easier if you don't fight it. I pulled out my phone and tapped open the dashcam app. I think it's easier if I show you this. What the freak are you doing? I turned the screen toward him. The app captured his black car cutting across 2 lanes and slammed on the brakes on purpose in 4K. He rolled his eyes. That footage doesn't prove anything. I held the phone steady. It will when the cops get here in 5 minutes. He realized he was going to lose the case, and he stormed back to his car and slammed the door. You can't leave the scene of an accident, I yelled. He revved the engine and floored the gas, swerving back into traffic without looking. Suddenly, I heard a car beep. Crash. He'd plowed straight into the back of a sedan. He stumbled out, clutching his head, staring at his crushed front bumper. I walked up, holding my phone. Looks like you just rear-ended someone, buddy. My son hadn't been outside in 3 months, so I bought my own PS5. I'd tried grounding him, hiding the controller, threatening the Wi-Fi, but nothing worked. So I walked into his room one night and dropped the PS5 box on his desk. Let's make a bet. Give me 6 weeks to learn Fortnite, then we 1v1. If I win, you come outside and shoot hoops with me. He laughed in my face. Bro, you're 40. Deal. I'd bought him that basketball over the summer, and he hadn't touched it once. I was going to make sure he used it. After 6 weeks of non-stop gaming, I walked into his room holding my controller. Today's the day. He picked up his controller smirking. Easy, old man. Game 1, he rushed me with a shotgun. I cranked a 90, edited my wall, and double pumped him before he hit the floor. He sat up straight. Game 2, I built him into a corner and pumped him out. He leaned closer to the screen. Game 3, he started muttering at his monitor and rubbing his temples. Game 5, he was screaming with his hands in his hair. Game 7, he ripped off his headset and threw it on the desk. This isn't fair. You've been cheating. Game 10, he didn't even build. Just stood there while I cranked over him and finished him. He just stared at the screen. The controller lay in his lap and he'd lost the will to even touch it. I patted him on the back. 10-0, buddy. Go get the basketball. He didn't move for a long time. Finally, he stood up, walked past me to the garage, and grabbed the ball off the shelf. We shot around in the driveway until the streetlights came on. I taught him a crossover. He airballed his first 3 jumpers and laughed when the 4th went in. I didn't grind Fortnite for 6 weeks to beat my son. I grinded so I could get him outside in the driveway to spend time with me. I was chopping onions in the restaurant kitchen when a customer walked in and told me, "My wife has cancer and 1 month left to live. Her last wish is to recreate our proposal dinner. Can you do that for us tonight?" He had tears in his eyes, and I instantly remembered him. He'd proposed to her right here in this restaurant 5 years ago. I said yes. My own wife died of cancer, so I was willing to do anything. But then the man walked back out, and the owner immediately pulled me aside. I heard that. What if that woman dies here while eating? I'll get sued. I'll lose the restaurant. Get them out right now. I told him they were having their meal, but the owner scoffed. Fine. If you won't tell them to leave, I will. He stormed out toward the dining room immediately. I followed him out and saw the woman touching the rose petals while her husband held her hands. The owner walked up to them. "We can't serve you tonight. You need to leave." The husband asked asked why, and the owner replied, liability. If she dies here, I pay the price, not you. The woman's face fell, and she said quietly, it's okay, I understand. She tried to push herself up, but her arms were shaking, and she didn't have the strength to stand up. I stepped between them. They're not leaving. The owner's face twisted instantly, and he told me, just because your own wife died of cancer doesn't mean you need to be their knight in shining armor. Now get back in the kitchen or you're fired. He said it loud enough for everyone to hear. I was in disbelief and stepped toward him. I have 3 Michelin stars to my name. You own a building. They're staying. Or I walk and your restaurant goes out of business. You wouldn't dare. I started taking off my apron. Okay, fine. They can stay. The owner stormed back to his office. I turned back to the couple, and the woman was crying. The husband shook my hand. I'm sorry about your wife. I went back to cook their proposal meal. The owner's face was red, but he couldn't do anything. I brought out the food personally, and when the woman finished eating, her husband cried, this is the most she's eaten in weeks. After they walked out, I took off my apron and threw it at the owner. Nobody talks about my wife like that. I quit. I walked home, and weeks later, a letter arrived in my mailbox. I went to the restaurant to give you this, but it was closed down for some reason. So I found your address. My wife passed last night. Her last words were about the proposal recreation. Thank you for everything. I'm sure both our wives are waiting for us somewhere better right now. A student told a yo mama joke so bad, he made a student go missing. Trevor, the biggest kid in our grade, walked up to the skinniest kid and stole his food. I thought you said you wouldn't do this anymore. Well, how else am I supposed to eat? Usually, the skinny kid would just let him take it, but now he was clenching his fists. Eat another fry and you're gonna pop. The whole cafeteria went quiet. Then Trevor smiled. Yeah, watch out for the wind, buddy. Everyone laughed. Danny didn't stop. Fatty, you want another lunch? Looks like your shirt ate mine. Everyone saw Trevor's dirty shirt and took pictures. Trevor was still smiling. Man, yo mama's so skinny. She breastfed you laxatives. The crowd lost it. We knew it was all jokes, but now it was free game. You don't bring up someone's mom like that. Danny stopped smiling and cleared his throat. The cafeteria went quiet. Everyone knew Danny was going to cook. Yo mama's so poor. She can't even afford to feed me after I'm done smashing. That's why I'm so skinny. Trevor stood there with his lunch tray and walked out. He hasn't come back to school since. A cop walked into my job and put me in handcuffs saying, Jordan Mitchell, you're under arrest for armed robbery. This is a joke, right? I laughed, but he started reading me my rights. Wait, no, you have the wrong guy. Security footage shows it was you, the cop said, leading me outside the store and to his car. He pushed me into the back seat and got behind the wheel. Sir, I swear to God that wasn't me. I have the most generic face on the planet. I'm a brown-haired, brown-eyed, average-height white guy. Half the people I meet think they already know me. The cop glanced at his rearview mirror. You can tell it to the detective. At the station, a detective slid security footage across the table of a man robbing a gas station 4 days earlier. Same build, same beard, same gray hoodie I had hanging in my closet. That's not me. The detective leaned back and said, 3 witnesses say they saw you rob that gas station. I was home alone eating pizza that night, but I had no calls, no texts, no proof of anything. Mom came to visit me in county, and I watched her study the footage on a tablet until her eyes went soft. Honey, that really does look like you. Mom, it's not me. She put her hand on the glass. I know, baby, but it looks just like you. My public defender, Tom, pulled me into a meeting room and laid it out. 3 eyewitnesses, a guy on tape that could be your twin, and no alibi. If we go to trial and lose, you're looking at 5 to 7 years. I can get you a plea deal for 2 years, and I think you should take it. I sat in my cell for 6 days, staring at that deal, knowing I was innocent, and knowing it didn't matter. On the 7th day, I told Tom I'd sign it. He walked me to the room, set the plea in front of me, and I picked up the pen. I was halfway to the paper when Tom's phone buzzed. He held up a finger and stepped into the hallway. I sat there with the pen hovering over the line and watched him through the window, pacing back and forth. When he came back, his face was white. Put the pen down. What happened? Same gas station got robbed last night. Same guy, same hoodie, and you were sitting in a cell when it happened. I set the pen on the table, and Tom picked up the plea deal and tore it in half. They dropped every charge that afternoon, and I walked out the front door a free man. My dad called me a complete failure because I grabbed the wrong size wrench. We were in the garage working on his Mustang when he yanked it out of my hand. That's a 9/16, not a ½ inch. Even your 12-year-old sister knows the difference. I told him he didn't need to yell, and he slammed the wrench on the workbench so hard every tool jumped. That's your problem. Soft. Always on those damn computers instead of learning to be a real man. You're an embarrassment. I tried to show him my honors program letter, but he waved me off. That's not real work. That's sitting on your butt pushing buttons. I walked out without a word and nearly ran into Mr. Garcia next door, struggling with a box on his driveway. "Hey there, son. Perfect timing. I got this new security system and the instructions might as well be in ancient Greek." Inside his garage, he looked at my face and stopped. "You okay, son? My dad hates me. Nothing I do is ever good enough." He put his hand on my shoulder. "Parents don't always see what they have. Doesn't mean you're not valuable." I nodded and got to work on the cameras. Within 40 minutes, I had 8 cameras, motion sensors, and custom notifications all running on his phone. He tested the night vision and shook his head. "The guide said 2 professionals need 3 hours, and you did it by yourself." My dad's voice boomed across both driveways. "Where the hell did you go? I need the oil pan." We walked outside, and my dad stood between our properties with his arms crossed. "Your son just installed my entire security system," Mr. Garcia said. My dad's jaw tightened. He should have been helping me. We were in the middle of something important. Important? Mr. Garcia shook his head. "Tom, I've listened to you work on that Mustang for 3 years. It's a beautiful hobby, but your son just showed me skills companies pay 6 figures for." He put his hand on my shoulder. "I wish I had a son like you. My wife and I never got that chance." "Don't fill his head with nonsense, Garcia. Real work is with your hands." "Tom," Mr. Garcia's voice went flat. "I run a construction company. I know what real work is. Your son has a gift, and he just got a full scholarship you don't even know about." My dad's mouth opened. "A scholarship? Why didn't you tell me?" I looked him right in the eyes. "Because you called it sitting on my butt every time I tried." My sisters came running outside. "Mr. Garcia, can we come reorganize your garage again?" They clustered around us on the neighbor's driveway. My dad turned and walked back to his garage alone. I was meeting my girlfriend's parents for the first time, and as I straightened the tie I'd borrowed from work, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. My mom reached up from the couch where she slept and pulled her last 2 crumpled bills from under the cushion next to her pill bottles. She pressed them into my palm. "We don't have much, but we still have manners. I bought the cheapest bottle of wine I could find on the way over." Her dad opened the door without smiling and didn't move until I held out the bottle. He took it, ran his thumb across the label, and muttered, "Haven't seen this one in a long time," before stepping aside. At dinner, he uncorked it, poured everyone a glass, and worked through his plate without saying a word. My girlfriend reached for my hand under the table while sweat ran down my neck. He finished his plate, set his fork down, and finally looked at me. "So, what are you studying?" I'd practiced an answer in the mirror, but it slipped my mind. "Biomedical engineering, sir. My mom got cancer when I was a kid and she's still on a couch. I want to put her on a real bed." He picked up the wine bottle, looked at the label one more time, and poured every drop that was left into my glass. "I worked 3 jobs putting my mom on a real bed before she died. That bottle right there is the kind I bought her the first time." At the door, he pulled an unopened bottle off his rack and pressed it into my hand. "Take this home. Tell your mom hers was the best one on the table." I straightened my tie. My hands weren't shaking anymore. My dad waited for every parent to leave the field before he walked over to tell me I'd embarrassed him. My dad got close enough that only I could hear. "You told my pitcher after he struck out that he needed confidence, not control. You've been in my dugout all summer and you still don't know baseball. Get in the car." He didn't say another word until we were halfway home. Then he pulled over and turned to face me. "You sit in your room every night playing baseball on a screen and think that teaches you the game. No simulation is going to fix what you don't see." He pointed at the road. "Walk the rest of the way home." I walked home kicking rocks the whole way until I ended up on my own street. Mr. Reyes from across the road was on his porch holding a phone in one hand and a full beer in the other. He waved me over and asked if I was okay. I sat on his steps. The betting app was open on his phone. "Trying to build a parlay. 12 games tonight. I always lose because I pick with my heart." I looked at his first pick. "This pitcher's on 3 days rest. His fastball loses speed after the 4th inning. Flip it." He squinted at me. "How would you even know that? I play the sim every night. Every pitcher in there matches their real numbers." He went back to scrolling. The next pick was their closer, and he'd pitched 4 nights in a row so he wouldn't finish the game. Flip it. His next pick was a hitter facing a lefty starter, and that team hadn't gotten a hit off a lefty all month. Leave it. Mr. Reyes set his beer down and handed me the phone. We went through every game on the card. I got home after dark. My dad was on the couch watching the game and didn't look up. The doorbell rang before sunrise. I came halfway down the stairs as my dad opened the door in his robe. Mr. Reyes was on the porch holding his phone with both hands and shaking. "I meant to put in $10. I hit the wrong button. 1,000. He turned the screen toward my dad. 12 for 12. Every game your son called." My dad just stared. Mr. Reyes pushed past him, grabbed my shoulder, and held up the phone. $214,000. He reached into his jacket and pressed an envelope into my hand. 20,000. "You're buying your first car." My dad looked at the envelope, then at me. "I didn't know you had that in you." I looked right back at him. "I guess you just needed a little more confidence." Mr. Reyes put his arm around my shoulder, and we walked outside. My dad stood in the doorway and watched us go. My wife came home bawling her eyes out, saying she had something to tell me. My stomach dropped because I have a vasectomy, but for the last 3 months her belly has been slowly getting bigger. We hadn't spoken about it because I didn't even want to entertain the possibility, but now I had no choice. She sat me down and told me she just went to the doctor and they told her she was pregnant. I instantly flipped out, standing up and telling her to get out, but she grabbed my arm. I never cheated. I swear I don't know how this happened. I asked her if she thinks I'm an idiot and went into our room to start packing her things, but she followed me in. I couldn't do this to her. I made her take a pregnancy test on the spot, which she happily did, but when it showed positive, she dropped on the floor crying. That's impossible, please believe me. This went on for a week, her insisting she didn't cheat, and me telling her to then explain the child growing in her belly. She never could, and every time she took another test, it was positive. I ended up staying at a friend's house to be away from her, but 3 days later she showed up at his door. Her hair was thinner from the stress, and she had visibly lost weight because her appetite was so low, but her belly had actually grown a little. She pointed to the mini lie detector test in her car, saying she'd just spent her work bonus on it and wanted to take it right now to prove she never cheated. I hooked her up and spent an hour grilling her. Somehow she was telling the truth. Every time she said she didn't cheat, the test buzzed green. I was convinced she rigged the detector or something, but eventually agreed to drive with her to the hospital to get a second professional opinion. I felt like the world's biggest idiot explaining to the doctor that I have a vasectomy, but my wife is pregnant and we don't know how. He ordered an ultrasound first to confirm the pregnancy. They put the gel on her belly and then the machine lit up. What we saw wasn't a baby. It was a 3-pound tumor in her stomach, signaling stage 4 ovarian cancer. That's why her hair was thinner and why she was losing weight. My phone buzzed and I saw a bank notification that my wife just took out $3,000. I immediately felt my fists clench and saw her getting ready to take our kids to school. Why did you do that? You can't keep spending all our money on clothes. But she didn't say anything, just walked out. I knew something weird was going on, but a few minutes later, another notification. iPhone tracking deactivated. Oh no, I knew something was definitely wrong. Why would she turn her location off? But just before I could call her, someone knocked at the door. I opened it, and 2 cops had their hats off. Sir, is your wife named Maria? Yeah, why? Did something happen? He looked like he was about to cry. Sir, there was an accident. Your wife's van had collided with a semi-truck. It exploded. There were 3 victims. My heart was racing. I knew he had to be lying. No, she was just here. Stop. I grabbed my phone to call her, but saw another notification. Receipts for plane tickets. That's what she spent the money on. She was trying to surprise me, and I got mad at her. He grabbed my shoulder. Sir, we have to go identify the bodies. You have to come with us right now. No, you're lying. Let me call her. I pressed call, but it didn't even start ringing. It just went straight to voicemail. No, please answer. Please tell me this is a joke. Sir, her phone was in the crash. It's unlikely it still works. I stared at the notification from earlier. Location disabled. I realized why that popped up. I started crying and fell onto the ground. The last thing I did was yell at her. I just wanted to say sorry, but they helped me up. We have to go. But just as we opened the door, my phone started ringing. Unknown number. I was about to press decline, but the officer stopped me. Sir, you should answer that just in case. You don't know who it could be. I was in no mood to talk, but I wiped my tears away. I pressed answer, but as soon as I did, I heard her voice. Hey, I left my phone in the van. I think someone stole it. Can you come pick us up? I couldn't breathe. I said, honey, are you okay? Yeah? Why are you crying, you baby? I immediately burst out in tears, telling her I was so sorry for yelling at her earlier. She had no idea what just happened. My teacher slammed a paper down on my desk. Book report. This is due in a week. Make sure you all read every page. She glared at me, knowing I'd do anything to get out of reading. She leaned down. Remember, if you don't pass, I'm holding you back a year. I just nodded and went home and played Fortnite the whole night, saying I'd start tomorrow. But as I kept getting wins every day after school, I finally checked the due date. Tomorrow. I completely panicked, shutting off my console. If I failed, I'd get held back. My parents would kill me. I was pacing around my room, completely panicking on what to do. I immediately looked up the book and breathed a huge sigh of relief when I saw there was a movie. I watched it twice just to be sure, and made up an entire presentation with ChatGPT. I had to stay up the entire night, and when I walked into class the next day shaking, I could tell she was suspicious. She called my name, and I walked up to the front of the class. I read off my AI-generated notes, and I could see her looking more and more suspicious of me. I was standing there sweating. She definitely knew I watched the movie, but it was almost over. Any questions? Nobody raised their hands, and I was relieved. But then our teacher raised hers. My heart stopped beating. Yes, I was wondering if you could tell us what the difference was between the book and the movie. My heart completely stopped. Time slowed down. I knew it was over. My mouth opened, but nothing came out. But then, it hit me. I'm sorry, miss. I never saw the movie. She just sat there shocked as I sat back down. My wife randomly started asking me, would you still love me if I was a rock, every single day? I'd laugh and respond, I don't know if I could love a rock. Every time she'd smile this weak grin, and I just presumed it was because I didn't declare my love for a limestone version of her. But then one day she gave me her medical papers. She said, I'm dying. I've known for months. I just didn't know how to tell you. She started crying and said, that's why I've been asking, would you still love me if I was a rock? I needed to know. I still didn't understand what she meant, but then she passed away. I realized it when I sat at her grave for the first time. I looked at her headstone and realized that my wife is a rock now. It hit me that every time she asked, would you still love me if I was a rock? She wanted to know if I'd still love her after her death. I started crying and placed the flowers down, because now I knew I could love a rock, but only if that rock was her. I caught a 4-year-old licking the soap dispenser in my preschool bathroom. What are you doing? He looked extremely scared. Don't tell anyone about this. I won't do it again. It was a dare from my friend. I was weirded out, but just shrugged it off because he was a good kid and never misbehaved. Looking back, I should have called his parents, because the next day, I caught him pumping soap straight into his mouth. This time, I told him off. You're not allowed to go to the bathroom by yourself again. He looked sad, but nodded. But the next day, I found 3 soap bottles stuffed in his cubby, and when I went to go find him and confront him, the janitor stopped me. I caught that soap kid drinking from the dispenser again. I ran from bathroom to bathroom trying to find him, and eventually, I found him sitting on the sink while bubbles foamed out of the corners of his mouth. I rushed him to the nurse. While she inspected him, I asked, why do you keep eating soap? Suddenly, he started crying. A kid at nap time said my mouth smelled really bad. My big sister told me soap cleans the inside of your mouth. I didn't want him to say it again when we were sleeping next to each other. The school counselor pulled the other kid aside, and by the end of the week, Noah had his best friend napping next to him instead. Kids are weird. I dropped in at the skate park to show my 14-year-old son what his old man used to do, and broke my hip in 2 seconds. I hit the concrete on my side, the knee I'd torn at 23 on fire. The dragon from 20 years ago was staring up at me from where my deck had landed. Down in the bowl, half a dozen teenagers were laughing so hard, one kid was wheezing into his hands. Another one leaned over the rim with his hands cupped around his mouth. You break a hip, old-timer? My son was laughing right along with them. I limped over to my deck, picked it up, and tucked it under my arm. The same kid cupped his hands again. Yeah, go home, old head, before you embarrass yourself again. I started walking toward the parking lot. The wheezing kid scrambled out of the bowl behind me. Yo, wait. I stopped and turned around to find him standing 10 feet away with both hands on top of his head, his eyes locked on the dragon. Where did you get that board? Off the line at my own signing. I designed the whole pro deck. 3 seconds later, the whole park had gone silent. The kid in the bowl stopped mid-trick, and the girl on the bench dropped her phone in her lap. The wheezing kid grabbed his friend's arm and pointed at the dragon. It's him. It's the dragon deck. Another kid dropped his board mid-step and ran over to me. My uncle has your poster in his garage. His friend pushed past him to get closer. My dad watched your last contest live. A third kid was already sprinting over from the half pipe. My brother said you would have been better than Tony Hawk if you hadn't blown your knee out. My son hadn't moved the whole time. He walked through the teens, took the board out of my hand, and traced the dragon with his finger. Dad, can I have it? My dad took me on my first hunting trip, and by sundown, I was the one keeping him alive. Dad said this trip would make a man out of me. We hiked in before sunrise, and he handed me his hunting knife. Don't ever go in the woods without one. Walking in, he kept pointing at the trees. Moss only grows on the north side. South is wherever it isn't. He drilled me on real knots until I got one right. The wind picked up, and I was shivering. Panic kills you out here, buddy, not the cold. A pheasant burst out of the brush in front of us. I swung the gun up, fired, and it dropped in the grass. He ruffled my hair. You're a natural. We were 2 miles from the truck when the trail dropped into a muddy wash. His boot caught the edge, and his whole body slammed into the dirt. The crack bounced off the trees. His ankle was bent 90 degrees the wrong way, and the bone was pushing against his sock. He started screaming, and my legs locked up. Then I heard his voice from that morning. Panic kills you out here. I knelt down beside him and grabbed his shoulders. Dad, I'm gonna fix it. I pulled out his knife and cut my sleeves off for the splint. I jammed a branch against his leg and tied the strips around it with 3 real knots. He was sweating through his shirt and going pale. The sun was almost down. Get up. I can't, buddy. Just leave me here. I ducked under his arm and pulled him up. You taught me how to read moss. I'm getting us out. Every step, he gasped. Every step I read the moss. It was dark when we came over the hill and saw the truck. He collapsed against the door and pulled me into his chest, crying. I was supposed to teach you to be a man today. I started the engine. You did, Dad. 3 hours ago. The minute you called me a natural. I opened my book to start my report, and Mrs. Whitaker stood up so fast, she fell back backwards out of her chair. She got up off the floor, marched across the room, and got right in my face. "What is that?" I turned the book around so she could see the cover. "Captain Underpants and the Perilous Plot of Professor Poopy Pants." She ripped it out of my hands. "Are you kidding me right now? That is not a real book. I gave you a week to find a real book by a real author." I told her it was both. She turned to the class and held the book out like evidence. "Has any of you ever heard of a real author named Professor Poopy Pants?" A few kids laughed and shook their heads. She turned back to me. "You expect me to grade this?" I told her there's 12 in the series. "I've taught elementary for 15 years and read every book in this room. That title is made up and this is a 0. She shoved the book at me. "Take it to Principal Hayes. I'd like him to see how you spent your week." Principal Hayes was eating a sandwich when I walked in. He took the book and started laughing at the cover. "Professor Poopy Pants. Son, sometimes we panic and make stuff up. Best way out is owning it." I told him I'd checked it out from our library 2 weeks ago. He put his sandwich down. "Fine, let's go see." We grabbed Mrs. Whitaker from her room, and the 3 of us walked down the hallway in single file. She kept muttering about wasting her morning. The librarian was sorting books on her cart when we walked in. She lit up. "Oh, you guys here for the new Captain Underpants? Just came in this morning." Principal Hayes took the book from her hand. Nobody said a word the whole way back. The class was still doing seat work. Principal Hayes set the book on Mrs. Whitaker's desk and stepped back. She picked up her red pen, crossed out the 0, and wrote an A next to my name. Someone in the back whispered, "Professor Poopy Pants," and the whole class lost it. Principal Hayes walked out without a word, and Mrs. Whitaker kept teaching like nothing happened. On our next book report, half the class did Captain Underpants. She gave us all an A without reading a page. I was at a sports bar with Liam, and after he drank 13 beers, he said, "You act like my babysitter when we drink." I asked what he meant, and he said, "If you can't drink with me until you puke and wake up somewhere you don't recognize, go find some church friends to play board games with." I told him I stayed sober to clean up his drunk messes, but he said, "Nobody asked you to." And so I stood up to leave and said, "Okay, then I'm done taking care of you." The first weekend without me, Liam called me 17 times at 2 in the morning because he got arrested at Taco Bell for jumping behind the counter and trying to make his own taco. He was stuffing 53 hot sauce packets in his pocket when the cops arrested him, and now he needed me to bail him out of jail. I almost got out of bed, but then remembered he told me not to clean up his messes anymore, so I went back to sleep. And then the next weekend, someone posted a video of Liam riding a mechanical bull in his underwear, screaming, "I'm the king of Texas." When his dad saw it, he kicked him out saying, "Good luck, your majesty." And so Liam showed up at my apartment asking if he could stay, but I reminded him I was done taking care of him. Liam got angry. "Fine, I don't need you anyway. I can take care of myself when I'm drunk." So Liam threw a party to prove he didn't need anyone to clean his drunk messes, but 300 people showed up to his house and he ran out of drinks in an hour. And so he convinced everyone to drink cough syrup with energy drinks, but half the party threw up in the pool 20 minutes later. And then his neighbors called the cops and Liam tried to get them to party. When they said they were here to arrest him, Liam ran away screaming that he wasn't going back to jail. The cops chased him down and tackled him into the toxic pool. When they finally got him in the car, Liam screamed, "Get my babysitter, he can fix this." But I told him I couldn't fix it because I was late for board games with my church friends. A girl climbed into my cab and said, "Please don't take me home yet." I pulled away from the curb and she looked out the window. "Can you just drive around with the windows down? My co-workers threw me a going away party tonight and I'm not ready for it to be over yet. Everything always has to be over." I didn't know what she meant, but rolled every window down anyway, and she stuck her hand out into the night and rode the air with her fingers, eyes closed, smiling while the wind pulled her hair across her face. A few blocks later, she pulled her hand back in and got quiet. "Have you ever thought about dying?" I looked at her in the mirror. "Yeah, I guess I have." She nodded like I gave the right answer. "I think about it all the time. I have cancer, and they found it too late to do anything." I gripped the steering wheel and couldn't say a word. She watched the city pass for a while. "Everyone at that party tonight thinks I'm moving somewhere new. They're all so happy for me." I asked where she told them she was going. She looked out the window and smiled. "I told them I was moving away. I just didn't tell them that away was heaven." My girlfriend's sister yanked me into an empty classroom and shoved me against the wall. "I know what you did to my sister at Dominic's party. You're disgusting." I asked what she was talking about, but she stormed out. Harley hadn't answered my texts since Sunday, but I figured she was hungover since her best friend Vinny kept handing her drinks at the party. By midnight, she couldn't stand, so I carried her to my car and drove her home. By second period, the principal was telling me, "Harley's parents filed a report saying you hurt her at Dominic's party. You're suspended until further notice." What? No, I drove her home because she was sick. He didn't care. Harley had blocked my number. When I went to her house, her dad threatened me with a baseball bat. Mom couldn't stop crying. "I'll get you help, but you need to tell us what happened." I drove her home because she was sick. That's it. A detective told me multiple witnesses saw me carrying Harley to my my car while she could barely walk. Because she was sick. Vinny says he saw you acting aggressive with her earlier that night. I slammed my hands on the table. Vinny's the one that gave her the drinks that made her sick. You should be talking to him. Nobody did. Instead, someone spray-painted Predator across our garage door, and my college acceptance letter sat on my desk, worthless now. Then Dominic called. My neighbor's doorbell camera caught everything from that night. I'm sending it to the police. The video showed Vinny following Harley outside and coming back 15 minutes later without her. 2 minutes later, I carried Harley to my car, her head rolling back, barely conscious. Harley sat there crying. I don't remember any of this. I remember Vinny giving me multiple drinks, then nothing until Sunday afternoon. They tested Harley's blood and found out Vinny had spiked her drinks. Vinny was arrested that afternoon. Then Harley's sister approached us. I need to tell you something. I knew it was Vinny. I've been hooking up with him for months, but I couldn't let anyone find out about us. My older sister told me monsters lived under my bed and dared me to turn off the light. I called her a liar and waited until bedtime to prove it. I climbed into bed, clicked off my lamp, and felt a hand wrap around my ankle in the dark. I started kicking and screaming and crying while she crawled out from under the bed laughing. From that night on, I slept with the lights on, and the dark was my biggest fear. 20 years later, she was at my place for Thanksgiving when the storm outside cut the power. The dark I'd been running from since I was 6 was suddenly everywhere. The apartment went black and my fork froze halfway to my mouth. Then I heard her choking across the table. Mike, my throat. I can't breathe. I couldn't see my own hand. My legs locked and I was 6 years old again. Mike, please. Her voice barely reached me across the table. I shoved my chair back and felt for the table. Every step around it, I waited for a hand to grab my ankle. A water glass shattered behind me and I hit the floor crying with my hands over my head. I could hear her gasping for breath in the dark. Then nothing. If I didn't move right now, I was going to lose her. I forced myself up and pushed through the dark until I felt her slumped in her chair. I wrapped my arms under her ribs and jerked up as hard as I could. A chunk of turkey hit the floor and she gasped for air. She fell into me crying and held on as tight as she could. You came for me. I'm so sorry. There were never any monsters. I'm so sorry, Mike. The lights came back on a minute later. That night, I laid in bed with the lights on like always. Then I stood up, walked to the switch, and turned them off. The dark didn't scare me anymore. For the first time in my life, I felt like a man. I lost the county fair chicken wing eating title last August after holding it for 5 years, and the girl who beat me was 10 years old. I showed up to the main stage that morning in my lucky red shirt, the same one I'd worn for every August win since I was 19. My buddies were already drinking beer in the front row, saving me a spot. Then I saw the new competitor at the end of the table. She was sitting on a booster seat, and her mom was tying a paper bib around her neck. I leaned over to the guy next to me and said, "This is gonna be the easiest $500 I ever made." He laughed. "Don't choke on it." Penny didn't look at me once. She lined up her water cup, her wet napkin, and a small empty bucket. Behind her, her grandma clicked the stopwatch and said, "You ready, sweet pea?" Penny just nodded. The announcer yelled, 3, 2, 1, eat, and I started shoving wings in like always. I had a system where I'd bite into the wing, strip the meat off, swallow, and grab the next one. After 30 seconds, I looked down the table to check on the kid, expecting to see her crying. She'd already cleared her first plate. Her hands moved faster than I could follow. She would pick up a wing, run her teeth down at one time, drop the clean bone in her bucket, and pick up the next one. She wasn't chewing at all. She'd just swallow and grab another. The guy next to me stopped eating and stared. "What is she doing?" he said. Around the 1-minute mark, she stopped cold and reached for her water cup. For the first time, I thought I had her. She took one small sip, set the cup down, and went right back at the same pace. By the 2-minute mark, she was a full plate ahead of me. The crowd started chanting, "Penny, Penny, Penny!" Even my own buddies were yelling for her. My jaw was locking up. Hers wasn't. With 30 seconds left, I tried to catch up. I crammed 2 wings in my mouth at once and almost choked. Penny kept going at the same steady pace the whole time. When the buzzer went off, I had a wing hanging out of my mouth and sauce all down my lucky red shirt. Her bib didn't have a drop on it. She set her last bone in the bucket, wiped her face with her napkin, and took a small sip of water. The judge counted the bones and shouted, 41 for the champ, 53 for the kid. The announcer grabbed Penny's hand and raised it in the air. "We have a new chicken wing eating champion." She had to hold the trophy with both hands because it was almost as tall as she was. A reporter pushed in with a microphone. "Penny, how'd you do it?" She looked right at the camera and said, "My grandma raised chickens. I've been deboning them since I was 4. Then she pointed at the last wing on her plate and looked at me. "You want it, mister?" I shook my head. She ate it in one bite. I was making coffee in my kitchen when I heard a sound I hadn't heard in 20 years. I froze with the mug halfway to my mouth. Out on my street, I could hear it clear as day. The ice ice cream truck jingle. I dropped the mug in the sink, grabbed a 20 off the counter, and ran out my front door barefoot. I hit the curb out of breath like I'd just run a marathon. The truck rolled toward me down the street, and I waved both arms over my head to flag it down. It pulled over, and I jogged up to the window, grinning like an idiot. Rocket Pop, same one I got every day in 4th grade. I pulled out my 20, proud of myself for remembering. The driver leaned forward to hand me the popsicle, and I saw his face. My grin dropped. He had a scar through his left eyebrow from falling off his bike when we were 8. I'd been there when it happened. The jingle kept playing. Desmond, he nodded. I just stood there holding the Rocket Pop. We tried to find you. My mom called every number she had. Where did you go? Desmond didn't answer right away. My mom got arrested that summer. They put me in foster care 3 states away. I never had your address. I couldn't speak. I got out a few years back and bought this truck. I've been driving the streets I half remembered ever since. Every kid runs out for ice cream eventually. I dropped the popsicle. We hugged in the middle of my street with the truck idling next to us and the jingle still playing. He drove away 40 minutes later with my number saved in his phone. The Rocket Pop was melted on the curb where I dropped it. I didn't pick it up. My heart immediately started racing the second Kendall walked into gym class, and the second our teacher put on the same team in soccer. I knew this was my chance. When I passed the ball to her, she scored and immediately ran over and hugged me. I could tell she liked me too, so I said, "Wanna hang out after school?" She giggled and said yes. I was freaking out inside because I had never hung out with a girl before. I ran up to my best friend panicking, asking him what to do. "That's easy, man. Everyone knows she can't get pregnant if she's on top. It's just gravity." I thought he was a genius. She came over that night, and I couldn't wait to tell everyone I had a girlfriend. But after that day, she suddenly stopped showing up to school. All her friends glared at me, and when I asked where she was, they just walked away. I was so confused until I was leaving school, and a man grabbed me. "You! It was you!" I didn't know what he was talking about. He grabbed my arm and dragged me to the office, and when I walked in, I finally saw Kendall. She was crying and wearing a baggy hoodie. "What's going on?" Kendall looked at me and lifted up her hoodie, and when I saw her stomach, I couldn't believe it. "You're pregnant?" Her dad pointed at me. "Explain yourself. Who's the father?" "It's you. You got her pregnant." "No, it's not. That's impossible." And as I explained that it couldn't have been me, "It's just gravity. Everyone knows that." He punched me in the face. I stood at Ms. Wilson's desk after the bell rang, in trouble for disrupting the class test, when suddenly I felt today's breakfast rising in my stomach. She was gone making photocopies, but I knew she'd be back any moment. The feeling in my stomach went to my throat, and I panicked looking around for a bin, but I wasn't quick enough. My body propelled forward, and I got sick all over the stack of tests Ms. Wilson was just getting mad about. My throat burned and my eyes watered, and I wiped my mouth with my sleeve because the taste of sick wouldn't leave. But then I looked down, and my eyes widened in horror. The tests were soaked with my sick. I went blue in the face, because if anyone found out, I'd become the kid who threw up on everyone's test. I grabbed tissues from Ms. Wilson's desk and frantically tried to wipe the vomit off the tests before she got back, but I only smeared it worse. The smell was making me sick, and suddenly I heard footsteps in the hallway. My hands shook as the door swung open. "Please, no." A different teacher poked their head in and asked, "Where's Ms. Wilson?" I quickly hid my vomit-stained tissue behind my back and stuttered back, "She's making photocopies." The teacher thanked me and left. I exhaled, but I knew I had no time left. My legs trembled as I tried to clean the tests again, but when I started ripping them on accident, I realized my only option was to hide them, but I was too disgusted to touch them, and the smell made me cover my nose. I needed to man up, so I grabbed a stack of clean tissues and used them as a barrier to pick up the vomit-covered stack of tests. But some of it slid off the bottom and went onto my hands, covering them and dripping on Ms. Wilson's carpet. It wouldn't wash out. I recoiled and quickly looked for somewhere to put them to get it out of my hands. I couldn't just put them in the bin for her to see though, but that's when the door handle started turning. Panic surged through me, and I just yanked open her drawer and shoved the tests in. I closed it right as she walked in. She walked to the desk, and my heart was pounding. But then her face changed as she sniffed the air. "What's that smell?" "I don't know," I said immediately, panicking. She shrugged, and while looking at me, placed her photocopies in the drawer I'd put the tests in. My eyes widened, but she looked at me and said, "You're a good kid. Promise me you won't ruin a test again." I gulped and nodded, and that's when she reached her hand out. "Shake on it." I hesitated, and my stomach was in knots because my hand was covered in vomit, but I couldn't say no. I reached out my hand and shook hers, but then her face dropped as our hands squelched. She pulled back and looked at the sick dripping from her fingers. "What is that?" She looked at me in disgust fast, and that's when she noticed her drawer handle with a smear on it. I was already moving towards the door, the smell still in my nose, when I heard her open the drawer. "What did you do to these tests?" I simply ran out as she got sick in her bin. I'd been fighting the same tie for an hour, and picture day was in 20 minutes. I had a YouTube tutorial paused on my phone, but the tie was wrinkled from being pulled and undone 20 different ways. Dad tied them for me every morning, so I never bothered to learn, but he died of cancer 3 weeks ago, and now I was on my own with it. I threw the tie on the floor and laid back down. Since I couldn't figure it out, I'd just fake being sick and skip picture day. My little brother Eli walked in holding a juice box and stopped when he saw the tie on the floor and me lying in bed. He set the juice box on the dresser and picked the tie up. "Get up." I sat up and he stepped between my knees and flipped the collar of my shirt. He started looping the silk around itself like he'd done it 1,000 times. "Where did you learn to do this?" Dad showed me. He pulled the wide end through every night after dinner. After he got sick, he cinched the knot up under my chin. He couldn't sit up, so I had to practice on the lamp. He smoothed the tie down with both palms and looked up at me. He said you'd need somebody to do it for you. He didn't want it to be nobody. Eli stepped back. "Good?" I tried to say yes, but nothing came out, so I just nodded and dragged my sleeve across my face. In the mirror behind him, Eli stood in the spot where Dad used to stand. Dad spent the last 2 months of his life teaching an 8-year-old to tie a Windsor knot so I'd never tie it alone. My dad took me on my first hunting trip, and by sundown, I was the one keeping him alive. Dad said this trip would make a man out of me. We hiked in before sunrise, and he handed me his hunting knife. "Don't ever go in the woods without one." Walking in, he kept pointing at the trees. "Moss only grows on the north side. South is wherever it isn't." He drilled me on real knots until I got one right. The wind picked up, and I was shivering. "Panic kills you out here, buddy, not the cold." A pheasant burst out of the brush in front of us. I swung the gun up, fired, and it dropped in the grass. He ruffled my hair. "You're a natural." We were 2 miles from the truck when the trail dropped into a muddy wash. His boot caught the edge, and his whole body slammed into the dirt. The crack bounced off the trees. His ankle was bent 90 degrees the wrong way, and the bone was pushing against his sock. He started screaming, and my legs locked up. Then I heard his voice from that morning. "Panic kills you out here." I knelt down beside him and grabbed his shoulders. Dad, I'm gonna fix it." I pulled out his knife and cut my sleeves off for the splint. I jammed a branch against his leg and tied the strips around it with 3 real knots. He was sweating through his shirt and going pale. The sun was almost down. "Get up." "I can't, buddy. Just leave me here." I ducked under his arm and pulled him up. "You taught me how to read moss. I'm getting us out." Every step, he gasped. Every step I read the moss. It was dark when we came over the hill and saw the truck. He collapsed against the door and pulled me into his chest, crying. "I was supposed to teach you to be a man today." I started the engine. "You did, Dad, 3 hours ago, the minute you called me a natural." My little brother jumped on me at 7 a.m. and wouldn't leave until I came downstairs. I dragged myself downstairs to find him already waiting in the kitchen. He slid a folded paper across the table with 3 events listed in pencil. "You win. I never bother you again. I win. You teach me to drive." He could barely reach the kitchen counter, but if this got him to leave me alone, it was worth it. I had work in a couple hours, and the last thing I needed was him bothering me, so I signed. First event was a sprint between 2 trees in the yard. Down and back, first to tag both wins. We lined up and he counted us down. I figured I'd coast, but he sprinted, tagged the far tree, and beat me back by a step. I crossed laughing. "You got faster over summer." Next was a tree climb. He pointed at the oak. First to climb up and grab the 3rd branch. We both jumped at the bark, but I was barely at the 1st branch when he was on the 3rd one biting an apple. "When did you start climbing trees?" He shrugged with his mouth full. "Practice." Last was a swim across the creek. He pointed at the far bank. First one across. We both jumped in, and I pulled ahead. But halfway across, he pulled alongside me. He wasn't even breathing hard, and I knew he'd been training for the water too. I stopped swimming while he touched the bank and climbed out. I climbed out soaked. "You win. I'll teach you Monday." He didn't celebrate, just held out his hand for the keys. I knew something was up. I asked him why he wanted this so bad. He swallowed. "Dad's not coming back. You do the school runs and you work and you're always tired. If I drive myself, you get your mornings back." I sat down in the wet grass. "You do realize you still have years to go before you can actually drive?" He shrugged. "A promise is a promise." That's why Monday I took him to a parking lot. He could barely see over the wheel, hit the gas instead of the brake, and we drove into a pole. I dropped my face into my hands. I knew teaching a 9-year-old how to drive was a terrible idea. My wife held out a spoon with the sweetest smile and asked if I wanted to try her new recipe. Our house had smelled like cinnamon rolls all afternoon. She'd been dancing in her socks with flour on her cheeks, giggling to herself the whole time, but the smell was too good for me to care, so I figured the spoon was a taste of her batter. I closed my eyes and opened my mouth, waiting for that dreamy cinnamon flavor. Instead, she switched the spoon for one heaping with pure cinnamon and shoved it into my mouth. I gasped, and the cinnamon went straight down my throat in a cloud of dust. She doubled over the counter, wheezing with laughter. I tried to cough it up, but the cinnamon had already turned to paste in my throat. I couldn't get a breath in. I started slapping the counter and pointing at my throat. She slapped the counter back, crying so hard she could barely get the words out. "Stop, I'm gonna pee." I slid off the stool and onto the kitchen floor. My chest was on fire. I was making a high whistling sound, trying to suck air through the paste. She was on the floor next to me, laughing too, kicking her feet. "Your face, oh my God, your face." Everything started going black at the edges, so I grabbed her arm and squeezed it hard. Her smile finally cracked, and she dropped to her knees beside me. "Babe, you okay?" I couldn't get a sound out because my throat had closed up. She grabbed her phone and screamed at the dispatcher to send an ambulance now. I was strapped to a stretcher with an oxygen mask. The paramedics were rolling me out the front door. She was running alongside, crying. "Babe, I'm so sorry, it was a joke. It was just a joke, please." I pulled the oxygen mask off my face. "I think we should break up." I coughed a cloud of cinnamon all over her. They lifted me into the ambulance and the doors slammed shut on her face. A folded piece of paper dropped out of my locker and landed on the hallway floor with my name written on it in red ink. I picked it up, unfolded it, and read 2 sentences. "I know what you did, and I think about you all the time." I stood there and read them again. The first sentence was a threat, and the second one wasn't. I needed to find out which one it was before I found out the hard way. The bell rang. I folded the note, put it in my pocket, and went back to class. In second period, I looked around the room at every pen on every desk. 3 people had red pens out. I wrote their names down on the corner of my notebook. In third period, I did the same thing and added 2 more names. By the time I got to fourth period history, my list had 7 people on it. I sat down and pulled the note out again under my desk. I read it one more time. "I know what you did, and I think about you all the time." I started looking around the room for red pens. That's when I saw Naomi, 2 rows over, taking notes with a red pen. I almost wrote her name down, then I stopped. Naomi was the girl I had held the door for that morning. She had smiled at me. There was no way she would write something like this. I kept looking around the room, but nobody else had red ink. I looked back at Naomi and caught her staring at me. She looked away fast, but I kept watching her. A minute later, she looked up again, saw me looking, and looked back down at her notebook. Her face turned red. Now I was growing suspicious of her, so I watched her for the rest of the period. When the bell rang, I stood up when she did and followed her into the hallway. I stopped her and held the note up and asked her flat out if she wrote it. Her face went red and she said yes. I held it up higher. "What does it mean?" She looked at the floor. "This morning," she said, "when you held the door, I had my arms full and you just stopped and waited and you didn't even know me. I've been thinking about it a lot and I just had to say something." She still wasn't looking at me. "So I wrote it and put it in your locker and then I thought it sounded insane." I looked down at the red ink. Then I looked back at her. "So it's not a threat." She finally looked up. "No, dummy, I was being thankful." We both stood there laughing. Neither one of us could stop. I had spent the whole day terrified of a thank you note. The new kid raised his hand in geography. "Time zones are a government conspiracy to control when we sleep." Incorrect. The Earth rotates and Brody cut her off. "No, the sun moves above US like a spotlight. Look it up." But when she pulled up satellite images, he just waved his hand. "All edited. NASA admits they composite their photos. Do your own research." A few kids laughed, but his crush Nola whispered, "He's actually kind of brave for saying what he thinks." Brody's whole face changed when he heard that. Mrs. Kowalski stopped arguing. "All right, Brody. Friday, you present your evidence to this class. Every source, every slide. Show us everything you've got." Brody looked straight at Nola. Finally, someone willing to hear the truth. When Friday came, Brody walked to the front like he was about to change the world. He pulled up his first slide, a blurry screenshot from a YouTube channel, and tapped the screen. "This physicist right here, he has degrees from MIT, and he exposed gravity as a lie. The Earth is accelerating upward. That's the real reason we stick to the ground." A kid in the front row burst out laughing. Brody held up a finger. "Laugh now. You won't be laughing when you see the rest." Next slide was a photo of the ocean. He spread his arms wide. Exhibit B. If the Earth was a ball all, you'd see the bend from any beach. Ask yourself why nobody ever has. Third slide was a physics equation with half of it crossed out. This proves the Earth cannot be a sphere. I didn't make this up. It's basic math. Nola put her head on her desk. Brody pointed at her. That right there is the reaction of someone whose eyes are being opened. Any questions? Mrs. Kowalski stood up for the first time since the presentation started. Brody, that MIT physicist from your first slide. Pull the full video up. Brody grinned and clicked back to slide 1. You want to see more? Happy to. She walked to the screen. Play it from the beginning. Not your screenshot. The actual video. Brody shrugged and hit play. Welcome back, everyone. Today we're dismantling the most common flat Earth claims using basic physics. Every head in the class turned toward Brody. His hand shot toward the mouse, but Mrs. Kowalski was already next to it. The video kept going, pulling apart the exact arguments he'd just made, slide by slide, point by point. Brody sat down without a word. Mrs. Kowalski looked at him. You told us all week to do our own research. Maybe next time, start with yours. She closed the laptop. The bell rang, and Nola walked past his desk without even looking at him.